On this man's Instagram, he said that he quit his $400,000 a year job, moved to paradise, and now makes content like this.
I live in Punta Cana and do local things. And if you're going to come visit, get off the resort and go try a few local places. Here are 3 for you to go check.
But that is not what you are about to hear. Jamie Gruber is an entrepreneur, mastermind leader, and the host of the Tribe of Millionaires podcast. In 2021, he left his W-2 behind. Fast forward 3 years, he became a millionaire and relocated his family to the beaches of the Dominican Republic. But that's not what you are about to hear. Jamie is a multifamily investor and the co-founder of Multifamily and More networking communities with over 10,000 members in over 20 cities. But my friend, that's not what you're about to hear. Today's conversation is a deep one. And although I set out to talk to Jamie about content creation and creativity, the conversation turned quickly when a topic got brought up that I've never thought about before. Partnering with our ego. What? And although this is a totally politically incorrect thing to say, Jamie believes that healing our ego and sometimes listening to it, well, that's how you accomplish big goals and even make an impact in this world. But what about morality and serving other people? Well, we're gonna get into that too. Y'all need to grab a cup of coffee and your Snuggie for this one. I'm not even playing. This, my friends, is the incredible Jamie Gruber.
I don't believe in putting down the ego. I used to. And that I learned was the worst thing that I'd ever done. We vilify trauma. We vilify inner child, like broken inner child. We vilify ego. None of this happens without learning how to harness and partner with the ego. That's a deep, deep, deep question. I'm going to try not to get too way off the rails and lose you or your audience on this.
No, go off the rails. Friends, before we get into this conversation with Jamie, my audio was whack in this. I have no idea what happened, and we did our very best to restore it, but it is what it is. So please don't let it distract you. I warned you. I start this conversation off with Jamie, asking him, Jamie, listen, looking at your Instagram, seeing all of your successes, your contents pop in, what do people not see or understand about you when looking at your profile?
I would say, if you're looking at my Instagram profile specifically, you would assume that I am independently wealthy, living on a beach, one of these guys who just, is out there bragging about this big life, and his days are filled with margaritas and Mai Tais.
They're not?
No, not at all. Not at all. It's funny. I get that. Like, man, retiring on the beach. Like, I never said I retired. It says nowhere that I retired. Or, man, you're living the dream life. I'm like, look, I'm living a life that I dreamed about for sure. Mm-hmm. But you know this. Dream life is all in the eye of the beholder. If I'm living a way you want to live, it's a dream. But for me, it's just life. Just like you're now living your dream life. But for you, it's just life. For other people, it might be a dream. So I think there's an assumption that, I had this $400,000 a year job. He must have banked all this cash, sitting on millions of dollars because he made all this money. And he's just able to Scrooge McDuck his way through paradise, living in the Dominican Republic, throws all of his money in one bedroom and just kind of goes in there and gets it when he needs it. And that is the furthest thing from the truth. I'm in full grind mode. I'm in recreation mode for who I am and what I'm doing. That $400,000 a year job paid well, but it wasn't at all for 21 years at all what my soul wanted. So I'm in pursuit of my soul's work. And I don't think you get that by looking at the outward projection of what I talk about on that page.
Oh, I love this. So it came up for me when you were talking is this idea of like intentional creation. It's easy looking at the fruit of something or looking at somebody's page and making all these assumptions, like all this stuff came easy. But there was a point where you made an intentional decision to create the life that you're living now. Not that it's all kicks and giggles, but, moving your family out of the country, quitting your job, living a certain lifestyle. And back to your point, it's not that was just an easy choice and everything fell into place. And I have a lot of resistance around hearing it because that means I'm accountable. And I have to own that the things that I'm seeing right now are in part my manifestation and my own creation, which I don't like that because sometimes I feel a little bit, I like blaming other people, Jamie. But tell me, bring us back to that point where you're like, F it, where I'm going to go all in.
It's funny. What do they say? Like you're a 5-year overnight success. So quitting the job was not a one day I didn't have it, one day, or I'm sorry, one day I had the job, one day I didn't. There was a lot of stuff that I did in advance of that. This was both deep work for myself, masterminds, coaching, counseling, as well as building and grinding and trying to figure out what is my place in the world if it's not this gig paying me 400 grand a year. The moment was, it would have been February 1st-ish, 2021, somewhere around that day, January 31st, February 1st, on a drive from Michigan to Florida, specifically south of St. Augustine, Florida, on a Saturday. So whatever that day was back then, mid-afternoon, 3 hours from my destination, which was Hollywood, Florida. We were going down there in COVID for a month while I still had my job. Nobody had to be in an office. It's cold in Michigan, wanted to be somewhere warm. So my boss allowed me to go down to Florida for a month with my family. So I'm driving alone. Wife and kids were flying. And I brought the toys and the dogs and all that stuff in a minivan for 3 days while driving. And I had been contemplating on this drive, man, I've done a few things. I've got some runway. I could make this leap and take a shot. Maybe. And then I get this call from a guy that I worked with in Boston years before that does not call me. Nice guy. But we're not buddies or anything. Yeah. And he told me about a coworker that was a few years older than me, also had 2 boys like I do, that went into the hospital the night before with some chest pain and never came out. His name was Paul. He was a healthy guy, 48, 49 years old at the time. By all accounts, active, lived up in the sticks of Vermont, like to get out and do things outdoors, chop wood, whatever, guy's guy. And yeah, it was his time. Left 2 boys behind, his wife suddenly. And man, in that moment, I'll tell you, I remember looking in the rearview mirror and just almost seeing him. Maybe not literally, but my memory of it was just this feeling of like, holy cow, that could be me. And it was in that moment that the longest journey took place, which I believe is from 99% sure to 100% sure. That 1% move is the biggest leap. It's easy to go from 0 to 99% sure of something. It's easy to kind of like build momentum. There's so much room. Oh yeah, I'm feeling this. Yeah, I can quit. Yep, this will be great. I can go do this thing. But then you get to that, but am I? You get to that 99%. And stepping across the line, that 100%, that moment codified it for me. And that was the second I decided, gave my notice a month later, and I was gone a month after that.
Because you were feeling dissatisfaction before then. In fact, I think, tell me if I'm wrong on this, you thought it was dissatisfaction with your position, so you worked harder and got even more advanced up the corporate ladder, and that didn't bring you happiness. So it had been like kind of a dissatisfaction, uneasiness. I think what comes up for me when I heard that part of your story was sometimes we feel guilt about being dissatisfied when things are good, right? $400,000, quite a bit of money. You have, you've worked your ass off for this. At this point, you have a family. And it's so interesting to me how in our Western culture, it's pushed on us so much to achieve, and how many people are actually miserable at that point. But then there's a guilt there where it's like, but come on, man, like I should be grateful. This is everything that I've worked so hard for. And did you feel guilt at all? Is that the reason that you held on?
I think I hid behind gratitude. I think that could be a dangerous thing that many of us do. Guilt, maybe, but I definitely hid behind gratitude. To your point,
what do you mean?
Making a great living. My family, my wife doesn't have to work, my kids, whatever they want. I've got equity in this company, big equity, like hundreds of thousands of unvested equity that one day I'll get. So how can you not be grateful for that? How ungrateful are you when there's people dying in X country, or there's war in Y country, or there's kids or people in the street that are living homeless right now? Like, how dare you? How dare you? So I think for me, it was for a long time, it was like, you know what? I need to be grateful. And we all do that. And we do need to be grateful. But there's a line I think you can cross from being truly grateful for what you have, but not being guilty or feeling guilty, to your point, for wanting more, and then allowing gratitude to sort of hold you in place. I think I've learned this, actually. I learned this from a really interesting guy. I think it's a dangerous tipping point where you can use gratitude to hold yourself in place, because you shouldn't want more. Like, you should just be grateful for what you have. And I did that for a long time. Well, I got a good thing. I'm making a good living. I'm able to take care of my family, good health benefits. I need to just be grateful. And I stood there for years.
What's the more though? What do you think you were looking for?
It's funny because I didn't know. I really didn't know. And I think that's part of the process that you learn, especially if you're a corporate person, W-2 person. If you are, you likely went through all of your schooling, 13 years of kindergarten through 12th grade, 4 years of college, maybe more. So 17, 18, 19 years of school is the first chunk of your life. Then you would get a career like I did, and I was in it for 21 years. 17 years when I kind of had this epiphany, this might not be for me, and it took me 4 years to exit, but in total, it was 21 years. But at that 17-year mark, it was like, all right, well, what else would I do? What else can I do? It was hard for me to decide, like, well, what do I want? Like, I don't even know. What am I good at? What can I make money doing? All of that stuff. And I think I believe it's because most of us, because we've done 17 years or 18 years of school, we've done whatever, 10, 15, 20 years of a corporate career, that the next move, the decision of what we're going to do next, it needs to be the next 20 or the next 30 years. Like, we've got to be able to see this for the next 30 years. And what I've learned in my 3 years outside of the corporate environment as a self-employed entrepreneur, and as you defined yourself, and I love this, I've started to do this myself, a creator, like every year or 6 months or sometimes every month, there's a pivot, there's a change, there's a need to adjust. And it at first feels like you're erratic or all over the place, and others will judge you for that. So I think it's important who you surround yourself with.
Great.
But I think that's like true freedom. And that's probably more what we are naturally, like adaptable. It doesn't mean you just like, I started this business, I'm going to shut it down and start. That's not what I mean. But I started with the idea that, well, all right, what do I enjoy and what's practical? Real estate. So I go into real estate and I'm buying real estate, and that seems like the thing. And then I don't like real estate. I love what it does. I don't like doing it. So then it was like, well, but I like networking in real estate. So I started doing things around the networking space in real estate. And then that evolved to more broad discussions, broad branding, and all of that stuff. So it's a constant evolution. I didn't know what I wanted to do, but if I'm looking back now with the benefit of hindsight, I wanted to always be like an NFL broadcaster as a kid, 16, 17 years old. I love talking. I love communicating. I love telling stories. I love influencing and inspiring people with what I see and sharing that, or what I've seen and sharing that. So NFL broadcasting felt like the things. I like football, but that wasn't the medium. And as we advanced as a society, we've got this podcasting, YouTube, influencer thing that you can do now. So I learned through a lot of iterations that I've got a song in me. It's kind of that quote from Thoreau. You heard that quote?
Yeah. Don't doubt the song in you.
Massive men lead lives of quiet desperation and go to their grave with their song still in them. My song, right? Truthfully, my song is to inspire and motivate other people to be the best versions that they can be of themselves. But I've learned that my purpose truly is simply to be seen. That's it. I was born to be seen. That's a hard purpose to accept because there's a lot of egotism, or it sounds like a lot of egotism in there.
Tell me more.
I went through this. Go ahead.
What does that mean, to be seen? That is so interesting.
So I've gone through a lot of work on this where if you were to ask me 2 years ago, I would have said, oh, my purpose in life is what I just said my mission is, which is to inspire and motivate others to live their best life. That's a mission. That mission can pivot. That's what my opinion is. But true purpose, like why you are, why you were made, why you're on this earth, I think is a layer deeper than what most of us are willing to admit. I do these solo weekends, 2-3 days on my own with intention, just getting off the grid, putting the phone down and like meditating and journaling and just working through and almost detoxing my brain for 3 days, no kids, no wife, nothing. So on a solo weekend, I go through this exercise. And by the end of it, I came out of this like deep meditation. I started writing things down and it was like, holy cow. I do want to inspire and motivate others to live their best life. But that mission comes from the fact that I think I was just born and put on this earth to be seen. There are people that aren't meant to be visible, to be seen. They're better, like I'm the guy or gal behind the scenes. I'm the person you never hear of that makes it all work. And man, that's a great purpose. Part of me wishes I had it. But there's something about me, in me, that craves and desires and feels as though I'm in the best service to others to fulfill my mission simply by being seen. And again, I really battled with this. Like, is that all ego? Is that just, me trying to heal some childhood wound where I didn't feel seen? Maybe, I don't know. But that purpose feels very much aligned. If I am seen, then I am really good. I believe the gift I have, I've always say I'm not born with height, pigment, or good looks, but I was born with this ability to take a message and communicate it passionately in such a way that it touches somebody on the other side. So the only way to get that to more people and fulfill the mission of inspiring and motivating others to live their best life is to be seen.
Okay, y'all, if you're not watching this on YouTube, my mouth is like dropped open. Jamie, I don't hear people say what you just said. That is so, it's freeing. And this is why going back to kind of the gratitude and hiding behind things, I know in my life I have kind of hidden behind this kind of servant mentality, this thing, which sounds good on the surface, but honestly, it comes from like deep conditioning, not necessarily always sincere, comes from guilt, sometimes feeling like, hey, everything needs to sound like it's for other people or whatever. And you giving yourself permission to say, I was put on this earth to be seen. I'm a communicator. I'm a storyteller. I'm a creative. I love being in front of people and communicating a message, and the freedom that recently you've stepped into to broaden what that could even look like is so cool. And we'll get to that in a minute, but dig into that a little bit more for me,
I'd
because
love to.
letting go of that ego, man, that's years and years and years of conditioning. And I don't know if you grew up religious or not, or whatever, but damn, that I want to be that free to say that, because I align with what you just said. I don't know if I'm there yet.
I would change what you said in terms of the purpose of, to serve the purpose of what you just talked about. I do want to go a layer deeper, because I think ego is the through line here. When you hear somebody say, hey, my whole purpose in life is for other people to see me, like I said before, it comes across as egotistical. I don't believe in putting down the ego. I used to. And that I learned, and I'll explain how, was the worst thing that I'd ever done. What I've learned to do is partner with the ego, satisfy the ego. Let me put it this way. Let's just say there's a goal that I have, or that I give you, and I say it's a big goal. It's a hard one. And I put it across the room, and I say to you, Heather, you go get it, or send your ego to go after it. Who's going to get there first?
The ego.
Your ego is going to get there first. This idea, the Stoics and everything else of like, ego is the enemy, your ego is not your amigo, all of that. I get it, because ego does tend to be the thing at the center of anything bad that you do. You insult somebody, you act like a jerk or whatever. That's all ego driven. But I learned through a psychedelic experience, some things that I did, again, on this journey of like, oh my God, I'm this corporate guy. How dare I try to go outside of that? I went to mushrooms. I literally went to mushrooms with a guide to try to figure this out. And I went into that ceremony saying, what is it that's blocking me from being the best version of myself? And the psychedelic experience was a very dark one. So there was this sort of almost evil presence, demonic, devil-like presence that came after me in this deep psychedelic experience. And then I worked with an integrator, a psychologist after, who explained to me and talked to me through it. She's like, I think this is your ego. How do you feel about it? I'm like, oh, ego's bad. She's like, yeah, your ego essentially came and said, hey, you want to know how to be the best version of you? Stop kicking me to the corner. I'm the reason you've achieved goals that you've achieved. I'm the reason that you're safe and protected when others are insulting you. I'm the reason. I'm there with you, trying to help and push you forward. All you see me as is the worst version of me, which is the part that gets too far and goes over the top and insults people or whatever. You keep kicking me to the curb, nothing's going to work for you. You partner with me, it can work. And I set out on a long journey of trying to heal my relationship with my ego. So when I flash forward to that solo weekend, when I came out of this meditation, and To Be Seen was right at the forefront, you're in kind of a deep state, right? Meditation, long weekend, no phone, just really your brain is so clear. You're feeling much more connected and maybe vibrating at a different level at that point. I said that, like, is this my ego? And I was like, yeah, sure. And that's okay. That's partnering with the ego, in my opinion. That's my ego saying, hey, look, I need a cut here. I need a piece of this. I like to be seen. I like significance. Tony Robbins calls it one of the 6 human needs. I like significance, my ego says to me. Yeah. So I'm like, okay, ego, I'm going to give you significance. I'm going to admit this to be seen. Let me just do a check here. Does it serve authentically who I am, and does it serve others? Because I believe in service to others. You know what? It does. I have to admit that. I have evidence that shows that when I am seen, it has a positive impact mostly on other people. So what is wrong with saying to be seen if it satisfies the ego, which is part of us, not something to kick to the curb? It's something that we absolutely need to harness and partner with, but also serves others. What's wrong with that is what I came to the conclusion of.
This is like the most badass conversation I've had in a while.
I've seen some of your guests. That's a big compliment.
Let's, like, if you're cool with it, I'm going to kick all this other stuff to the curb real quick, because let's just go here. This is where we need to go. Last night, I'm driving down the road. I get a phone call. It's a woman who, her and her husband makes movies, and she was talking to me about, producing and some of the behind the scenes stuff with film, and saying, I really think you'll be good at this, and we want to get you involved in X, Y, Z. She goes, do you really want, because I've been taking acting classes for years and done some short films and stuff like that. She goes, do you really want to pursue the acting, storytelling, like in front of camera stuff, or are you cool being behind the scenes because you're really good at it? And I am. And there's something inside of me that's just like, ugh. Like, I love being on camera and I love communicating and I love storytelling. And when I hung up the phone with her and I started I had a 2-hour drive, I was just really wrestling with this, Jamie. It's so fun we're having this conversation, because I was like, Heather, what is wrong with your ego that you want to be in front of the camera so much? What I'm hearing you say is liberating, but I'm not sure I know how I partner with my ego. Is there a healthy way to partner with your ego and a non-healthy way? And how do you gauge that?
That's a deep, deep, deep question. I'm going to try not to get too way off the rails and lose you or your audience
No,
on
go
this.
off the rails. Go off the rails. I'm ready.
So let me give you the ascension for me and then what I do now, because it wasn't something I learned in regular consciousness, if you will. I told you about the first psychedelic experience. 5 grams of mushrooms on a couch with a psychologist, crazy music, evil ego comes after me and tells me, this is why you're not the best version of yourself, is because you keep kicking me to the curb. I then went through these other sort of spiritual healings, if you will. One's called constellation healing. Constellation healing is you get in a room with strangers, 6, 7 strangers. It's sort of a very woo, very airy-fairy type of practice, but again, led by a psychologist. And essentially, everybody in that room comes looking to heal a relationship with something. Could be with your lineage, with your past trauma, with generational trauma. Could be with a current parent, husband, wife, whatever, but trying to heal some sort of relational trauma. You can also heal a relational trauma with what's called a meta position, AKA the ego. So I go into this room as like the corporate guy. I'm out of my job, but still, these are all kind of like hippie chicks sitting on bean bags, and then this guy walking in his polo shirt, right? So, and I'm like, all right, I had this psychedelic thing. And by the way, I've never smoked a joint, never done a drug to this day. The only drug I've done, I do that in air quotes, is psilocybin, mushrooms. That's it. So I went through that. I'm like, whoa, okay. That's a new level of consciousness I never understood before. And I got this ego problem, and I'm trying to navigate it. All right, I'll come check out your constellation healing with these hippie chicks. So I sit on this beanbag. The leader kind of meditates us in, or drops us into a meditation just to kind of get the room kind of feeling. She's like, listen, one of you will feel drawn. It's okay. You'll just feel it when you want to confront this, relative generational trauma, meta position. And I'm like, yeah, okay. And I swear to you, as I'm saying, yeah, okay, my hand just like goes up. I'm like, what's it doing? So I stand up and she's like, great. Who do you want to address? I'm like, my ego. Then she looks around the room. She says, who wants to represent his ego today? And a woman across the room says, yeah, I'm feeling it. Me, I feel this. I could be his ego. So she stands up and she kind of, almost in an acting class in a way, she kind of like feels into like almost maybe my energy. Again, very woo, very woo. Stay with me, people.
I'm with you. Go.
But she feels into my energy, and then she takes this physical posture of sort of like annoyed. And Heather, I shit you not. Pardon me. I looked at her and I'm like, holy F, that's my ego. Like, that's it. It's exactly what I would have envisioned it looking like in human form. So the guide comes over and starts walking me toward the ego slowly, asking questions. The ego's getting more defensive. And as she's navigating me through this constellation, I confront somebody who represents society, because judgment from society was always something that scares me. And eventually I get over to the side of the room where this person who's playing my ego is. And it wasn't like we hugged it out, but it was like, hey, I'm willing to trust that you're working on this, was sort of what my ego said to me. Actually, literally what my ego said to me, the human form of it. I'm willing to work with you on this. So flash forward as I work through this. And the way I work on that is just simply checking in with that question. Is this ego? And if it is it a bad thing? Ego, what do you need? How are you feeling about this, my ego? To my ego, like internal. I'm not saying this out loud. Yeah. I go through a second mushroom ceremony, kind of a cap on the other end of it, right before I move here to the Dominican Republic. I go through the ceremony scared because the last time it was dark and heavy. And this was the lightest experience. It's something called your spiritual roundtable. I experienced this thing called your spiritual roundtable. If you can imagine like my conscious self almost going inside to a table, and sitting at that table are all parts of me consulting on questions that I'm pondering. So my ego's there, my sense of humor, my authenticity, all these different pieces of me are sitting at this metaphorical table. And I'm literally feeling the energy that they're giving in answer to whatever questions I'm considering. And I would even say in my mind, can you send me a picture, or can you consciously give me some words or whatever to allow my conscious brain to interpret this? And it would. So I got through that ceremony. It was really light. It felt amazing. And I was like, wow. At the end of it, just before I came out of it, I remember something in me saying, when you need us, now you know where to find us. And so from that point forward, when I need to consult with my inner self, if you will, with the inner child, the ego, all of these different aspects, I meditate. I find the path back there because it was forged through the psychedelic experience. And I ask questions of it. And then I physically can see sometimes myself saying, ego, you going a little too far on this one? And the ego's like, man, maybe, but I still want this. And I'm like, okay, I'll give you that. Absolutely. That's fair. Also, I'm going to do this. So you can almost see it like a relationship with coworkers or people that work for you, just taking all these different personality types and meshing them together and coming up with a common solution. Airy fairy, but that's how I consult with the ego. I go to that place that I found. I have a conversation with my spiritual roundtable, really just kind of flesh it out and feel like, nah, that's all ego. Or ego, hey, that's a little too much you right now. I got to balance it out. Or yeah, I'm willing to give you that, like, be seen, because I feel like there's other value in being seen.
So fun. So I do the board of directors practice. I've been practicing that for a couple of years. Napoleon Hill, you have mentors, imaginary mentors come in around a table and you consult with them. I've never thought about nor heard having parts of yourself around that table, which would argue it's probably the same thing because myself is manifested through those people. But anyway, what parts of yourself are around the table again? Did I miss that? Who are
Yeah.
those?
So what I recall, like say, like the big one's the ego. Like that's the one I check in with the most. But I feel like there's the ego there. There's this like authentic self, this sort of raw, I don't care what anybody thinks. Like, this is just me. That whatever that is, I can't even describe that. My inner child is there. Whatever trauma I suffered as a kid, the kid that was bullied in 4th grade and so on. So like the inner child is there. There might be some other meta position I'm not thinking about, but those are the biggies for me. And honestly, like the biggest check-in, like, the COO is the ego. That's the one that I go to first to check in with and sort of elevated him, her, it, whatever the heck it is in the hierarchy a bit. Because again, before it was like, get out of the room, ego. You're not allowed in here. You're bad. You're awful. And now I found the need to bring this person in as a partner. So that's the biggest one, but there's these other small elements of me there as well.
Can you give me an example? And it can be general or specific, I don't care, but just to have some context. Like, let's say you had something come up and you want to consult with your ego in this round table. Maybe a time you didn't go with the ego.
Yeah. Well, to consult. So I recently was, I don't know, I guess sort of confronted with a business partnership where, it felt like the person on the other end just like, they just wanted to end it in some way, shape or form. That's my feeling. That's what I'm sensing, at least. Like all the actions like, hey, well, this looks good. Yeah, I don't like that. It's not good enough. What about this? It just felt like that person was just looking for a way to get out of it. And so what I wanted to do instantly, the ego, is screw you, I'm out. I'm done. The heck with you, F you kind of thing. And so that's one of those times where you go, okay, what is this? What is it that this is? And honestly, it is like, my ego saying like, yeah, man, screw them. And you got to like, okay, wait a minute. Okay. I feel that. That is all ego. Like that instinct is all ego. What else is there? And I remember hearing like, doesn't cost you anything to have a conversation. Right. So like that was sort of maybe authentic self, or maybe it's my inner child, whatever. Another voice in me or whatever is like, it costs you nothing to have a conversation. Why don't you have a conversation with this person instead of going after them? Another one is when I had my job, and it's funny, like I'm going to use this example, even though I didn't, it's like, I'm looking at it. This is what I did, but I didn't realize like all this ego stuff happened after this incident, but it's the same premise. But I had a boss that we did not get along. That was actually a really good thing in retrospect, because it helped me like wanting to leave even more at the end of my career. And I remember we had these 6 different points of contention along the way, like really bad points of contention. And I was dug in, ego, right? Like, screw her. She doesn't know what she's talking about. She's evil. She's a bad person. She's weak, whatever the heck I thought, whatever my ego thought. But I remember at one point going, wait a minute, what would her perspective be on all of these? And going inside to this theoretical roundtable and saying, I guess if I'm on her side of this, it might have felt this way. And then what about this other incident? Yeah, it might have felt that way. And then again, doesn't cost you anything to have a conversation. Going in and talking to her about, hey, I wrote this down. this is likely how you felt. And for that, I apologize. On this incident, this is something you might have felt because of my action, and I might apologize. This is what I meant, but I could see how you felt this way likely. And she was over the moon happy that we had the conversation, and it really improved our relationship going forward. So I think it's those sorts of things, going in and understanding like, okay, that's all ego. What else do I need to consider here? And that whole, like, it doesn't cost you more to have a conversation is a voice that I got. A time where it was all ego. I mean, I'm sure there are a ton. I know there are a ton. I can't think of something off the top of my head right now, but if it comes up, I'll definitely chime in with it.
Why do you think the ego showed itself to you as a dark form and kind of demonic?
Pissed. It's the best way I could describe it. It was pissed. Yeah,
Why?
it was.
Why?
So imagine having a best friend that is there for you always, wants to help you with everything you're doing. And you say to the best friend, or the best friend hears you talking about like, yeah, I'm going to do this. And the best friend's like, I can help you with that. And you're like, shut up, get away from me. You're an idiot. Right. And the whole time for years, your entire life, your best friend's still there. They're not gone, but you keep kicking them every time they step in to help. And even sometimes they're like, oh, hey, you wanted this. Look, I took care of it. And you're like, yeah, no, that's whatever. You don't even recognize it. Imagine how that best friend is going to feel if one day you walk in, best friend sitting there with you, and you say to somebody else, I'm trying to figure out what's like certain things, like some things get done, but I can't figure out why. And I'm trying to figure out how to overcome that. And your best friend's going like, are you freaking kidding me? I'm there every step of the way. I'm doing this with you. I'm helping you. What are you talking about? Like, you're going to walk in here with me standing here, jumping up and down, showing you this list of things that I've helped you do, and then wonder where you get strength from, how to get strength, how to become the best version of you. So I was pissed, and it came hard and heavy. I even remember at a point, like being dragged down, like what I would describe as being pulled to hell, and seeing a light, like a peephole of light that was getting smaller and smaller. And I remember saying this to the psychologist in the room. I was like holding on to that light. Like, if you can imagine, like it's above ground, like holding on to the edge of the ground so that I didn't get fully dragged in, because I literally, my conscious thought was, this is where people go mad. This is that guy, like, you know, in a straitjacket, back and forth in a mental facility. Like, this is how that happens. She kept telling me, like, you need to go through what it wants to take you through to see to the other side. You got to let go. You have to let go of this hand grip I had on earth, if you will, as I was being dragged down to hell. I didn't allow myself to fully let go. I allowed myself to go pretty deep, and it healed a lot for me with me and my ego, or it was the beginning of healing. But it was pissed. It was absolutely upset that I'm ignoring all that it's done for me, and then had the audacity to say, yeah, I don't know. What's keeping me back from, you know, why can't I accomplish stuff sometimes? Like, well, because you're not listening to me. I keep showing you the way and you're not listening to me. So pissed.
Damn. Morality and the ego, how do you gauge between that? Because sometimes you weren't ready for me, Jamie. Like, let's go. Because you think about sometimes what you want hurts someone else, or isn't necessarily, and it could be as simple as hurting somebody's feelings, or, you know, not being faithful, or whatever. I mean, how do you gauge morality with the ego?
I don't know how you gauge it. That's a really interesting question. But here's what's coming to mind as far as answering that. I was saying before, and I believe this, anything bad that you do, anything that you do that hurts somebody else or whatever, is all ego. It's your ego out of control, which is why it's so popular to want to kill the ego, suppress the ego. Your ego's not your amigo, all of that stuff. So morality is tough. I mean, I know my kid, I think about my kids, like, kids are born. We all are born into this world. You ever walk by somebody homeless and just wonder, like, what happened? Especially having kids, right? Like, you're like, that was somebody's baby. They were born the same way my kids were, or I was, or you were. Like, what happened along the way? And I think it's the same way the other way. Like, morality is sort of innate in us. And we learn guardrails, you know, societal norms and all of that stuff as we grow. I can't speak to the homeless side of that, but on the side of hurting others, the ego is built out of protection. We feel unsafe at a certain age, 6, 7, 8, depending on who you talk to. And we build this thing called the ego. It's unavoidable. We all are going to do it to protect us from what we feel is some sort of danger. Could be like actual danger, physical or whatever. And the ego is built to kind of figure out a way to protect that. That could be manipulation. That could be whatever. or it's some sort of, emotional trauma or something interpreted in a certain way, and we build the ego. So I guess there's sort of like your morality is there, but if you allow your ego to become too large a player, your morality kind of suppresses along with the increase of your ego. So I think morality, you have, ego, you have, and it's like if your ego is turned all the way up, your sense of morality gets turned all the way down. So balancing between those things, I guess, is the best method. But that's a really, really good question. I don't know how to gauge it. I can't say I know how to gauge it other than what I described about meditating and finding your way and partnering. And honestly, I think even just that, I know how freeing it was to hear it said or say it myself at one point, like, wait, my ego is a good thing. I could partner with this thing. Like, it's not, like anything, nothing is, too much of anything isn't good. Too much fruit isn't good. Too many vegetables isn't good, right? Like moderation, but the ego is not something to stamp out. The ego is something that you should harness and partner with. Like, just that permission, I feel like, allows you to be tuned into where's my ego right now so that it doesn't suppress your morality.
Okay. One more deeper level in, and then we'll rise to the surface and get out of the mud. And I'm curious your perception on this. So there's this Alfred Adler, psychologist, who talked about we're born with this sense of inferiority, like this trauma, whatever. And we spend the rest of our lives trying to compensate for that trauma. So you think about the inner child sitting at that table, all the shit that he or she's been through, and we deal with it in different ways. So I was born poor and I'm going to fight and become the richest, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Lately, I've been really thinking a lot about this because if you think about what drives us is usually a result of our deepest wounds. And there's a light and a dark side to it. And I love what Adler talks about is he says he doesn't believe there's a way to ever overcome or run away from our inferiority. The best that we can do is figure out how to point it towards societal good. So I have this pain. I'm drawn to this. I'll use myself as an example. I didn't feel like I was ever seen growing up. I didn't feel like I belonged. And now I love communication. I want to be on camera. I want you to see me, just like you said. And so there's a dark side to that of Heather trauma. But there's also a light side to it that I'm good at it. And I bring joy to some folks. So it's interesting to me to try to figure out, and I guess it goes maybe back to your round table concept or, the whole gauging question. I think I put a lot of guilt on myself, admitting to myself what you just said earlier. I was put on this earth to be seen because my mind immediately goes to inner child trauma, Heather, versus this is actually a light and a good thing. And I'm just curious, anything I just said there, what comes up for you?
That was really, really good. And to your point, like, I think we vilify trauma, we vilify inner child, like broken inner child, we vilify ego. And I think it's just, kind of reframing our relationship with those. But to something you said a minute ago, so I distinctly remember this, such an innocent thing. You want to talk about trauma. That's not trauma, but I perceived it to be trauma. And I built a life around it that I do try to harness for the greater good of society, but something I'm running from. 6 years old, my grandfather was sick with cancer. This is when I lived on Long Island, New York. And I drew a picture of him at school. This is my mother's father. We went after school to my grandmother, my father's mother. So not the married couple, opposite grandparents. And she was hard of hearing. So she asked what I did in school. I said, I drew a picture of grandpa. And she just struck this pose like, oh, you drew a picture of grandma? She was like so excited. And I was starting to say, no, I drew a picture of grandpa. But before I could finish, even the O of no, my mother kind of like stopped me. She's like, don't say anything. Just let her believe it. And again, a lot of work. It wasn't in the moment that I realized. There's a lot of work to realize, like, wow, that's such a simple, innocent moment. My mother was doing nothing wrong. I mean, she's like, hey, like, let her have her moment. But it taught me that other people's feelings are more important than my voice. So from that point forward, I became a people pleaser. Whatever anybody else needed to hear, however else anybody else, as long as they were comfortable, I didn't need to be, right? Like, it's about everybody else, not me. And so today, to your point, that ego suppression was the culmination, or the moment in which I recognized that my ego was pissed about me suppressing it, was the culmination of 6-year-old kid being told not to tell grandma the truth, to please everybody else, kick your own ego to the side, kick your own needs, essentially, is what I would make the analogy of. Kick your own needs of significance or whatever to the side. And so when my ego was allowed to come out and play, when I allowed it to come out and play and partnered with it, it was me saying, okay, I can actually have fun and enjoy and get something from this experience too. And by the way, that people pleaser energy, that trauma I had that my mother, innocently placed upon me or that I interpreted, I please people by hopefully an interview like this. I hope somebody reaches out and says, man, I got so much from that. That felt freeing to me. I got unlocked because of something that dude said or whatever. So that's my people pleasing energy that I bring to the table from my past trauma. And I think that's what you're talking about with the psychologist, I think you said, and quoted him. But the healthy version of that now is trying to balance that with my own needs, not needing to people please despite me, but people pleasing and pleasing myself at the same time.
Tell me if I'm thinking about this correctly, if this is kind of plays into your, I love that young people call it receipts now. I think it's so funny. I love seeing receipts like I'm 23. Your receipts.
I say sus.
You killed it in corporate. You had that thing going for you. Then you leave there and you multi-family investor with over 10,000 members in your community, you become a millionaire, you relocate your family, you had receipts in the last, this is what, 3 years?
Yeah.
3 years. Okay. Comma, a few months ago, you start doing something, tell me if I'm wrong on this, pretty left field from the entrepreneurial leadership, blah, blah, blah stuff that a lot of us are. And you started putting out content about traveling and being a little bit more creative with your stuff and really making a niche in that, and your following's blown up. So all that to say, success in corporate, hit millionaire as an entrepreneur, built a strong ass community. Now you're killing it in content creation. And I know there's a lot of crap in between. And like you said earlier, life's not perfect and beautiful all the time, but there's still just some really huge wins there. And I'm curious, within the context of ego and tapping into that side of yourself, do you attribute that kind of inner work towards following the ego and bringing the ego in that's helped you create some of this stuff? Or am I thinking about this incorrectly?
No, God, that's exactly. None of this happens without learning how to harness and partner with the ego. It's just kind of finding your lane, in my opinion. This is what I feel like I'm doing, have done, at least in the last few years. It's just trying to find my center again. Do you ever hear this? If you take off from New York and fly to LAX, that's a certain flight path. If the flight path deviates, I think it's like half a degree, you end up like 70 miles south in a different location by the time it's all done. So I feel like that's like a lot of us in our teenage years, early 20s, right? Like we've got this sort of center. It's somewhat pure still. And then, we just sort of like, wow, I got to get a job. And that just creates that little separation, that half degree off of our center, if you will. And over 10, 20, 30 years, whatever it is in your job, that 70-mile gap emerges, if you will. So the work I've been doing, I feel like, is closing the gap. The center never changes. This is the path. New York to LA never changed, right? Like that's my center. But my 1 degree flight path change over time and settling for something that really wasn't authentically me for whatever reason, maybe because the ego wanted me to make more money, who knows, right? But was my deviation from the path. So now the last few years, and even still now, I'm just trying to bring that flight back around to center, if you will, and stay on my natural path. So all of this work, I hope this answers your question, is trying to refine the lane of authenticity to the best I possibly can. And I could be wrong today. It could be a year from now. I could find another lane, and that's okay. I'm enjoying the journey of just pursuing it, if you will. But the stuff you're seeing, the blow up of the brand, the building of communities, the ability to sustain a life in another country, all of that, I don't know how to relate them all in a word, but they all fit into this sort of feeling of authenticity that I have, this sense of who I truly am. I am a guy who likes to have adventure. I love bringing people together. I love connecting people. I love sharing content. I love this. So this was honestly, like you said, I know it's another podcast. Like, I love this. I love getting on shows, especially with great hosts and having a great conversation. So I just feel like I'm doing things in my lane. And what's crazy about that is, and this is where it gets a little bit like, I can't describe to you completely how that's earning me income, but it is. I have the receipts. I'm earning a really good income being me. And I don't know that I could fully describe exactly how, if that makes sense. You know, I could describe how in a practical sense, like, oh, well, here's where the income comes from: revenue, expenses, profit in my bank account. Like I can describe that, of course, but I can't describe to you why today I'll say, I got to film this YouTube video, which is going to pay me $8, with my monetization in YouTube. But how that is absolutely the highest dollar productive activity I know in my soul that I can do today.
Ooh, oh, that I needed to hear that. I needed to hear that. Thank you for saying what you just said. Damn, I have my business. That's where all my income comes in. And I feel so drawn to make things. And I've just told somebody yesterday, I'm like, it doesn't make sense on paper to spend this amount of time doing this when I can spend that same amount of time and like compound what I make. But what you just said, that's going to come back around. There's something energetically there. And if I may just be like super honest with you, it makes sense in my logical Heather brain to see, all right, he goes from corporate to entrepreneur, and that was seamless, and he made great money and all that. Because to me, I'm thinking, okay, on paper, great communication, leadership, networking, there's a lot of transferable skills.
The resume.
Right?
Sure.
What's interesting to me about you is your, I don't know the word to it, commitment to go into the creative space and kind of reinvent yourself there. And we talked a few weeks ago about how you've been identifying more as a podcaster and a storyteller and a creative, and your content isn't about, I mean, you mention it, but it's not all about business and leadership and I made this much money and blah, blah, blah. You're like, how do you get an Uber around here? And the permission to let yourself be creative and reinvent again. I'm wondering what part of the ego, like you've had to tap into with that, because I would feel like there would be a lot of resistance as a successful man to kind of stay in that lane where you have receipts and to go into another one where maybe you don't.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
I'm thinking of the ego and the role in that. And I think this is what I've learned. And I don't know where the ego plays in. You might hear it. You might hear where it does. Anytime anybody, but I'll speak for me, wants to do something different that sort of diverges from the norm, instantly, and I'm sure you go through this as well, you question yourself, you wonder, you doubt, you feel silly, whatever it might be. That's what happens when you're looking forward at something through the fog of emotion. It's all emotion. Emotion is what's creating that self-doubt that, oh, if I call myself this, I'm going to sound silly. Like, how will that look? But this doesn't make money. How do I explain it to somebody on paper? It doesn't make sense. That's all emotion. Mm-hmm. To your point about daring, if you will, to take the jump into the next thing and the next thing. When I look back at life in general, let's go corporate career because it's really linear and pragmatic. I took a job at one point in my company, which I was at for 21 years, where they said, hey, we got this department. We want somebody to take over. We don't know if it's going to be around in 6 months. Well, what if it's not? I said. They're like, well, then, good luck. Yeah. And I'm like, yeah, I'll take it. And I took it. We made something of it, and it actually got me promoted. I took another job where it was 45 weeks a year traveling when we just had our first kid, 45 weeks on a plane a year traveling. And again, there was like, wow, it'll be good experience for you. And I was like, okay, sure, I'll go do it. And it got me promoted. So looking forward into the unknown is all emotion. And what I'm learning and have learned is to look backward at evidence. So it's not the same thing. I can't speak to evidence of if I go from brand, community builder to podcaster and or creator, like I know exactly what's going to happen because I have evidence of that. But I do have evidence of what happens when I feel like, even though it doesn't make sense, maybe, but it just feels right to take this next step, it's always worked out. Maybe it doesn't work out perfectly initially or perfectly overall, but it ends up working out way better than if I hadn't. Like things happen as a result of making those decisions to step into the unknown. So for me, the reason why I think you're asking this, I feel like the nerve or the ability to jump into the next thing and then say, you know what, I'm going to, like you said, hey, people want to hear about my life in the Dominican. Sure. Like, here we go. Like, I'll tell you everything, how to get an Uber, how much appliances are, whatever it might be. So it's just simply, well, I have evidence that when I follow my heart, when I follow what I believe is my authentic self, when something excites me and I kind of like go through or go with it, it pays off. So evidence instead of emotion is what I try to lean on.
I have a friend who is an entrepreneur, super successful, and I think he's an underground creative. And I was talking to him the other day, and he was kind of teasing, but he said this, and I'm curious your perception on it as a creative and entrepreneur yourself. He said, yeah, I'd love to be creative, but I also like making money.
Yeah.
And it just hit me. And he was laughing, but it hit me. And I thought, damn, is that what we've trained ourselves to believe is the trade off? And I know there's some practicality here to be, you know, you have to be business minded and entrepreneurial as a creative, right? How do you view that now after you have this underneath your belt here and then you're kind of going into this space? Do you think that we need to build business success first before we can fully be free in the creative? Or is this just a narrative that's just complete BS? What do you think,
My take,
honestly?
my take is it's a narrative. My take is it's a narrative. I believe that, and I've had, again, evidence in my life that if you're a creative and you've got that creative energy and you want to create something and put it out into the world and it serves people in some way, shape, or form, money, accolades, whatever it is you're pursuing. Some people it's like, yeah, I like to make money. Other people it's like, I like people to love me. Whatever that is, whatever that measure of success or measure of tangible outcome that you need, love, money, possessions, cars, whatever it might be, it comes. It does come. Or at least your ability to acquire those things comes. And what I mean is like you build a creative career, but decide not to monetize it. That's okay, but you could. You've created something that could monetize. Maybe money's not your thing. You want it to stay in your mind pure or whatever. But I don't know. Like I spent 21 years, leaning into the pragmatic. And if you spent any time in corporate America, somebody would know this. Like it was probably 7 revolutions of 3-year sameness. And what I mean is like, okay, year 1, we're all focused on this. And then we did it. Year 2, we're going to focus on that. Yay, we did it. Year 3, this other thing. Yay, we did it. Year 4 was back to the first thing again because we put all of our focus on one thing again. So it was just like motion for the sake of motion in corporate. And then a paycheck came in. Like that was soul sucking for me, right? Like, cool, I'm doing the same thing every 3rd year and then money hits a bank account. Whereas now it's like I can build and create and put stuff out into the world that truly lights me up. And then I get feedback from others that, hey, it's helped me quite a bit.
Yeah.
I'd rather that. And by the way, the money comes, or the car comes, or the love or the praise comes, or the followers come, whatever your measure of success is comes. So money's obviously a practical thing, like you said, but I'm not saying like, hey man, just snap fingers and record stuff and here comes the money.
Yeah.
You got to have some planning, some sense of it, entrepreneurial. I like what you said, but I guess what I'm internalizing is that question. It's like, how does this make you money? Like when that comes, like, hey man, you talk about Dominican, like how do you make money? Is that a big enough market? It's like, stop. But that's how our brains sometimes work. Like I got to understand how that pays you. And that just drives me nuts. It's like, I don't know. It'll be fine. I'll be good. Thanks.
And I'll wrap us up here. I have one more kind of question for you, and then we'll get you out. That's a lie. I have 2.5 questions left.
I'll sneak them in. I'll be quick.
I am not ready to take anything that scares the hell out of me so bad. I've never done drugs before. I've never smoked, never done anything, just like you. And I know this isn't drugs. This is something different. I also am so ready for a deeper awareness and level of spirituality. And I mean, like I don't get super wooed out. I can go there. What would you suggest for anybody who's like me, who may not be ready to kind of do some of that work just yet, but to kind of really explore and understand on a deeper level what you've shared today? Any books, any resources? What's helpful besides going and drinking tea?
I would say, so this is, again, the practice that I put together some time ago. It was something it was a gift to my wife to get away for a long weekend. And then it became like a ritual that we both do separately. Actually, I just said to her the other day, I know when it's like time for your weekend. You please, she needs to go do a weekend. But the concept of a solo weekend. And the idea is you have to set an intention, whatever that intention is for the weekend. And then I would say this: Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Friday, allow yourself to decompress. Shoot, I got to return that text. Oh man, that email, I got to make sure I send that to that person. Allow yourself to do that. As you go into Saturday, put it away and just be. Like, don't worry about, you got an intention, have to have an intention, whatever that is for the weekend. How do I monetize my business? What's the next best step forward for me? Whatever that intention is that you want to ask yourself, and just have that present. As you meditate on that intention and then come out of that meditation and just write down whatever, through the weekend, it'll become more clear on paper. Like, you're going to write down gobbledygook after your first meditation because you're packed up. It's like when your gut is filled with crap. You just got to shit it out. So same thing. And then as you go along, keeping the intention in mind. You do another meditation, grab something to eat, do another one, 30 minutes, hour, 20 minutes, 10 minutes, whatever. And you journal out of that. It just, every time I've done this, and I've done it for a few years, I come up with something, a nugget, a thought, a line by the end of the weekend that allows me to go, oh, okay, there it is. There's a sense of clarity. There's a break in the wall that I couldn't see with some light coming through that I'm going to pursue. So without going the route of psychedelics, I think you can have an equal experience by doing something like a solo weekend.
Beautiful. Listen, you did not have to do this. I was sitting here trying to even think a minute ago. I don't even know how I met you, but I'm so glad I did. Like, I'm so glad that
I can tell you how. I followed you because your content is incredible and I relate so much to your story. So I'm a huge fan. That's how you met me. You were gracious enough to come on my podcast, and then I'm honored that you invited me here.
Well, we're friends, okay, Jamie? Let's just say Heather and Jamie are friends. I really enjoyed this conversation. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your vulnerability, being open to some of this. I can't necessarily have this conversation with everybody in the world, so thank you for having it with me. Where would you like to direct our listeners to? What's the best spot?
So I would say if you want to come to Instagram or YouTube, either one's at the Jamie Gruber. You can do both. If you're interested in being part of my community, you can go to GoBundancyMerge.com and check that out and apply there.
Sweet. Very last question. What is something you are deeply questioning you do not have the answer to right now?
Honestly, what does life look like at 65? What does life look like at 65?
Good. It looks real good.
I hope so.
There's your answer. Jamie, thanks for your time today.
Thank you. Thank you.
This is how legends are made. This is how legends are made. This is how legends are made.
Hello, it is Gwen O'Donnell here from Two Stars Media, and I'm here with Teresa Melvin at NFT NYC. And what can we say? This girl's the future. We love her, and we've been watching her growth for 3 years now that I've been watching. And her art, well, we're going to let her tell you about herself and her art and everything else.
Hello, I'm Teresa Melvin. I'm a teen artist and creator of my project, Ava Ramona, and it's about my 2 original characters. And I've been in this space for like over 2 years now and went to many speaking events, spoke at many events. I have a YouTube live series called Art and Chat where I interview other like amazing artists. And yeah, I've been doing a lot in this space so far, creating many artworks, and yeah.
Do your peers know anything about NFTs? Do you discuss these things with them? Does everybody think you're nuts like with me or what?
Some of my friends do know that I'm in the NFT space, and they're actually very supportive. But like the thing is, they don't even know what like NFTs or Web3 is. I haven't really like had that discussion with them. It's more like they accidentally searched my name up one day, and they're like, "Oh my God, I had no idea." So I'm just like, well, there's one side of me, the really colorful side on social media. But yeah, there are like, in my school, NFT is not like really common. Some people do know it. But yeah, I'm just like really happy to be in this space with a lot of other people that are like me.
Yeah, finally you're amongst a bunch of people who actually know what you're talking about, right?
Yeah.
So how did you get the idea for Ava Ramona? Like, well, how did this whole thing evolve?
So basically, even before going into the NFT space, I had these characters, Ava and Ramona, and I created them when I was actually 9 years old. Back then, I was like, they were kind of like my imaginary friends in a way, being an only child. And I think they kind of like helped me like all like throughout my years, and made my like personality more like developed. And I wanted this to be like a way to support other young artists as well. So far, I've donated $2,000 to the Adobe for Kids initiative. And I plan on doing so much more with that. And yeah, I want to keep continuing with Ava Ramona and creating more stuff with it, like maybe books. I'm thinking of like, learning animation, so maybe incorporating them in that. And yeah.
How do you see, the NFT space opening up to more young artists? Are you seeing this happen? Are you seeing more artists coming on board? And what would you say to people coming in to give them encouragement?
Yeah, I definitely do see a lot of like kid artists or young creators joining the space, and to me that's amazing. And for me, I feel like my purpose here is to share my experiences, share my art, to represent all of these young creators and to give back to them as well. And I feel like the NFT, the Web3 space in general, has a lot of opportunities for young creators. It really helped me to develop, my speaking skills as well, to manage my time, and also give, more opportunities to, prepare yourself for the future and keep continuing like doing what you love at an early age.
This brings something that's really important to me, and that is, I feel like these schools really have to start embracing the whole concept of Web3. And I think that it's not really happening yet, like, because there's a lot of maybe negativity about crypto, and people don't quite understand what an NFT is. Tell us, like, do you think it would be great or good or not good if schools were to start incorporating some of this education? What would be your opinion on that?
I think that's a great idea, introducing, schools and like students into, the new technology, the new like innovating things happening in the space. Because not like a lot of people in school I think they got the wrong side of NFTs. Like, it's just like an image, I can screenshot it, but there's so much more to NFTs than just like buying and selling, and so much more than just art. So I think if the school introduced, more in depth about what Web3 is, what NFTs is, it's really an incredible opportunity for students to learn like the benefits from it. And yeah, that's why I really love this space. It's all about, collaboration and experimenting with so many different like fields and mediums and tools.
Is there anything else that you would like to say that I have not asked you about?
I think we basically like covered it all, kind of, but I would say like to all of the artists, all of the creators, don't lose yourself in the process of, like uploading on social media and on your like social media presence. Just stay true to yourself, keep doing what you love, and also like find other ways to, support your supporters as well. So yeah, keep creating.
Thank you, Teresa. We think you're great. We can't wait to see what we're going to do in this world.
Thank you so much.
This is how legends are made.
We are talking to Tony from Doodlegenics.
Woo!
TV.
This is how legends are made. This is how legends are made. This is how legends are made.
Hi guys, Gwen with True Stars Media, here at NFT NYC. And right here with me, I have Rainbow Masha, and she is a force to be reckoned with. Tell us a little bit about your art, a little bit about you, and what inspires you.
Well, my name is Rainbow Masha. I am on the autism spectrum. I am a teenager who does art, who writes books, and does so many other things that some people don't even know they may be capable of. And the thing with my art, I'm so happy to have gotten this special gift from my dad. And connecting with art through my life has really helped me. Sometimes I wasn't able to speak or communicate, but art has really helped me.
I had read on your webpage that you had spent some time with your grandmother and that really inspired you. Can you tell a little bit about that?
Yeah, my abuela died during COVID. She had colon cancer, and it was a really hard and scary process for me to visualize and hear what was going on, and it felt very scary. And also it was when the world was beginning to go into turmoil with COVID and how hard it's felt for our family and for me too, but we've learned to manage through that.
Wow. With your peers, do you find a lot of young people know about NFTs? Do they know that you're an artist? Do they know how incredible you are?
Well, I have friends who know I'm an artist, and I have a feeling that most of them don't even know what NFTs are. And of course I like to explain things to them, but I explain what I know because I don't know everything, and I like to ask questions. And it's very amazing how I get to travel to different places, even if that means skipping school.
That's good. Do you think that it would be good if they taught NFTs and also Web3 technology in schools?
Oh, yeah, if they want to, and it'd be very good for other schools to learn to give inclusion and opportunity to those who don't have that. And my school doesn't give that, and I think that would be a very good and important step for students to take.
Yeah. So I heard you talking on the stage earlier, and you were talking about people really standing firm with who they are and sometimes rebelling if it's important. Could you talk a little bit about that?
Well, I love to rebel, even at the wrong times, and it's important that we go against what is wrong and something that's unfair, and we have to believe what we believe in. No one has to impose their views or beliefs on us, and that we have to follow whatever our heart desires.
Wow, that's pretty impressive. I agree with you. Do you think that there's something specifically that could be changed?
Well, in many instances, yes. Sometimes when being with someone, sometimes the best thing to do is not or say or do sometimes the best thing to do is to not say or do anything, but to listen and show empathy and be there for that person, no matter what they may go through, or if they may just need someone to talk with.
Yeah, and I think art, like you said, can really connect people in that way.
Yeah, art can in various different ways. And what's most important is that people have the right to do what they want to do instead of anyone telling them what to do.
That's right. Wow, you're amazing. Did you say you wrote a book?
I've written 5 books in less than 2 years.
What? Get out of town.
Yeah, you can find them on Amazon.
Okay, can you tell a little about your books?
Well, my first book is called What I Gained and Lost During COVID-19. It's based off on what I explained to you of what my abuela, my grandma, my mom's mom, and her reality of what happened and what we went through during COVID. The second book is called Rainbow Rabbit Meets Oracle, the Alphabet Creature. It's about learning to make your own alphabet and also representing the challenges I had with dyslexia and misreading some things and not knowing how to read. And the third book is called Balloons. It's based off on OCD, obsessive compulsive disorder, and repeating the same thing over and over and not skipping to a new topic. And the fourth book is called Adventures at the Zoo. It's me connecting with wildlife and also representing a fictional side to what summer school was like at the Nashville Zoo in 2021. And last but never least, there is Rogue Girls Rule, my 5th book, and it's about female empowerment and going against sexism and showing that women should never be told to be ladylike and know their place in society, and that they know they have the right to just literally go out there and be who they want to be and do what they want to do and say what they want to say.
Right on, girl. Oh my God, I'm so glad that you told us about this stuff. So where can people find you and your work and all that stuff online?
Well, like I just said, my books are found on Amazon, and I am found on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, TikTok, And so far from what I remember, that's it. That's where people can find me.
Cool. All right. Well, we really appreciate talking to you, and we'll keep watching your art. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Bye.
This is how legends are made.
I think that's a great idea, introducing, schools and like students into, the new technology, the new like innovating things happening in the space.
This is how legends are made. This is how legends are made. This is how legends are made.
Hello, it is Gwen O'Donnell here from Two Stars Media, and I'm here with Teresa Melvin at NFT NYC. And what can we say? This girl's the future. We love her, and we've been watching her growth for 3 years now that I've been watching. And her art, well, we're going to let her tell you about herself and her art and everything else.
Hello, I'm Teresa Melvin. I'm a teen artist and creator of my project, Ava Ramona, and it's about my 2 original characters. And I've been in this space for like over 2 years now and went to many speaking events, spoke at many events. I have a YouTube live series called Art and Chat where I interview other like amazing artists. And yeah, I've been doing a lot in this space so far, creating many artworks, and yeah.
Do your peers know anything about NFTs? Do you discuss these things with them? Does everybody think you're nuts like with me, or what?
Some of my friends do know that I'm in the NFT space, and they're actually very supportive. But like the thing is, they don't even know what like NFTs or Web3 is. I haven't really like had that discussion with them. It's more like they accidentally searched my name up one day, and they're like, "Oh my God, I had no idea." So I'm just like, well, there's one side of me, the really colorful side on social media. But yeah, there are like, in my school, NFT is not like really common. Some people do know it. But yeah, I'm just like really happy to be in this space with a lot of other people that are like me.
Yeah, finally you're amongst a bunch of people who actually know what you're talking about, right?
Yeah.
So how did you get the idea for Ava Ramona? Like, well, how did this whole thing evolve?
So basically, even before going into the NFT space, I had these characters, Ava and Ramona, and I created them when I was actually 9 years old. Back then, I was like, they were kind of like my imaginary friends in a way, being an only child. And I think they kind of like helped me like all like throughout my years, and made my like personality more like developed. And I wanted this to be like a way to support other young artists as well. So far, I've donated $2,000 to the Adobe for Kids initiative. And I plan on doing so much more with that. And yeah, I want to keep continuing with Ava Ramona and creating more stuff with it, like maybe books. I'm thinking of like, learning animation, so maybe incorporating them in that. And yeah.
How do you see, the NFT space opening up to more young artists? Are you seeing this happen? Are you seeing more artists coming on board? And what would you say to people coming in to give them encouragement?
Yeah, I definitely do see a lot of like kid artists or young creators joining the space, and to me that's amazing. And for me, I feel like my purpose here is to share my experiences, share my art, to represent all of these young creators and to give back to them as well. And I feel like the NFT, the Web3 space in general, has a lot of opportunities for young creators. It really helped me to develop, my speaking skills as well, to manage my time, and also give, more opportunities to, prepare yourself for the future and keep continuing like doing what you love at an early age.
This brings something that's really important to me, and that is, I feel like these schools really have to start embracing the whole concept of Web3. And I think that it's not really happening yet, like because there's a lot of maybe negativity about crypto, and people don't quite understand what an NFT is. Tell us, like, do you think it would be great or good or not good if schools were to start incorporating some of this education? What would be your opinion on that?
I think that's a great idea, introducing, schools and like students into, the new technology, the new like innovating things happening in the space. Because not like a lot of people in school I think they got on the wrong side of NFTs. Like, it's just like an image, I can screenshot it, but there's so much more to NFTs than just like buying and selling, and so much more than just art. So I think if the school introduced, more in depth about what Web3 is, what NFTs is, it's really an incredible opportunity for students to learn like the benefits from it. And yeah, that's why I really love this space. It's all about, collaboration and experimenting with so many different like fields and mediums and tools.
Is there anything else that you would like to say that I have not asked you about?
I think we basically like covered it all, kind of, but I would say like to all of the artists, all of the creators, don't lose yourself in the process of, like uploading on social media and on your like social media presence. Just stay true to yourself, keep doing what you love, and also like find other ways to, support your supporters as well. So yeah, keep creating.
Thank you, Teresa. We think you're great. We can't wait to see what you're going to do in this world.
Thank you so much.
This is how legends are made.
We are talking to Tony from Doodlegenics.
Woo! This is how legends are made. This is how legends are made. This is how legends are made.
Hi guys, Gwen with True Stars Media, here at NFT NYC, and right here with me I have Rainbow Masha, and she is a force to be reckoned with. Tell us a little bit about your art, a little bit about you, and what inspires you.
Well, my name is Rainbow Masha. I am on the autism spectrum. I am a teenager who does art, writes books, and does so many other things that some people don't even know they may be capable of. And the thing with my art, I'm so happy to have gotten this special gift from my dad. And connecting with art for my life has really helped me. Sometimes I wasn't able to speak or communicate, but art has really helped me.
I had read on your webpage that you had spent some time with your grandmother and that really inspired you. Can you tell a little bit about that?
Yeah, my abuela died during COVID. She had colon cancer, and it was a really hard and scary process for me to visualize and hear what was going on, and it felt very scary. And also it was when the world was beginning to go into turmoil with COVID and how hard it's felt for our family and for me too, but we've learned to manage through that.
Wow. With your peers, do you find a lot of young people know about NFTs? Do they know that you're an artist? Do they know how incredible you are?
Well, I have friends who know I'm an artist, and I have a feeling that most of them don't even know what NFTs are. And of course I like to explain things to them, but I explain what I know because I don't know everything, and I like to ask questions. And it's very amazing how I get to travel to different places, even if that means skipping school.
That's good. Do you think that it would be good if they taught NFTs and also Web3 technology in schools?
Oh yeah, if they want to, and it'd be very good for other schools to learn to give inclusion and opportunity to those who don't have that. And my school doesn't give that, and I think that would be a very good and important step for students to take.
Yeah. So I heard you talking on the stage earlier, and you were talking about people really standing firm with who they are and sometimes rebelling if it's important. Could you talk a little bit about that?
Well, I love to rebel, even at the wrong times, and it's important that we go against what is wrong and something that's unfair, and we have to believe what we believe in. No one has to impose their views or beliefs on us, and that we have to follow whatever our heart desires.
Wow, that's pretty impressive. I agree with you. Do you think that there's something specifically that could be changed?
Well, in many instances, yes. Sometimes when being with someone, sometimes the best thing to do is not say or do. Sometimes the best thing to do is to not say or do anything, but to listen and show empathy and be there for that person, no matter what they may go through, or if they may just need someone to talk with.
Yeah, and I think art, like you said, can really connect people in that way.
Yeah, art can in various different ways. And what's most important is that people have the right to do what they want to do instead of anyone telling them what to do.
That's right. Wow, you're amazing. Did you say you wrote a book?
I've written 5 books in less than 2 years.
What? Get out of town.
Yeah, you can find them on Amazon.
Okay, can you tell a little about your books?
Well, my first book is called What I Gained and Lost During COVID-19. It's based off on what I explained to you of what my abuela, my grandma, my mom's mom, and her reality of what happened and what we went through during COVID. The second book is called Rainbow Rabbit Meets Oracle, the Alphabet Creature. It's about learning to make your own alphabet and also representing the challenges I had with dyslexia and misreading some things and not knowing how to read. And the third book is called Balloons. It's based off on OCD, obsessive compulsive disorder, and repeating the same thing over and over and not skipping to a new topic. And the fourth book is called Adventures at the Zoo. It's me connecting with wildlife and also representing a fictional side to what summer school was like at the Nashville Zoo in 2021. And last but never least, there is Rogue Girls Rule, my 5th book, and it's about female empowerment and going against sexism and showing that women should never be told to be ladylike and know their place in society, and that they know they have the right to just literally go out there and be who they want to be and do what they want to do and say what they want to say.
Right on, girl. Oh my God, I'm so glad that you told us about this stuff. So where can people find you and your work and all that stuff online?
Well, like I just said, my books are found on Amazon, and I am found on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, TikTok, and so far from what I remember, that's it. That's where people can find me.
Cool. All right. Well, we really appreciate talking to you, and we'll keep watching your art. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Bye.
This is how legends are made.
I think that's a great idea, introducing, schools and students into, the new technology, the new innovating things happening in the space.
This is how legends are made. This is how legends are made. is how legends are made.
Hello, it is Gwen O'Donnell here from True Stars Media, and I'm here with Teresa Melvin at NFT NYC. And what can we say? This girl's the future. We love her, and we've been watching her growth for 3 years now that I've been watching. And her art, well, we're going to let her tell you about herself and her art and everything else.
Hello, I'm Teresa Melvin. I'm a teen artist and creator of my project, Ava Ramona, and it's about my 2 original characters. And I've been in this space for like over 2 years now and went to many speaking events, spoke at many events. I have a YouTube live series called Art and Chat where I interview other like amazing artists. And yeah, I've been doing a lot in this space so far, creating many artworks, and yeah.
Do your peers know anything about NFTs? Do you discuss these things with them? Does everybody think you're nuts like with me or what?
Some of my friends do know that I'm in the NFT space, and they're actually very supportive. But like the thing is, they don't even know what like NFTs or Web3 is. I haven't really like had that discussion with them. It's more like they accidentally searched my name up one day, and they're like, "Oh my God, I had no idea." So I'm just like, well, there's one side of me, the really colorful side on social media. But yeah, there are like, in my school, NFT is not like really common. Some people do know it. But yeah, I'm just like really happy to be in this space with a lot of other people that are like me.
Yeah, finally you're amongst a bunch of people who actually know what you're talking about, right?
Yeah.
So how did you get the idea for Ava Ramona? Like, well, how did this whole thing evolve?
So basically, even before going to the NFT space, I had these characters, Ava and Ramona, and I created them when I was actually 9 years old. Back then, I was like, they were kind of like my imaginary friends in a way, you know, being an only child. And I think they kind of like helped me like all like throughout my years, and made my like personality more like developed. And I wanted this to be like a way to support other young artists as well. So far, I've donated $2,000 to the Adobe for Kids initiative. And I plan on doing so much more with that. And yeah, I want to keep continuing with Ava Ramona and creating more stuff with it, like maybe books. I'm thinking of like, you know, learning animation, so maybe incorporating them in that. And yeah.
How do you see, you know, the NFT space opening up to more young artists? Are you seeing this happen? Are you seeing more artists coming on board? And what would you say to people coming in to give them encouragement?
Yeah, I definitely do see a lot of like kid artists or, you know, young creators joining the space. And to me, that's amazing. And, you know, for me, I feel like my purpose here is to share my experiences, share my art, to represent all of these young creators and to give back to them as well. And I feel like the NFT, the Web3 space in general, has a lot of opportunities for young creators. It really helped me to develop, you know, my speaking skills as well, to manage my time, and also give, you know, more opportunities to, you know, prepare yourself for the future and keep continuing like doing what you love at an early age.
This brings something that's really important to me, and that is, I feel like these schools really have to start embracing the whole concept of Web3. And I think that it's not really happening yet, like, because there's a lot of maybe negativity about crypto, and people don't quite understand what an NFT is. Tell us, like, do you think it would be great or good or not good if schools were to start incorporating some of this education? What would be your opinion on that?
I think that's a great idea, introducing, you know, schools and like students into, you know, the new technology, the new like innovating things happening in the space. Because not like a lot of people in school I think they got on the wrong side of NFTs. Like, it's just like an image, I can screenshot it, but there's so much more to NFTs than just like buying and selling, and so much more than just art. So I think if the school introduced, you know, more in depth about what Web3 is, what NFTs is, it's really an incredible opportunity for students to learn like the benefits from it. And yeah, that's why I really love this space. It's all about, you know, collaboration and experimenting with so many different like fields and mediums and tools.
Is there anything else that you would like to say that I have not asked you about?
I think we basically like covered it all kind of, but I would say like to all of the artists, all of the creators, you know, don't lose yourself in the process of, you know, like uploading on social media and on your like social media presence. Just stay true to yourself, keep doing what you love, and also like find other ways to, you know, support your supporters as well. So yeah, keep creating.
Thank you, Teresa. We think you're great. We can't wait to see what you're going to do in this world.
Thank you so much.
This is how legends are made.
We are talking to Tony from Doodlegenics.
Woo!
This is how legends are made. This is how legends are made. This is how legends are made.
Hi guys, Gwen with True Stars Media, here at NFT NYC. And right here with me I have Rainbow Masha, and she is a force to be reckoned with. Tell us a little bit about your art, a little bit about you, and what inspires you.
Well, my name is Rainbow Masha. I am on the autism spectrum. I am a teenager who does art, writes books, and does so many other things that some people don't even know they may be capable of. And the thing with my art, I'm so happy to have gotten this special gift from my dad. And connecting with art for my life has really helped me. Sometimes I wasn't able to speak or communicate, but art has really helped me.
I had read on your webpage that you had spent some time with your grandmother and that really inspired you. Can you tell a little bit about that?
Yeah, my abuela died during COVID. She had colon cancer, and it was a really hard and scary process for me to visualize and hear what was going on, and it felt very scary. And also it was when the world was beginning to go into turmoil with COVID and how hard it's felt for our family and for me too, but we've learned to manage through that.
Wow. With your peers, do you find a lot of young people know about NFTs? Do they know that you're an artist? Do they know how incredible you are?
Well, I have friends who know I'm an artist, and I have a feeling that most of them don't even know what NFTs are. And of course I like to explain things to them, but I explain what I know because I don't know everything, and I like to ask questions. And it's very amazing how I get to travel to different places, even if that means skipping school.
That's good. Do you think that it would be good if they taught NFTs and also Web3 technology in schools?
Yeah, if they want to, and it'd be very good for other schools to learn to give inclusion and opportunity to those who don't have that. And my school doesn't give that, and I think that would be a very good and important step for students to take.
Yeah. So I heard you talking on the stage earlier, and you were talking about people really standing firm with who they are and sometimes rebelling if it's important. Could you talk a little bit about that?
Well, I love to rebel, even at the wrong times, and it's important that we go against what is wrong and something that's unfair, and we have to believe what we believe in. No one has to impose their views or beliefs on us, and that we have to follow whatever our heart desires.
Wow, that's pretty impressive. I agree with you. Do you think that there's something specifically that could be changed?
Well, in many instances, yes. Sometimes when being with someone. You don't, sometimes the best thing to do is not or say or do sometimes the best thing to do is to not say or do anything, but to listen and show empathy and be there for that person, no matter what they may go through, or if they may just need someone to talk with.
Yeah. And I think art, like you said, can really connect people in that way.
Yeah, art can in various different ways. And what's most important is that people have the right to do what they want to do instead of anyone telling them what to do.
That's right. Wow, you're amazing. Did you say you wrote a book?
I've written 5 books in less than 2 years.
What? Get out of town.
Yeah, you can find them on Amazon.
Okay, can you tell a little about your books?
Well, my first book is called What I Gained and Lost During COVID-19. It's based off on what I explained to you of what my abuela, my grandma, my mom's mom, and her reality of what happened and what we went through during COVID. The second book is called Rainbow Rabbit Meets Oracle, the Alphabet Creature. It's about learning to make your own alphabet and also representing the challenges I had with dyslexia and misreading some things and not knowing how to read. And the third book is called Balloons. It's based off on OCD, obsessive compulsive disorder, and repeating the same thing over and over and not skipping to a new topic. And the fourth book is called Adventures at the Zoo. It's me connecting with wildlife and also representing a fictional side to what summer school was like at the Nashville Zoo in 2021. And last but never least, there is Rogue Girls Rule, my 5th book, and it's about female empowerment and going against sexism and showing that women should never be told to be ladylike and know their place in society, and that they know they have the right to just literally go out there and be who they want to be and do what they want to do and say what they want to say.
Right on, girl. Oh my God, I'm so glad that you told us about this stuff. So where can people find you and your work and all that stuff online?
Well, like I just said, my books are found on Amazon, and I am found on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, TikTok, and so far from what I remember, that's it. That's where people can find me.
Cool. All right. Well, we really appreciate talking to you, and we'll keep watching your art. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Bye.
This is how legends are made.
I think that's a great idea, introducing, schools and like students into, the new technology, the new like innovating things happening in the space.
Hi, thank you for joining us today in a meditation practice, a practice for aligning to our inner light and our inner knowing. Regardless of your level of practice, everything and anything is welcome in this space. So we'll start today with just a few invitations, inviting ourselves to find a comfortable space to sit and land more completely. If possible, finding a place with our back body and seat supported. We'll invite us to close our eyes if we're comfortable, or gently rest our gaze in front of us, allowing the space between and around our brow to soften. Remembering that we are always in choice. And there is no right or wrong way to be in the here and now. We'll begin by feeling our feet supported and connected to the earth. Feeling the roots that sprout from the bottoms of our feet. They are at least as deep as we are tall. Noticing the rootlets that sprout from each toe, including our pinky toes, further anchoring us to the earth. Allowing our connection to the earth, to gravity, to expand. Allowing us to soften just a little bit more into being held by gravity. Begin to connect to the sky through our breath without going anywhere. The sky actually comes all the way down to the earth to greet us. So with ease and gentleness, we're opening up to the sky energy, coming in through our breath and in through our crown, and gently washing all the way down our body back to the earth through our roots. With each breath, as we gently open to the sky energy, we may notice places we're holding more tightly than others in our body. And gently invite that sky energy to gently wash that tension away, giving it back to the earth. Without judgment or attachment, we'll use our breath to gently guide our consciousness down to the cubby hole that lives inside of our heart. If this seems new or strange, don't worry, we'll do it together. On an inhale, just noticing, observing, without judgment or attachment. And on the exhale, allowing our mind to gently float past the backs of our eyes. then down past the top of our throat, down past the tops of our lungs, landing gently in this cubby hole that lives behind our heart. It's from this place that we connect to a space inside ourselves that shines like the sun. So with each gentle breath, we'll allow our inner sun to grow, starting out at the size of a candle. Noticing how our inner sun begins to fill our whole center heart space. We might find a tender spot, a memory, a care, or worry somewhere in our heart space. And that's okay. Just gently escort whatever's coming up in there to one of the infinite front row seats of our heart. Allowing our inner light to flow into this newfound space and expand. Noticing our light filling up our entire abdomen with gentleness and ease, pouring over the tops of our shoulders, running down our arms to our fingertips. With gentleness and ease flowing down through our legs, our calves, down to our feet and toes, connecting with the earth through our roots. Noticing light coming up our neck and through our entire skull, connecting through our crown to the sky energy. Allowing light to flow from the front of us and behind us, on top and below, to the right of us and to the left of us. to where we are completely full of our inner light, softening into the place that nourishes us from the inside out. Aligning to our divine essence. This place that connects us to where we were and who we were before we were. So we might notice a little doorway at the back of our heart, near the center of our inner sun. We'll just gently crack open that doorway. It might fully swing open, or it might just open a tiny bit. Either way is just right. We invite ourselves to connect through this doorway to the big heart, to the ocean, bringing in, opening up to more of our divine essence. Again, we might find tender places, worries or cares, limiting beliefs or old friends in these spaces, and just gently, without judgment or attachment, escort them to one of the infinite front row seats. And reclaiming the space, strengthening our connection to our divine essence. Allowing ourselves to further soften into being held. Being held in this ocean and warmed or nourished by our inner light. Again, if we find a tender place or a warrior care, without judgment or attachment, allowing that to float into the infinite front row seat. And allowing our inner sun to take up more space. So as we begin to integrate and become connected on the inner and the outer, I'd like to invite you to wiggle your toes and notice how your roots move with you. Even if you're moving, so you're always connected to the earth. And wiggle your fingertips, noticing the energy flowing from your fingertips, still radiating. And then when you're ready, fluttering your eyelids and observing your physical space through heart eyes. I often notice that things feel or seem a little bit softer or brighter after this practice. And what's so beautiful is that when we do this practice, we align a little bit more to our divine essence, and each practice different names of divine love, that which there are 99 of, come in. So I like to share what I was observing in this moment. And the beautiful thing about this is that energy doesn't know time or space. So even though we may not be together in the physical or what we know is the actual time, the energy transcends that realm. And so what I was really feeling was the Noor, or Noor is light. It's a really beautiful divine light coming through and shining and connecting us all together. And then the Rahman and Rahim, which are the most merciful and most compassionate, and said to be like the ocean of mercy, that which opens up our hearts to all of the other names and opens us up to our divine essence. So you may have noticed something else for yourself. I'd like to share that, this tradition and this meditation I've come to learn and love and be able to share and teach with you all through the tradition of Sufism. And if you'd like to practice, this recording's available weekly. And then you can find me also on Patreon with Shine with Adrienne. or Shine with A, and then on Instagram, Shine with Adrienne or shinewitha.com. Thank you so much for being with yourself and being with me. And I hope you have a blessed day.
Hello, glad to have you here. Be ready for the next minutes of Real Talk with Rainbow Masho. Thank you for listening.
Hi everybody, I am Rainbow Masho, an artist, author, entrepreneur, and more on the autism spectrum, and I have grand news to share with you all. NFT NYC is exposing me and my creativity because of a very special drawing I made as a donation for St. Jude Children's Hospital of sickle cell anemia. And the drawing is part of my art series called Fly. It's about promoting all types of people, no matter how different they can be, as beautiful humanoid butterflies. And I just want to say that it's a very, very, very great honor to sponsor St. Jude Children's Hospital, and because every child deserves to live life and be healthy, no matter what. And I just want to thank NFT NYC and Kiksorish for exposing me. I also want to thank NFT Cred and Christie's Auction House for being involved in this special project. You know, I really want to thank Web3 and so many people for giving me opportunities that my school doesn't and some other people don't. But the best part is that I get to learn, grow, and experience more wonderful stuff as the wonderful human I know I can be. And it's a pleasure always being a part of the wonderful events that you host. Last week, I was a part of a free day workshop with Empower Tennessee in their leadership workshop, and I'm so happy I was a part of that. As a teenager with a diagnosis with many strengths and weaknesses, the leadership workshops were very important for me because I got to learn independence, maturity, and responsibility in so many ways, and how I can communicate with the world and connect with others and learn to accept myself before I can accept others. And also, we are in this together and we're not alone, and it's better being together than apart. That's what I want to say. Thank you, Empower Tennessee, for including me. And I must correct myself in one of the past comments. I am not a weak person. I have challenges, but negativity and challenges do not affect me. Sure, we have to go through challenges sometimes because that's a part of life, and we are not weak. We are strong. I believe in myself, and I want you to believe in me. A couple of days ago, I made a special piece of art celebrating the differences between positivity and negativity. Throughout time, positivity has been seen as trustworthy and comforting, while negativity has only been seen as untrustworthy and something that doesn't give comfort. But sometimes many of the things that we perceive as negative are misunderstood, and being positive is not always easy, but it's a part of us being human, and it's important to express ourselves rather than expressing ourselves in a way that that's not who we are, and we should learn to look through the world through the eyes of another and respect others. A couple of days ago, my community experienced a shooting and a 16-year-old boy was critically injured. He was moved to life support and first responders tried to help him, but he ended up dying. And the shooter is still on the loose and police haven't been able to find him. And what concerns me is how unsafe and dangerous some communities are. And I want community leaders to understand that everybody deserves to feel safe no matter the situation, and it's important that we converse with each other and find ways that'll help us. A couple of days ago, my dad came to visit from Australia for my 16th birthday, and I had such a wonderful time with him, and I got to do so many fun stuff that we don't get to do because he's so far away. And every time he leaves back to Australia, I always feel sad and lonely, and also hoping that one day we'll be closer and we'll never be separated. But the best part is I get to be with someone who cares about me and is one of the two people who brought me into the world. And I just want to say that I love him so much and I can't wait to be with him again. You know, dealing with my emotions, many times I appear to be calm and positive, but suddenly, out of the blue, I can appear to be angry or irritated. And when I feel angry, it feels like my whole brain is on fire while experiencing an earthquake. And so many things are known to bother me. So one of the things is the sound of people chewing, and sometimes I get really irritated, and sometimes I don't feel like I could sit with someone, but I am still searching for ways of how I can make sure I calm myself down and control my emotions, even though it's okay to be angry sometimes. And when I said that my brain feels on fire whenever I get angry, the way how I visualize it is that the whole world is shaking and there's arson everywhere. And it feels like my brain is exploding with anger. That's how I feel.
Greetings, everyone. I am Jadira. I am Rainbow Mosha's mom. And the reason why she makes these recordings, the reason why she is fulfilling her desire to share what she's all about, what she's interested in, what concerns her, what worries her, what spikes her interest, acknowledging a lot of these realities as a teen, going through so many transitions. It is because many times she doesn't have anyone to talk to, and I am making sure that her voice is heard and that she gets to say what she wants to say, what she thinks about life, the world, and what is happening around us, because she has something to say. She has meaning and she has conviction and she's learning as well. So thank you for listening. Thank you for opening your time and appreciating what she provides and her thoughts and ideas, and above all her creativity, which bottom line, the goal here is to make sure that you get to hear about her and about her interests, and understand where the combination of colors comes from, why the shapes, why she pays attention to specific details, and why a lot of her art has to do with what she sees in the world and also what she hopes to see in the world. So thank you again. Thank you for supporting Rainbow Mosho. If you can comment, share. There might be someone out there who wants to see her art and they might be interested. They will become interested in acquiring her art in the many different ways. Thank you so much. Keep in touch, and there will be more Real Talk with Rainbow. Thanks.
And this has been another wonderful moment talking with Rainbow Macho. And remember, life can be hard, but it's worth living because there's so much beauty in it. Let's keep the conversation real.
Thank you for listening.
Hi everybody, Rainbow Macho here, and now I'm making a very special drawing about bullying. I'm gonna start off with this little person on the street looking like if they are doing great, but their shadow is gonna depict them being mistreated and abused by society. And it's a very good reflection of how people don't know how to say that they need help and they need someone to help protect them. And some people in today's society aren't caring enough to help people in need who may be getting bullied or abused by anyone. So it's really important to talk about topics like these. Yesterday I heard the heartbreaking news about a young 10-year-old boy, just a decade old, barely living life. He committed suicide on himself after constantly being bullied, and his family contacted his school more than 20 times and they didn't do anything, not even a single piece of shit to help their son. And sadly, he ended his life with suicide, with all the pain and suffering he's been through. And I am sending my deepest condolences to the family. No one has to lose their child due to this trauma. So I really want to help speak out against this unfair injustice by making special arts based off on this. And I want to make a series of different things that are wrong and need to be changed. And I care so much and I really want to help the best way I can. And sometimes the smallest things can turn into the biggest surprises. The reality with bullying is that bullying starts with someone who may have gone through something traumatic and thinks that it's okay to be mean to other people, or maybe they just haven't been taught to respect others and they think bullying is okay. It's important to start conversations like these so that they don't get ignored and thrown in the trash, because when we talk about this and find solutions, we can help end up saving lives. And that's what's needed in our world today. So who's with me to help stop bullying? There have been various moments that I've been bullied throughout my life. When I was younger in elementary, many kids would make fun of my name. My name is Tomais, but they would mispronounce it as Thomas, like if I was a boy, and I felt so small. And sometimes I would get hit, pushed around, or even slapped. And in middle school, I was bullied so much that the teachers were like, I'm sure they didn't mean it. It was an accident. And they did not hold themselves accountable. And in high school, I was mistreated and treated poorly by a bunch of girls who thought they were better than me. And they didn't care about who I was. And every time I would get bullied and mistreated by people around me in society, I would feel so small, like if I didn't belong. And of course, I would have the courage to tell my mom in the end many times, and she teaches me to be strong, seek out for people who will really care for me, and express my needs, no matter what. I'm making a very special drawing about bullying. Some people, when they get bullied, they may say, nothing is wrong, I'm all fine, but their shadow will say of how abused they are based off on what they may have experienced, whether it's in school, with a friend they thought they could trust, or someone else. Anything can happen when someone is vulnerable due to bullying. And that's something I have experienced, and I am still learning to move on from the pain. And with the shadow being attacked by bullies, I'm depicting the bullies as demons because I want to show how bullies can be represented as people who do not take care and consideration if they have been through something bad and they think it's okay, or they haven't been taught to respect others. So it's important to talk about things like this. And I bet you're all wondering, you guys have seen me do spectacular pieces of art before, and I bet you're wondering, why is she doing circles and sticks? Well, I wanted to be like a quick comic, but also getting straight to the point of what could happen, especially during an event like this, such as bullying. And if you are being bullied or have been bullied or know someone who is being bullied, any information and advice to help stop this abuse is very important and helpful, and I'm all ears. Oh, and one more thing. Bullying is never accepted, and bullies must be held accountable for their actions. Hi everybody, I'm back and I have completed my piece from yesterday, and this is a very special piece of art that represents how people can feel when they're being bullied or mistreated. And they'll pretend like everything is fine, and they'll say things like, nothing is wrong, I'm all fine, why would I be really afraid and getting abused? No need to worry. And that's also part of the denial of how they feel, and also not wanting people to have concern for them and not to know about what could happen to them. And the person's shadow depicts of what's really happening in abuse and bullying, along with demons saying nasty stuff and doing nasty things like punching, hitting, pushing them, and drawing weapons at them. And this is what can happen during bullying. And at the bottom I wrote, it's not fine. And it's important to talk about things like this, even though they are hard to mention. And if you or someone you know is being bullied or abused, contact these numbers. And so many families and parents who have their children being bullied and abused feel helpless, but there are so many people out here in this world who will help. And many times with the victims of this unfair injustice have the responsibility put on them, and it's not fair. And things like this don't deserve to happen. So we need to find ways and better solutions to help end this mess.
History ever since the beginning of humanity, it's always been adults being the heroes, but that's not true. Kids are heroes as well, because we start our journey from the bottom and rise to the top, because when we look back at ourselves, when we grow up to be adults, we will remember the free-spirited, innocent child that we used to be, who wanted to make a change even though they were not at a certain age group. And it's important to start off as kids making a dream come true. We gotta work together and understand. And that's why the old generation, I'm talking about the adults, no offense, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that it's important to listen to kids and respect your kids and their values and how they want to express themselves and who they are and what they're coming from. And it's important that us kids come out of our shells, and we gotta show acceptance, awareness, respect, and support to all types of children, no matter what.
That was amazing. And I feel like, you should, for a kid, you should stay dedicated to, what you love to do. And I feel like, the support of an adult is, important to guide the kid towards their journey as well. And I feel like, the kids should always stay, you should block away that negative energy by taking what you should learn from it as well. That's an important thing that I feel like
First is giving me opportunities and encouragement that not even my school is doing for me. And I have been welcomed for so many things. And I just want to say thank you so much for including me at NTMC.
Hey Moon Mars Museum, Rainbow Macho here in the Museum of Natural History in New York City, and look what I found, a model of the moon, and check it out. Right here on number 9, Mare Crisium. I found this spot, and my mom has told me that this is where our art on this spot of the moon is gonna get sent to. We're going down in history, people!
Innovation and empowerment in Web3 make it the ideal platform for greater impact because my school doesn't give me opportunities and inclusion like this. So I'm very happy that places like this do. And I am so happy to do collaborations with Consistency is Carrots, Gift Kids, Foodlets, and Mint Tangible. And Mint Tangible has been very helpful. They have been teaching me to have my own copyright. Fun fact with Moon Mars Museum is that we are taking art to the moon. It's not metaphorically, it's literal. We are actually going to the literal moon, and it's so amazing. Even our art will stretch to the farthest reaches of the universe and beyond. So, can any of you guess where to find my books? Yeah, Amazon. You may have heard of this guy, Genshin Huang, and he sends out a really meaningful message. In order to succeed, we have to go through pain, suffering, and so many impossible challenges because we cannot go on the easy path. We have to struggle and fail, and it's part of life. And it's important to embrace flaws and turn it into something special.
Alright, Rainbow Sard, Artist Village, NFT NYC. Let's see what else comes up. Oh, here. Check it out. Jay. Oh, it went away. I guess it will move from screen to screen. Here we go. Look how beautiful with all the incredible art. This is such an honor for artists to have their art to be shown.
I will now be reading Whispers and Whirlwinds by Hope McKee. A silent pause, a moment's grace, I canvas the thoughts left to face. Not in the hustle of voices loud, but in that stillness where hearts are allowed. It is there, whispers, the sound of silence, trying to calm the whirlwinds with guidance. The absence of sound, like a thoughtful plea, encourages us all and sets our spirits free. A canvas blank without color's hue, a dancer poised, waiting music's cue. Yet in this space, a simple truth's call, the absence of sound, the grandest of all. The canvas untouched, a world of dreams awaits. Each color and shade, an artist's heart creates. A gentle stroke, a brush with tender care. In silence, colors mingle and declare. The brush whispers softly on the page. The colors blend, emotions engage. Each daub, a verse that softly speaks to soothe, and silence reigns. The artist finds the truth. The artist's hand provides a gentle guide. With stroke and shade, emotions come alive. As colors blend, the sleeping thoughts collide, revealing secrets buried deep inside. With every mark, the artist finds release in tones of passion, joy, and inner peace. She paints the world where silence is a choice, rising above limits, a discovered voice. My painted pictures are my words, I say, a rhythm in my heart that won't fade away. In this world full of noise, I feel so confined, but in the depths of silence, I find peace of mind. My voice echoes loud, but feels like a dream. I stand in the spotlight, as I stand in the spotlight and let my heart scream. The feelings build, anxiety starts the flight. In the quiet, my mind dances gracefully with the night. I'm a puppet on a stage, my words pulled by strings, seeking acceptance, each note that I sing. But in the solitude of silence, my spirit comes alive. Expressing through skill, I start to thrive. The world's clamor tries to silence my sound, but with each brushstroke and step, I won't be held down. In the stillness, I uncover the strength I hold, and let the imagination create stories untold. Whispers and whirlwinds collide in me, a clash of emotions that no one can see. In the depths of my silence, I find my escape. Through creativity, my soul takes shape. In the stillness of the night, I find my roar. Through movement and expression, I am seeking more. Dancing to rhythms only my heart can hear. Finding calm and release when silence draws near. And so I'll keep on painting with a voice that's unique. In the quiet moments, I find what I seek. For in the art and dance, I'm never truly alone. Whispers and whirlwinds weave a melody of my own.
It's just so awful what can happen in our world nowadays. It's just unforgivable how some of us humans
treat nature and wildlife. We gotta do something about it. It's too heartbreaking. It cannot be ignored. I'm now gonna recite a little prayer for the bird. Deities of death upon you, to take this poor soul somewhere safe in the afterlife, where no harm or hate will ever come near it. Make sure its spirit will be able to fly free within the skies. It is destined to feel love and comfort in the afterlife. Make sure it's in a place where it can be free during death, as it remembers the joy and happiness it has experienced when living life. I'm literally so sorry. You didn't deserve to die. I'm so sorry. Please forgive us. Please forgive us, humans. I'm sorry. Ugh. Look at all this garbage here. It's just so disgusting. Some of us humans, literally. Why? Of course I have autism, and I am very proud to have a very unique perspective of the world around me. Of course I have autism, but that doesn't make me any less intelligent or creative. Of course I have autism, and I deeply appreciate it when others take the time to support and respect me as a human being. Of course I have autism, but that doesn't mean I am not charismatic, empathetic, kind, or giving. I'm all those things. Of course I have autism, and I do stimming, even at times where it may seem weird or not necessary. Of course I have autism, but even when I have to adapt to new situations, that doesn't mean I don't belong. And of course, you better not forget, this month, which is April, is Autism Inclusion, Awareness, and Acceptance Month.
What do you do after a bad day in school?
Hi everybody, my name is Rainbow Masho. I'm a teenage artist, author, entrepreneur, advocate, and more with autism. And throughout my life, art has been my main goal, and it has been helping me through a lot of things, such as emotions, obstacles, and even bad days. And art is a very special skill that I've gotten from my dad. And with that skill, I have been able to write storybooks and be a part of organizations and art conferences. And I got to sell my art and my merch. And also, I also co-sponsored with various companies such as Lippy Lou and Consistency is Carrots. And I actually brought a special guest here with us today. She isn't going to be part of the story that we're going to be reading today. Her name is Oracle, and she is known as the alphabet creature, and she is a very friendly creature. And her main goal is to help kids learn about the alphabet, and she also encourages them to create their own alphabet and be themselves, no matter how different they may be. And today's story that we're going to be talking about, though, real quick, I need to ask you all a very good question right here. Do any of you enjoy going to the zoo? Nice. We got
thank the Spring Hill Public Library and Jessica, always opening the doors for creativity and being a part of the community. Thank you.
Hi there, I'm Rainbow Marshall. I'm a teenage artist, author, and advocate, along with so many other things on the autism spectrum. I love to let colors and creating stuff along with making art guide me through life. And I also love the things I'm learning and that I have to respect them in life, such as wildlife, plants, being out in nature, and of course my latest obsession, reading books. I'm deeply in love with the book 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea and the stories of Greek myths and folklore. And I can really connect with them as a person, knowing that they give me so much inspiration.
Can you please share how did you discover your passion for art and writing?
Well, art and writing, along with the magic of storytelling, has always been a part of my life. And of course, I did my artistic from my dad. And when I was young, I have always loved making art and drawing cute little stories of my own, even based off on the stories I've heard and seen. But I've always wondered to myself, has anyone ever made a story about people like me? And so I decided to make my stories. And of course, there were moments that big publishers didn't accept my stories due to autism and lack of open-mindedness. But the thing is, I am not giving up so easily, and me and Mom are knocking on the door really hard, showing what we're capable of, mostly what I'm capable of, and that I can be included in a vast, diverse universe with people like me.
Can you please tell us how has autism inspired your creativity?
Well, the thing with autism is that, yeah, I can be a bit of an oddball sometimes, but I deeply admire being an oddball. And throughout my life, I have been oppressed for who I am and have been forced to be ladylike and more human. And of course, I used to go through a major anxiety crisis for a few years, thinking that if I acted more ladylike and human, I would be accepted. But then I realized that I was hurting myself by not accepting for who I am. And the way how autism has majorly influenced my life is learning from my struggles, challenges, and the heartbreaks I have been through, and just fully embracing what life has to offer, even though I may feel afraid, depressed, too lazy, and completely bored sometimes. But I am very grateful that I have teachers and mostly good friends and family members that'll push me out of my comfort zone, but not in the forceful way, in the very good way. And I'm very happy that I'm accepted for who I am. And I gotta say thank you so much for my parents for creating me.
Can you please share why is Web3 a source of learning and growth?
The reason why it's been such a source of learning and growth for me is because of my wonderful nosy mom always knocking down doors. And 2 years ago, she opened an account for me, and Web3 has been very, 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 very supportive and respectful, along with being very welcoming towards me. And I have been given various opportunities to exhibit my art, and I still have amazing art projects that I'm planning on publishing and creating on my iPad. And I'm just so grateful that I'm part of a digital community, that I get to make friends with people and also share our thoughts and information and really connect with one another and share our ideas for the world and express ourselves for who we are instead of pretending to be something we're not.
Can you tell us what is audacity in your own words?
Oh my gosh. Audacity. I mean, literally, so much empowerment, daring attitude, and opportunities for women by women across the world, expressing themselves for who they are. And I mean, wow, it's just so amazing. I mean, back then, many years ago, events like these never happened. But nowadays, they are. And women deserve to rule the world. Men have had their share. I mean, bye-bye, boys. Women are gonna take their own stand. I mean, bam, they're knocking down doors.
Can you share important and meaningful individuals in Web3 that brought you wonderful experiences or discoveries and tell us why?
Well, there is Flower Girls with Vara Alay, Nika Yani, Anna Skates, who I see her as my godmama, Women in Tech Museum, and Moon Mars Museum. The reason why I treasure these people so dearly in my heart is because they have given me wonderful opportunities and exposing my art to the whole world and the rest of the entire unknown universe, which is very amazing and welcoming, and I really appreciate that. And I'm just so happy that I'm being exposed and regaining a lot of help from very supportive and respectful people that I owe a lot to. And I'm just so happy to call them part of my chosen family. And I gotta say, thank you so much, you guys.
Now, I've been told that you have donated art before. Why do you do that?
Well, I really do love doing donations and charity for good causes, such as Troglodyte Society in Sierra Leone for the stopping the kidnapping and the rape that goes on with girls of all types, young and old, and Save the Rhinos, which I made a beautiful piece of art as part of a good cause to help an endangered species from going extinct. And of course, Sebastian Alonso, which I made a beautiful piece of art for his new album cover, which he does beautiful songs and amazing singing and music for his album, that he expresses his life through autism and how he is reviving his soul from the pain. And I just gotta say that whenever I have the opportunity to do donations and charity work that help the world and other people in need, I feel very good of myself. And even though I am given a lot of opportunities, and even though I can sometimes be a little bit spoiled, that doesn't mean I don't have responsibility and empathy for others, and I am always looking forward to do things for good causes and to help make this world a better place one step at a time.
As a teen and artist who has opportunities, discoveries, good experiences, but you also have a fair share of challenges and difficulties in society, in school. What would you share with youth at your age who may be facing similar situations?
I just gotta say that youth nowadays, even back then many years ago, have always faced challenges with adultism, pressure from peers, family and friends, even other adults, and so many other challenges, even discrimination for who they are, what they look like, where they come from, and how they personally identify themselves. I just gotta say, do not let that crap get all over you. And even though the world is gonna turn you down just for being youth and for you being yourself, it's not fair, and you gotta take a stand for what's right. And of course, there are gonna be some people who will never support and respect you, but there are gonna be others who will. And you don't need to get praise and attention from everybody. Just look for praise and attention by those who give unconditional support, respect, and care. And of course, even in your own school systems, you may never receive support, just like how I did when I was given the lack of education. And I was interviewed by a reporter, who she is really nice, on the Nashville scene. And the story of me and my mom battling the unfair realities in my school system is very important, and I just gotta say thank you to the Nashville scene for supporting and letting my story be heard. And I just gotta say that youth also need to take a stand for themselves, and they cannot let any adult or other person or the entire world go down against them, and they just gotta take a rise. The harder you fall, the higher you are gonna fly.
Could you tell us how art and literature and Web3 can help promote understanding and acceptance of individuals with disabilities, abilities, and different diagnoses?
Well, what I can say is that when it comes to struggling, whether it's based off on your diagnosis, special needs, or disability, and many other factors in life, you just have to find what inspires you and create something wonderful, whether it's a song, a soundtrack, or a piece of music, a book, or a piece of art. Even graffiti can help express how you truly feel and who you are as a human being instead of letting yourself be labeled. Understand? What has really helped me express myself and go up against the cruel reality of society is showing my spiritual strength as an artist on the autism spectrum, and learning not to let society run all over me, and also advocating for myself and helping others advocate for themselves. It just has to take one tiny whisper to become a giant voice that will be heard and stretched across the entire world. All great voices start with a whisper.
Now, can you share about your hopes and aspirations for the future?
Amazon Prime, Netflix, Disney Plus, Hulu, and all y'all streaming services. I am literally making art and stories for people of all skin colors, hair textures, genders, personal identifications of all types from all across the world in various different ways into amazing stories that have to be heard, no matter what the age or personality may be, whether it's from near or far, all over the world. Please, you gotta make my stories into wonderful movies or series that'll be known for generations. And it's important that I have partnership with you because I can help give out amazing suggestions and ideas of who can be included for these stories, because I want all types of people to be included instead of just one certain specific group. And yeah, it's important that young kids, especially if they're watching channels like PBS Kids and or other services with their families, should learn about diversity and inclusion of all types, even though it's not going to be the same, but that's okay. And it's important that we also express our flaws, and being flawless is just a myth. And yeah, let's bring inclusion and equity, people. What are we waiting for? Let's go! And another thing I would like to mention is that when I continue to grow up as a person for who I am, I really want my stories to be exposed more, and I really want to be a part among the giants who give us so much inspiration. And I not only do I want to walk among big people who have a lot of fame and inspiration for the world, but I also want to help give inspiration to all types of people, and also want to let them know that their voices can be heard and understood over time. And that's what's important, that diversity matters instead of staying on one topic. My mom also says that since I love to express myself and demand for inclusion and diversity, including equity, I should be my very own politician. And I agree with her. I mean, yeah, she is very right on that part. And of course, for my future, I want to have my own petition to say these people of all types deserve to have rights to be included. And also, I want to go places and travel a lot to spread my voice. And number 3, to have the chance for my dad to live with me, so we won't have to be away from each other and that we need each other so much. And I love him, and I gotta thank him for giving me my artistic creative skill. And yeah, I'm gonna be going places one day, people. See ya. Oh, and one more thing. Nathania and Stephanie from AWEDACITY, you girls just rule so much, and thank you so much for the audacity you've thrown into my life. You bring so much value into our lives.
Amazing quantum experiences. I am actually here in Cancun, and I just got done with a week-long advanced retreat with Dr. Joe Dispenza, and last day, going home today, and I really wanted to go into the caves and, you know, just experience swimming in the caves and what the water felt like, you know, seeing the stalactites, and it's a really cool thing down here, but timing was really tight. And so I had made a determination I was going to wake up early today. We went on the beach. There were still a couple hundred people, even though the retreat ended yesterday, out on the beach meditating at 6 a.m. this morning. It was incredible. Grabbed some food, and then a friend of mine who's here, she came up and said, hey, this guy went to the caves just the other day and said that it's a lot further than you think, you know, the local ones. And he started telling me that, you know, like I probably wouldn't have enough time. And this is about literally setting your intention and then letting the universe unfold the way it needs to or it wants to. I had a half hour for breakfast, and then I had a half hour to literally get to the destination. It was like about 10 minutes away. And I had to make a decision. And so I was all in, and I was like, I'm going, I will figure it out. And this is, mind you, I have to have enough time to come home, change clothes, or come back to the hotel rather, change clothes, and then still get down to catch my shuttle. So I had a little over 2 hours, and I said, I'm going. I just said, I'll figure it out. The universe has my back. I have this, I'm going to make this happen. And so I walked down to the lobby, and there's a taxi that had just pulled up, and something just told me to talk to him. And so I go to talk to the taxi driver, and I tell him what I want to do, and he tells me a price, and it's basically what I have left in cash and then enough pesos to pay to get into the cave. And I'm like, I'm all in. And so I go to the first one. We went to the wrong one. I didn't have enough pesos, and so they wouldn't budge. And so I was like, this can't be the right one, because I'm thinking like, what, you know, there's an experience here for me. And so we drove to the very next one, and it was the perfect amount of pesos. And I was the first person basically through the door, besides one other gentleman who hadn't gone in yet. And I walk in, and two of the first pools, I get in one of them, and there's these little fish, and they're like literally eating the dead skin off of my feet. I've heard that's a thing, but I had no idea that was here. And so I'm just sitting here giggling in this pond going, what's happening right now? And so then I walk further down the path, and I'm like in the middle of the jungle, mind you, literally in the middle of the jungle. And I walk down this path, and then it opens up into this incredible area where there are pools, and there's like half caves, so you can kind of go under and see the stalactites. And I get into the pool, and I look up on the side, and there's like iguanas, and there's lizards, and there's a monkey. I think they're called a tamarin or something like that, like a reddish monkey. with like a long tail. And I just got it all on video, and other people have done caves while they've been here. And in the ones that they went that were more expensive, that were like actual tours, like you couldn't take pictures, you couldn't take videos. They would take a picture, but then, you know, it was a lot. It was really expensive to get the pictures. And I'm sitting here taking videos. I'm taking pictures. They didn't care. I had the entire place to myself. I was literally swimming in paradise in the quantum field by myself with pure intention and just crying in gratitude. I'm still amazed. And literally, so I come back and I literally had enough to pay the taxi and give him a tip. And to top it all off, my taxi driver was Julio Iglesias. So I just wanted to get this, because when you set your intention and you allow the universe to unfold the way it needs to for you and bring you what you want, it happens. And it happens rapido, fast, super fast. And unlike anything you could ever imagine. It was a better experience that I could have ever even made up for myself. And it was purely because I set my intention and I went all in. And I said, this is an experience I'm gonna have before I go to the airport. And here I am on my balcony recording, because I still have an extra 40 minutes before I have to catch my shuttle. So I mean, if you don't know about Dr. Joe Dispenza's work, definitely check him out. I thank you to him, Kelly, the staff, amazing, all the people here at the conference. I just love you guys so much. I have so much love in my heart and so much gratitude right now. And I'm just swimming in possibilities. So yeah, go live your dreams, you guys. Get clear.
Ruining your life. Overthinking and overanalyzing everything never did anybody any good. Sometimes it's better just to not think and just maybe get into meditation or get into that quiet space where you can actually feel nothing and be nothing and do nothing and connect with the conscious universe. There's a little spider. How cute. Look, just a little guy. I'm going to put him back on the branch here. This kind of stuff's been happening all morning. So I woke up and did my meditation, and it was incredible. I just had vibrations and frequencies through my whole body. And I woke up and opened my eyes, and the first thing I saw was my dog, Love. And so I woke up and saw Love, and I went to shut my phone off, and this post popped up, and it was all about love. It was literally about random love, just giving love unexpectedly. And then I walk outside to take my dogs for a walk, and these two young deer just start walking right by me, parallel to me on the property. And there's little baby rabbits everywhere, and there is just literally love everywhere. I mean, just even right now, there's another spider. That's the second one. And it's different because the first one was white. This little guy. So I'm putting him back on the branch. But it's incredible how much nature has to show us and has to give us. And how by quieting your mind, you can actually listen and you can hear what life has to offer. And it's pure love. It's a frequency of love. It's a vibration of love. I mean, even looking out right now, just the field is just all flowers. Some people might see weeds, but all I see is beautiful flowers. and just listening to the birds and listening to the crows and seeing all the wildlife. I mean, even having these teeny tiny little spiders crawling, and it's all love. This is what life is about. Life is about enjoying the journey and finding the joy within yourself. It's not about having things or doing things. Sometimes it's just about being. We're human beings. We're not human doings. So we're meant to be. We're meant to just be ourselves and find the joy within, because nothing out there is going to bring you the joy or the satisfaction of doing the work to figure out who you are and what you truly want from this life. And it may be very little. It seems like the more that I know, the less I want, the less I need in my life, because I just find joy in these incredible small things. Walking outside and seeing the grass just glistening with water and dewdrops, and just being grateful for water and being grateful that I can see, and I can see this beautiful color, and just appreciate the water, and it looks like, like diamonds. It looks like, just sparkles, and I love sparkles. I think it's so beautiful. But just quieting your mind. And the meditation part is so vitally important. It's so important because it's an opportunity for us to connect with Source. It's an opportunity for us to just really get out of having to be something or somebody, or, whether you're, a businessman or woman, or you're a mommy or a daddy, or you're a partner to somebody, or, you're a teacher. You're a first responder. There's stresses throughout life. And in order to feel whole, in order to feel really who you are, you've got to get quiet, and you've got to let go of all the realness of this world, the fantasy that is our 3D reality. Because what's real is when we're connected to consciousness, and we're listening to what Source has to tell us, and we're activating our brain, and we're stimulating our pineal gland, and we're doing these things that really cause us to have our third eye or our intuition or our gut feelings just open. And we're getting those signals, we're getting those frequencies, because everything is about energy and frequency, everything. And I love the way that Joe Dispenza puts it. He says the modern day language of mysticism is science, because they're even proving that literally, scientifically, meditation is incredibly healthy, and it brings wholeness to us, and it brings healing to us, and it's so important. What I learned by doing probably over 40 hours of meditation in 7 days, literally probably 6.5 days, was that, first of all, I can do it. I can quiet my mind, and I can get into state. And no, it wasn't a perfect practice, but it was a practice. And even on the ones that weren't as great, I came out of it going, you know what? I was all in, and I did my best. And maybe my mind wandered a little bit on that one, and it's okay. Because again, that's why we go back in and we practice again and again and again. That's why you practice anything to be good. Don't get lazy at your life. Don't get lazy at your opportunities, because when you do that much meditation in that short of amount of time, you realize that you're connecting to something incredible. You're connecting to the quantum field. You're connecting to all of consciousness, which is where we came from. This is literally about connecting to your source energy, your source power. And what could be more incredible than that? What could be more incredible and a feeling of being whole than connecting to your source energy, where you actually came from? it's one of the most incredible feelings, and I would feel these vibrations and these frequencies going through my entire body. I would just get shivers and chills, and my body would like go physically like hot. I mean, I don't know if someone could have measured the heat coming off of me, but I guarantee that my heat index went up because my body was vibrating at such a high frequency, and it was incredible. It was an incredible feeling. It was a feeling of not wanting anything or not needing anything and just feeling complete. In that time frame, every time I would go, I would be excited. And who doesn't want the mystical? Of course, when we go into meditation, we want these mystical experiences, and we want to have, otherworldly experiences. Well, maybe not everybody does, but I know I do. I want to feel these mystical experiences. I want to be able to just elevate out of my body and see this incredible world from consciousness and connect with people through love. Because really, love is the thing that heals. Love is the thing that connects us all. And by doing that amount of meditation, the love that I felt for these other people in the room, there was almost 2,200 people that were there meditating together at this meditation retreat. And the intense love that was felt between strangers, between people that we never met, was incredible. I mean, sometimes I would just wake up and open my eyes and just feel like I was walking on clouds, like I was walking in a dream. And I just would hug the person standing next to me, or walking out of the room hugging 10 people on the way out, because we were all in this state of bliss, of not wanting and not needing and not having to be or do or anything, just being able to just be you, be yourself, be the most honest, whole version of who you are. And that's what meditation brings to you. I learned that you can connect with people, you can connect with strangers, you can connect with love, you can connect with the conscious universe, you can heal your body. And I know that's not proper to say, or I know you can't say that in marketing, that something heals you. There's things against saying that things heal you, but meditation heals and love heals. And these are incredible practices that I would highly encourage you to start working on. And yeah, you might have to start with small practices, maybe a couple minutes a day, or just sitting down and getting your brain back to center and stop the thinking. The thinking is what's ruining your life. Stop overthinking things, stop overanalyzing everything, and just be. Just keep bringing your brain back to center. Keep bringing your mind back. And if a thought flashes through your mind, it's okay. Release it and say, I'm here now. I'm here now. That's one of the things that I do, and I love it. It makes me feel, it just sends this vibration through my whole body when I say, I'm here now. And so I just wanted to share this wisdom with you. I just wanted to share my experience with you of what meditation can bring into your life. And it is a daily practice. I mean, some people meditate multiple times a day to get faster results. Some people, meditate for a couple hours in the morning and set their intention for the day. There's so many experts that say the best time to meditate is at 4 in the morning, because our brain is still in that lull, that sleep, that alpha wavelength, maybe even into delta. But you're still in that subconscious category of your wavelength of your brain, where you can absorb information and you can program your mind. That's why it's so dangerous to go to sleep with the TV on, because it's programming. They're programming you. They're playing these commercials. They're playing these things. I mean, sometimes, I don't ever really watch TV. I watch a couple of, like Net Geo. I like the survival games, like when they do the greatest races and they do things like that. And I'll watch some National Geographic or Discovery or Gaia. I love those programs. And when I go through the guide, there's so many times where I see like murder and death and betrayal, and just even in the title. It's crazy how there is so much fear in programming, and there's so much anger and hatred and division in programming. That's why if you're not doing your own programming of your own mind, of your own heart, of your own soul, you're allowing somebody else to do it. And you're living your life by default. And you're allowing your brain to just think obsessively about everything and anything. And it's not healthy. But you can do something about it. You can change. You can. I don't care how old you are. I don't care where you are in life. You can do things differently. It takes effort. It takes work, but so does life. Nobody ever said it would be easy. It's simple ideas, but nobody said it would be easy. And why do you want it to be easy? Who wants to sit in an easy chair and just watch movies all day long? That's no way to live. There's so much life to be explored. There's so much beauty to be seen. There's so many beautiful feelings to be connected with. There's so much consciousness and universe to align with. And that is what meditation can bring. Not only that, if you have goals and you want to work towards something, being connected with the conscious universe can actually help you to get inspired thoughts, to help you to reach your goals faster. So I would really encourage you just to, start learning meditation and start learning these practices, and start slow and don't get disappointed, because not every day is perfect. There's masterful people that do meditation for hours a day or have done it for decades, and they still have a hard time sometimes, because our brain has just all these neurons, I mean millions of them, and they're firing consistently. And if we have trained a certain part of our brain and neurons to fire over and over and over, they're kind of on auto fire. That's why sometimes you have intrusive thoughts or things that you don't want to think about. But you can release those by thinking new thoughts. And you're actually growing your brain. Because yeah, we have cells and neurons that die. But if we allow them to continue to die, our brain is basically disintegrating over time. But if we think new thoughts and learn new things, then our brain is expanding and it's evolving. And we can keep it young and we can keep it vibrant and we can keep this positivity. And everything isn't positive in life. We still have to feel feelings. We still have to go through experiences and loss and go through mourning stages. And that's normal. But don't stay stuck in it. Don't stay stuck in it. What I learned through over 40 hours of meditation in 7 days is that everything is possible. And there are limitless possibilities in the quantum field and in this universe and in your mind. So there's so much you can do with just quieting down and not thinking. So I want to encourage you to try. I believe in you. And if you need any additional help, if you want to get there faster, make sure to DM me. Book an appointment. Let me see how I can support you on this journey, because I would love to. I would absolutely love to. So have a fantastic day. I'm sending you so much love. So much love. And so is this beautiful universe. Have a great day.
Or taking you into quantum mind thinking, into alpha and theta brainwaves. So the first thing that I want you to do is find a comfortable place that you can relax for about 15 minutes without being disturbed. So no pets, no children, no phone, no nothing. You're probably using this on your phone, but if you can, put it on silent. So make sure that you have a comfortable place, preferably without a pillow if your neck can tolerate it, that you are in a comfortable and relaxed position. And now we will begin. So I want you to close your eyes, take a deep breath in, and as you breathe out in your mind's eye, I want you to see the number 3 and repeat it 3 times. 3, 3, 3. Take another deep breath in, and now do the same with number 2. As you breathe out, 2, 2, 2. Take another deep breath in and do the same thing with number 1. 1, 1, 1. Now I'm going to take you deeper into the alpha brainwaves by counting down from 10 and allowing you to relax even more. 10, 9, relaxing your shoulders, your back. 8, 7, relaxing your jaw, releasing your tongue from the roof of your mouth and letting it settle on the bottom. 6, 5, 4, feeling relaxation throughout your entire body as you sink deeper and deeper and go further and further into your alpha brain waves. 3, 2, and 1. Feeling deeply relaxed, taking deep breaths in and slowly letting them out. Tell yourself in your mind, I am deeply relaxed. My body is relaxed. My mind is calm. This will allow you to have a single focus. I want you to just focus on my voice and listen to my words as you continue to focus on one thing and one thing only. Shutting out any other thoughts, letting them float through your mind just like wispy clouds. If anything disrupts your thinking or tries to force its way in, just allow it to gently float away and bring yourself back to my voice. Now I want you to bring the picture, the image of the alternate version of yourself. That other person that is you in a parallel universe that has exactly what it is that you want right now. What is that one thing that you want to focus on having right now? See that version of yourself in your mind's eye. What are you wearing? What do you look like? Where are you living? What type of people do you talk to and meet with? Now I want you to see yourself in a hallway, in a small hallway, and at the end of the hallway there's a door. On the other side of that door is the infinite universe with infinite possibilities and infinite versions of you. You're going to walk down the hallway, and when you come up to the door, don't open the door yet. I will count you down, but when you do open the door, that version of yourself that you just imagined is going to appear on the other side of the door. You're going to jump through the door and immediately meet with that other version of yourself. So when I count to 3, you're going to open the door and jump through. 1, 2, 3. Open the door and jump through. Jump into that quantum other universe, the parallel universe, where the version of you that has exactly what it is that you want already exists. Ask yourself a question. What do I need to know? Commit this answer to your memory, whether it's a word or a phrase. Is there anything else I need to know? Commit this word or phrase to your memory. Now I want you to merge completely with this version of yourself. Just step into that version of yourself and see you merging with that other version of yourself. Feeling stronger, feeling wisdom, feeling that you have every skill that you need to be that version of yourself. Now that the merge is complete, I want you to step back through the doorway and into this present realm. I want you to close the door. And I want you to feel the feelings of this other version of you now completely entangled and intermingled with this current reality. You have brought all those skills back. You're feeling stronger and more confident. You have gotten the tips that you need to begin the process of becoming this version of yourself. Feel the feelings of gratitude. Feel the feelings of excitement and joy as you imagine your life now with these current skills, with knowing what to do, with knowing the next steps to take. And now, I'm going to count to 3, and you're going to come back to this current time and this current reality. As soon as I count to 3, you're going to open your eyes, feeling refreshed, feeling wonderful, and feeling relaxed. 1, 2, 3. Open your eyes, feeling confident, feeling relaxed, feeling wonderful. So I hope you enjoyed that wonderful quantum entanglement about bringing the future version of yourself and integrating with your current reality. This is a meditation for quantum thinking, and it's called quantum jumping. This technique I learned through a wonderful man named Burt Goldman. He's since transitioned out of this realm. and he had over 50 years of incredible experience in quantum jumping, and it is now taught globally in how to merge with the highest version of yourself that has exactly what it is that you already want. And you can practice this meditation anytime that you want. I will do other meditations that include incredible anchoring mechanisms like a bhaga, taking the tip of your tongue and placing it on the roof of your mouth and saying what it is that you want before it happens. For example, if you want a promotion, you can take your tongue, stick it to the roof of your mouth, and I'm excited I have that promotion. And it's anchoring that. So the more that you do these techniques and you practice them, the faster you're going to get to the life that you truly want. So make sure that you are subscribing and following for future meditations and more anchoring techniques so you can get there better and faster. And if you need support and guidance, please tap into my free school courses. The link is below. And join the class, join the platform. And if you need additional coaching and support and you want to get there even faster, I do personal coaching and I would love to support you in any way that I can. So I hope you enjoyed this wonderful meditation of tapping into your quantum mind and merging with your parallel version of yourself. Have a fantastic night, and I'll see you next time. Your quantum mind might sound like something out of a sci-fi movie or maybe even Marvel movies nowadays with the multiverse and everything else that they talk about. But scientists have long had theories, and some of them they're very close to proving that it looks like there are alternate universes out there. That means there's infinite possibilities for you and your life, because there's parallel versions of you everywhere. And I have this really cool fairy godmother theory where the reason that sometimes you don't feel like you're doing enough in your life, or you see other versions or other ways that your life can be, and you get maybe anxiety, or maybe you get a longing for your life to be a different way, I believe it's because you are telepathically connected to the alternate versions of your life. So you can see the good of what your life can be in a parallel universe, or maybe you feel the having of what you already worked for, and you have this desire that's welling up inside of you, because somewhere inside you know it's already possible, because again, telepathically you're connecting with a different version of yourself. So there are techniques to actually tap into these parallel versions and actually integrate with those skills to bring them into your life, so you can learn faster and you can feel differently, and you can take those steps that are going to lead you to your highest and your best life, your best self, however it is that you want to feel. Maybe you just want to learn how to feel happy again. Maybe you want to learn a new instrument, or you want to learn a new language, or maybe you want a certain financial status, or a certain type of relationship, or a career, or maybe you have aspirations of really changing the world. Well, all those versions of you are out there. All those versions of you already exist in a parallel universe. And tapping into quantum mind, quantum thinking, just means that you are open to the possibility. You're open to changing your perspective into believing that you are possible right here, right now. Because some people think it's a dream. Some theorists think that this is like the Matrix, or, we're living a dream, or we've already had this life and we're just remembering. But if that's the truth and you have control of your universe, then why not create it the way that you truly want to? So there are 3 simple steps. It doesn't mean it's easy. You still have to practice, and you still have to create those neurons and create those new synapse connections by doing it over and over and over and over again until they solidify. Because you want to release old ways of thinking and old habits. You got to break that old habit of being who you were in order to tap into the new version of yourself. And that does take a little bit of time, and it does take effort. But you're worth it. And the life that you want is worth it. So the 3 simple steps are, first of all, have a very clear vision of the alternate version of you. What is it that you truly want? Now, there might be 100 different things. Maybe there's 10 different things. I don't know what it is for you, but make sure that you're practicing each one individually. Try not to convolute it, because your focus is better the more laser focused that you are. The more that you can work on just one thing at a time. If someone throws 10 balls at you, you're probably not going to catch any. But if someone throws 1 at you, it's highly likely you're going to catch it. So if you can focus on one thing at a time, your opportunity for success is definitely going to increase. So pick one version of yourself that has something that you truly, truly want. Clearly get that vision of that person, you, in that parallel universe. Maybe write it down just in incredible detail. What do you sound like? What are you wearing? Where do you live? What does your appearance look like? What do you change? What is different about you in that parallel universe? How do you act? What actions do you take every day? What kind of words do you speak? What kind of people do you hang around with? So all those things are vitally important. The second step is to learn meditations where you can lower your brain frequency into an alpha brainwave. When you're in a normal day-to-day consciousness, you're working in a beta brainwave. So if you're anxious or worried, or you're getting, really worked up, you're in a high level beta. When you have a normal, like sitting in front of the TV and just kind of vegging out, you've got a low level beta. When you start to fall asleep, and you start having dreams, or you start having daydreams, even when, like, if you ever kind of get lost in thought, maybe, you're sitting at your desk and you're thinking about your future vacation and you're excited and you're daydreaming about it. Or maybe you're thinking about something wonderful that happened in the past. Well, it doesn't have to even be wonderful. But when you are daydreaming, that is that alpha state. You're kind of half awake and half asleep. That is an alpha consciousness, and it's the perfect consciousness in which to start to reprogram your brain. And so you want to do meditations where you can lower your consciousness and you can actually tap into your subconsciousness. And the third step is you want to open the doorway into infinite possibilities. Choose the one version of you and that one possibility of you that is the version that you want to be. And you're going to integrate and you're going to merge with that other version of yourself. And you're going to practice these techniques over and over and over. Now, if you would like an actual meditation on how to do this, make sure that you subscribe and follow me, because in one of my future videos, I'm actually going to walk through this meditation of getting into an alpha brainwave, walking through the hallway. And these are all incredible techniques that were taught by Burt Goldman. He's since transitioned out of this lifetime, but he spent over 50 years, over 5 decades, perfecting these techniques, and they are taught all over the world in quantum jumping, in quantum thought, in quantum brain, quantum thinking. It's an incredibly powerful technique. And I love this study. I've been working on these studies for nearly 20 years of personal growth and neuroplasticity, and actually changing your brain waves, changing your consciousness, evolving your brain. And so these techniques are so important for you to stay sharp as your body ages, and to keep your mind active, and also tap into that version of you that you truly want to be. It's super important. So 3 steps. Get clear on that version of yourself, the parallel version of yourself. Do a meditation that takes your brain into an alpha brain state. And 3, tap into that alternate version of yourself by opening the door to that other universe and actually tapping into that parallel version of you that has what you already want. If you need support, if you want faster results, or you want to accelerate your wins, if you need some support, I do coaching as well. You can certainly tap into me, and you can DM here. You can drop a comment down here. You can tap into my social media. You can join my free community on School. There's lots of options and lots of ways to find me. Cat Heart, Fairy Godmother. And make sure that you are getting the support that you truly need. So I'm here for you. I'm going to keep putting free content out. So make sure you subscribe and follow, and I'll see you on the next video.
Everyone, welcome to Hey Uterus, What's This? A podcast about fibroids. I am your host, Delight Hangala, and I'm going to be taking you on a journey to understand what fibroids are. I guess some of you have never heard about fibroids, and to be honest, that was me, a 20-year-old in university. I'd never heard about fibroids. The first time I got to hear about it was when my roommate's mom was going for an operation, and my roommate told me, oh, my mom is going for an operation for fibroids, and I'm like, what are fibroids? Because, you know, fibroids are not talked about as much as breast cancer, as much as the other diseases out there. So she told me, oh no, fibroids are just growths in the stomach. And, you know, I left it at that. I didn't probe more. I was just like, oh, okay, shame anyways. I wish your mom the best in her operation. And that's how I packed fibroids. I didn't know what it was, I didn't know, much information about it. But then a few years later, I was not feeling well, and at the time I was staying with my mom, and she told me, go have a full body checkup. So I went, I had a full body checkup, and at the clinic where I went, they found out that my blood was low. They call it HB. I was learning some of these terminologies for the first time, stuff like HB. So yeah, my HB was low. I can't remember the exact figure, but it was really low. And, they told me, no, go see a gynecologist. So I went to see a gynecologist, and they did a scan. For ladies that have been for a scan, you have to drink your water, have to have enough water in your system. So yeah, I had the scan done, and the doctor told me straight up, yeah, you have fibroids. They're really big, and you should get pregnant in the next year. And I'm like, excuse me, Miss Ma'am, what do you mean get pregnant in the next year? At this point, I'm single. I don't even have a boyfriend. I almost told her, give me a husband, because I need me a husband to get pregnant. I'm a Christian lady. I believe in no sex before marriage. So what are you saying? What do you mean? That was heavy for me. Of course, I went home. I broke the news to my family. At that point, still, I didn't really understand what this fibroids is. What are fibroids, you guys? I didn't understand at that point. Of course, I started researching more, and I got the medical point of view of what fibroids are exactly. And this podcast is gonna talk more about what fibroids are exactly. I'm not a medical personnel, but I just know, of course, there are growths in the stomach that can grow in your uterus and outside the uterus lining. And yeah, this is why I decided to start this podcast, so that we can raise awareness on this issue of fibroids, because I got to find out actually that a lot of women are suffering from fibroids. 1, 2, a lot of women don't know that they have fibroids. 3, the women who have fibroids are quiet about it. It's not being talked about. This issue is not being talked about. And I ask myself, and I wonder, why? Is it because it affects fertility? Again, we'll talk about this in the other episodes to come. There's just a lot surrounding this issue of fibroids. And this is why I decided to start this podcast called Hey Uterus, What's This? This was just a little introduction from me for you guys to just get to know why I decided to start this podcast and the importance as well. And to all men listening, By any chance, if there's a man listening to this, I'm glad you're listening, because this podcast is for both male and female, because men also need to know about fibroids as well, because men have sisters, men have wives, nieces, that are experiencing this, that go through this. Bosses at work need to know about fibroids, because of course, when you have fibroids, there a lot of your menstruation is heavy, your flow is so heavy. So there's a lot that will be talked about this issue, but basically that's how I found out that I had fibroids. Okay, and since then I've gone for an operation to India. That was by God's grace, by the way, guys. That was a miracle for me to go all the way to India. For those who've been for medical treatment to India, you just know that India is so expensive. Like, people are selling houses out there just to go to India. It's crazy. It's really crazy. So I just thank God for the opportunity and the miracle that happened for me to go to India for my operation, and I am much better. So I just wanted to warm you guys up to this topic of fibroids, and in my next episode I will have a medical personnel who will be able to answer questions about fibroids, because I have questions as well. We'll be able to tell you what side effects you should look forward to for somebody who has fibroids. So I'm excited about this journey. I'm excited to those who've joined this first episode. It's going to be an amazing journey, and I'm looking forward to meeting you guys in the next everyone. Welcome to Hey Uterus, What's This? A podcast about fibroids. I am your host, Delight Hangala, and I'm going to be taking you on a journey to understand what fibroids are. I guess some of you have never heard about fibroids, and to be honest, that was me, a 20-year-old in university. I'd never heard about fibroids. The first time I got to hear about it was when my roommate's mom was going for an operation, and my roommate told me, oh, my mom is going for an operation for fibroids. And I'm like, what are fibroids? Because fibroids are not talked about as much as breast cancer, as much as the other diseases out there. So she told me, oh no, fibroids are just growths in the stomach. And I left it at that. I didn't probe more. I was just like, oh, okay, shame anyways. I wish your mom the best in her operation. And that's how I packed fibroids. I didn't know what it was, I didn't know much information about it. But then a few years later, I was not feeling well, and at the time I was staying with my mom, and she told me, go have a full body checkup. So I went. I had a full body checkup, and at the clinic where I went, they found out that my blood was low. They call it HB. I was learning some of these terminologies for the first time, stuff like HB. So yeah, my HB was low. I can't remember the exact figure, but it was really low. And they told me, no, go see a gynecologist. So I went to see a gynecologist, and they did a scan. For ladies that have been for a scan, you have to drink your water, have to have enough water in your system. So yeah, I had the scan done, and the doctor told me straight up, yeah, you have fibroids. They're really big, and you should get pregnant in the next year. And I'm like, excuse me, Miss Ma'am, what do you mean get pregnant in the next year? At this point, I'm single. I don't even have a boyfriend. I almost told her, give me a husband, because I need me a husband to get pregnant. I'm a Christian lady. I believe in no sex before marriage. So what are you saying? What do you mean? That was heavy for me. Of course, I went home. I broke the news to my family. At that point, still, I didn't really understand what this fibroids is. What are fibroids, you guys? I didn't understand at that point. Of course, I started researching more, and I got the medical point of view of what fibroids are exactly. And this podcast is gonna talk more about what fibroids are exactly. I'm not a medical personnel, but I just know, of course, there are growths in the stomach that can grow in your uterus and outside the uterus lining. And yeah, this is why I decided to start this podcast, so that we can raise awareness on this issue of fibroids, because I got to find out actually that a lot of women are suffering from fibroids. 1, 2, a lot of women don't know that they have fibroids. 3, the women who have fibroids are quiet about it. It's not being talked about. This issue is not being talked about. And I ask myself and I wonder why. Is it because it affects fertility? Again, we'll talk about this in the other episodes to come. There's just a lot surrounding this issue of fibroids. And this is why I decided to start this podcast called Hey Uterus, What's This? This was just like a little introduction from me for you guys to just like get to know why I decided to start this podcast and the importance as well. And to all men listening, by any chance, if there's a man listening to this, I'm glad you're listening, because this podcast is for both male and female, because men also need to know about fibroids as well, because men have sisters, men have wives, nieces, that are experiencing this, that go through this. Bosses at work need to know about fibroids, because of course, when you have fibroids, there a lot of your menstruation is heavy, your flow is so heavy. So there's a lot that will be talked about this issue, but basically that's how I found out that I had fibroids. Okay. And since then I've gone for an operation to India. That was by God's grace, by the way, guys. That was a miracle for me to go all the way to India. For those who've been for medical treatment to India, you just know that India is so expensive. Like, people are selling houses out there just to go to India. It's crazy. It's really crazy. So I just thank God for the opportunity and the miracle that happened for me to go to India for my operation, and I am much better. So I just wanted to warm you guys up to this topic of fibroids, and in my next episode I will have a medical personnel who will be able to answer questions about fibroids, because I have questions as well. We'll be able to tell you what side effects you should look forward to for somebody who has fibroids. So I'm excited about this journey. I'm excited to those who've joined this first episode. It's going to be an amazing journey, and I'm looking forward to meeting you guys. Everyone, welcome to Hey Uterus, What's This? A podcast about fibroids. I am your host, Delight Hangala, and I'm going to be taking you on a journey to understand what fibroids are. I guess some of you have never heard about fibroids, and to be honest, that was me, a 20-year-old in university. I'd never heard about fibroids. The first time I got to hear about it was when my roommate's mom was going for an operation, and my roommate told me, oh, my mom is going for an operation for fibroids. And I'm like, what are fibroids? Because fibroids are not talked about as much as breast cancer, as much as the other diseases out there. So she told me, oh no, fibroids are just growths in the stomach. And I left it at that. I didn't probe more. I was just like, oh, okay, shame anyways. I wish your mom the best in her operation. And that's how I packed fibroids. I didn't know what it was, I didn't know much information about it. But then a few years later, I was not feeling well, and at the time I was staying with my mom, and she told me, go have a full body checkup. So I went. I had a full body checkup, and at the clinic where I went, they found out that my blood was low. They call it HB. I was learning some of these terminologies for the first time, stuff like HB. So yeah, my HB was low. I can't remember the exact figure, but it was really low. And, they told me, no, go see a gynecologist. So I went to see a gynecologist, and they did a scan. For ladies that have been for a scan, you have to drink your water, have to have enough water in your system. So yeah, I had the scan done, and the doctor told me straight up, yeah, you have fibroids. They're really big, and you should get pregnant in the next year. And I'm like, excuse me, Miss Ma'am, what do you mean get pregnant in the next year? At this point, I'm single. I don't even have a boyfriend. I almost told her, give me a husband, because I need me a husband to get pregnant. I'm a Christian lady. I believe in no sex before marriage. So what are you saying? What do you mean? That was heavy for me. Of course, I went home. I broke the news to my family. At that point, still, I didn't really understand what this fibroids is. What are fibroids, you guys? I didn't understand at that point. Of course, I started researching more, and I got the medical point of view of what fibroids are exactly. And this podcast is gonna talk more about what fibroids are exactly. Like, I'm not a medical personnel, but I just know, of course, there are growths in the stomach that can grow in your uterus and outside the uterus lining. And yeah, this is why I decided to start this podcast, so that we can raise awareness on this issue of fibroids, because I got to find out actually that a lot of women are suffering from fibroids. One, two, a lot of women don't know that they have fibroids. Three, the women who have fibroids are quiet about it. It's not being talked about. This issue is not being talked about. And I ask myself and I wonder, why? Is it because it affects fertility? Again, we'll talk about this in the other episodes to come. There's just a lot surrounding this issue of fibroids. And this is why I decided to start this podcast called Hey Uterus, What's This? This was just like a little introduction from me for you guys to just like get to know why I decided to start this podcast and the importance as well. And to all men listening, by any chance, if there's a man listening to this, I'm glad you're listening, because this podcast is for both male and female, because men also need to know about fibroids as well, because men have sisters, men have wives, nieces, that are experiencing this, that go through this. Bosses at work need to know about fibroids, because of course, when you have fibroids, there a lot of your menstruation is heavy, your flow is so heavy. So there's a lot that will be talked about this issue, but basically that's how I found out that I had fibroids. Okay. And since then I've gone for an operation to India. That was by God's grace, by the way, guys. That was a miracle for me to go all the way to India. For those who've been for medical treatment to India, you just know that India is so expensive. Like, people are selling houses out there just to go to India. It's crazy. It's really crazy. So I just thank God for the opportunity and the miracle that happened for me to go to India for my operation, and I am much better. So I just wanted to warm you guys up to this topic of fibroids, and in my next episode I will have a medical personnel who will be able to answer questions about fibroids, because I have questions as well. We'll be able to tell you what side effects you should look forward to for somebody who has fibroids. So I'm excited about this journey. I'm excited to those who've joined this first episode. It's going to be an amazing journey, and I'm looking forward to meeting you guys in the next. Everyone, welcome to Hey Uterus, What's This? A podcast about fibroids. I am your host, Delight Hangala, and I'm going to be taking you on a journey to understand what fibroids are. I guess some of you have never heard about fibroids, and to be honest, that was me, a 20-year-old in university. I'd never heard about fibroids. The first time I got to hear about it was when my roommate's mom was going for an operation, and my roommate told me, oh, my mom is going for an operation for fibroids. And I'm like, what are fibroids? Because fibroids are not talked about as much as breast cancer, as much as the other diseases out there. So she told me, oh no, fibroids are just growths in the stomach. And I left it at that. I didn't probe more. I was just like, oh, okay, shame anyways. I wish your mom the best in her operation. And that's how I packed fibroids. I didn't know what it was, what it was. I didn't know much information about it. But then a few years later, I was not feeling well, and at the time I was staying with my mom, and she told me, go have a full body checkup. So I went. I had a full body checkup, and at the clinic where I went, they found out that my blood was low. They call it HB. I was learning some of these terminologies for the first time, stuff like HB. So yeah, my HB was low. I can't remember the exact figure, but it was really low. And they told me, no, go see a gynecologist. So I went to see a gynecologist, and they did a scan. For ladies that have been for a scan, you have to drink your water, have to have enough water in your system. So yeah, I had the scan done, and the doctor told me straight up, yeah, you have fibroids. They're really big, and you should get pregnant in the next year. And I'm like, excuse me, Miss Ma'am, what do you mean get pregnant in the next year? At this point, I'm single. I don't even have a boyfriend. I almost told her, give me a husband, because I need me a husband to get pregnant. I'm a Christian lady. I believe in no sex before marriage. So what are you saying? What do you mean? That was heavy for me. Of course, I went home. I broke the news to my family. At that point, still, I didn't didn't really understand what this fibroids is. What are fibroids, you guys? Like, I didn't understand at that point. Of course, I started researching more, and like I got the medical point of view of what fibroids are exactly. And this podcast is gonna talk more about what fibroids are exactly. Like, I'm not a medical personnel, but I just know, of course, there are growths in the stomach that can grow in your uterus and outside the uterus lining. And yeah, this is why I decided to start this podcast, so that we can raise awareness on this issue of fibroids, because I got to find out actually that a lot of women are suffering from fibroids. One, two, a lot of women don't know that they have fibroids. Three, the women who have fibroids are quiet about it. It's not being talked about. This issue is not being talked about. And I ask myself and I wonder why. Is it because it affects fertility? Again, we'll talk about this in the other episodes to come. There's just a lot surrounding this issue of fibroids. And this is why I decided to start this podcast called Hey Uterus, What's This? This was just like a little introduction from me for you guys to just like get to know why I decided to start this podcast and the importance as well. And to all men listening, by any chance, if there's a man listening to this, I'm glad you're listening, because this podcast is for both male and female, because men also need to know about fibroids as well, because men have sisters, men have wives, nieces, that are experiencing this, that go through this. Bosses at work need to know about fibroids, because of course, when you have fibroids, there a lot of your menstruation is heavy, your flow is so heavy. So there's a lot that will be talked about this issue. But basically, that's how I found out that I had fibroids, okay? And since then, I've gone for an operation to India. That was by God's grace, by the way, guys. That was a miracle for me to go all the way to India. For those who've been for medical treatment to India, you just know that India is so expensive. Like, people are selling houses out there just to go to India. It's crazy. It's really crazy. So I just thank God for the opportunity and the miracle that happened for me to go to India for my operation, and I am much better. So I just wanted to warm you guys up to this topic of fibroids. And in my next episode, I will have a medical personnel who will be able to answer questions about fibroids, because I have questions as well. We'll be able to tell you what side effects you should look forward to for somebody who has fibroids. So I'm excited about this journey. I'm excited to those who've joined this first episode. It's going to be an amazing journey, and I'm looking forward to meeting you guys in the next. Everyone, welcome to Hey Uterus, What's This? A podcast about fibroids. I am your host, Delight Hangala, and I'm going to be taking you on a journey to understand what fibroids are. I guess some of you have never heard about fibroids, and to be honest, that was me, a 20-year-old in university. I'd never heard about fibroids. The first time I got to hear about it was when my roommate's mom was going for an operation, and my roommate told me, oh, my mom is going for an operation for fibroids. And I'm like, what are fibroids? Because fibroids are not talked about as much as breast cancer, as much as the other diseases out there. So she told me, oh no, fibroids are just growths in the stomach. And I left it at that. I didn't probe more. I was just like, oh, okay, shame anyways. I wish your mom the best in her operation. And that's how I packed fibroids. I didn't know what it was. I didn't know much information about it. But then a few years later, I was not feeling well, and at the time I was staying with my mom, and she told me, go have a full body checkup. So I went. I had a full body checkup, and at the clinic where I went, they found out that my blood was low. They call it HB. I was learning some of these terminologies for the first time, stuff like HB. So yeah, my HB was low. I can't remember the exact figure, but it was really low. And they told me, no, go see a gynecologist. So I went to see a gynecologist, and they did a scan. For ladies that have been for a scan, you have to drink your water, have to have enough water in your system. So yeah, I had the scan done, and the doctor told me straight up, yeah, you have fibroids. They're really big, and you should get pregnant in the next year. And I'm like, excuse me, Miss Ma'am, what do you mean get pregnant in the next year? At this point, I'm single. I don't even have a boyfriend. I almost told her, give me a husband, because I need me me a husband to get pregnant. Like, I'm a Christian lady. I believe in no sex before marriage. So, like, yeah, like, what are you saying? What do you mean? So yeah, that was heavy for me. Of course, I went home. I broke the news to my family. At that point, still, I didn't really understand what this fibroids is. What are fibroids, you guys? Like, I didn't understand at that point. Of course, I started researching more, and like, I got the medical point of view of what fibroids are exactly. And this podcast is gonna talk more about what fibroids are exactly. Like, I'm not a medical personnel, but I just know, of course, there are growths in the stomach that can grow in your uterus and outside the uterus lining. And yeah, this is why I decided to start this podcast, so that we can raise awareness on this issue of fibroids, because I got to find out actually that a lot of women are suffering from fibroids. One, two, a lot of women don't know that they have fibroids. Three, the women who have fibroids are quiet about it. It's not being talked about. This issue is not being talked about. And I ask myself and I wonder, why? Is it because it affects fertility? Again, we'll talk about this in the other episodes to come. There's just a lot surrounding this issue of fibroids. And this is why I decided to start this podcast called Hey Uterus, What's This? This was just like a little introduction from me for you guys to just like get to know why I decided to start this podcast and the importance as well. And to all men listening, by any chance, if there's a man listening to this, I'm glad you're listening, because this podcast is for both male and female, because men also need to know about fibroids as well, because men have sisters, men have wives, nieces, that are experiencing this, that go through this. Bosses at work need to know about fibroids, because of course, when you have fibroids, there a lot of your menstruation is heavy, your flow is so heavy. So there's a lot that will be talked about this issue, but basically that's how I found out that I had fibroids. Okay. And since then I've gone for an operation to India. That was by God's grace, by the way, guys. That was a miracle for me to go all the way to India. For those who've been for medical treatment to India, you just know that India is so expensive. Like, people are selling houses out there just to go to India. It's crazy. It's really crazy. So I just thank God for the opportunity and the miracle that happened for me to go to India for my operation, and I am much better. So I just wanted to warm you guys up to this topic of fibroids. And in my next episode, I will have a medical personnel who will be able to answer questions about fibroids, because I have questions as well. We'll be able to tell you what side effects you should look forward to for somebody who has fibroids. So I'm excited about this journey. I'm excited to those who've joined this first episode. It's going to be an amazing journey, and I'm looking forward to meeting you guys in the next. Everyone, welcome to Hey Uterus, What's This? A podcast about fibroids. I am your host, Delight Hangala, and I'm going to be taking you on a journey to understand what fibroids are. I guess some of you have never heard about fibroids, and to be honest, that was me, a 20-year-old in university. I'd never heard about fibroids. The first time I got to hear about it was when my roommate's mom was going for an operation, and my roommate told me, oh, my mom is going for an operation for fibroids. And I'm like, what are fibroids? Because fibroids are not talked about as much as breast cancer, as much as the other diseases out there. So she told me, oh no, fibroids are just growths in the stomach. And I left it at that. I didn't probe more. I was just like, oh, okay, shame anyways. I wish your mom the best in her operation. And that's how I packed fibroids. I didn't know what it was, I didn't know much information about it. But then a few years later, I was not feeling well, and at the time I was staying with my mom, and she told me, go have a full body checkup. So I went. I had a full body checkup, and at the clinic where I went, they found out that my blood was low. They call it HB. I was learning some of these terminologies for the first time, stuff like HB. So yeah, my HB was low. I can't remember the exact figure, but it was really low. And, they told me, no, go see a gynecologist. So I went to see a gynecologist, and they did a scan. For ladies that have been for a scan, you have to drink your water, have to have enough water in your system. So yeah, I had the scan done, and the doctor told me straight up, yeah, you have fibroids. They're really big, and you should get pregnant in the next year. And I'm like, excuse me, Miss Ma'am, what do you mean get pregnant in the next year? At this point, I'm single. I don't even have a boyfriend. Like, and I almost told her, give me a husband because like, I need me a husband to get pregnant. Like, I'm a Christian lady. I believe in no sex before marriage. So like, yeah, like, what are you saying? What do you mean? So yeah, that was heavy for me. Of course, I went home. I broke the news to my family. At that point, still, I didn't really understand what this fibroids is. What are fibroids, you guys? Like, I didn't understand at that point. Of course, I started researching more, and like I got the medical point of view of what fibroids are exactly. And this podcast is gonna talk more about what fibroids are exactly. Like, I'm not a medical personnel, but I just know, of course, there are growths in the stomach that can grow in your uterus and outside the uterus lining. And yeah, this is why I decided to start this podcast so that we can raise awareness on this issue of fibroids, because I got to find out actually that a lot of women are suffering from fibroids. One, two, a lot of women don't know that they have fibroids. Three, the women who have fibroids are quiet about it. It's not being talked about. This issue is not being talked about. And I ask myself and I wonder why. Is it because it affects fertility? Again, we'll talk about this in the other episodes to come. There's just a lot surrounding this issue of fibroids. And this is why I decided to start this podcast called Hey Uterus, What's This? This was just like a little introduction from me for you guys to just like get to know why I decided to start this podcast and the importance as well. And to all men listening, by any chance, if there's a man listening to this, I'm glad you're listening, because this podcast is for both male and female, because men also need to know about fibroids as well, because men have sisters, men have wives, nieces, that are experiencing this, that go through this. Bosses at work need to know about fibroids, because of course, when you have fibroids, there a lot of your menstruation is heavy, your flow is so heavy. So there's a lot that will be talked about this issue, but basically that's how I found out that I had fibroids. Okay. And since then I've gone for an operation to India. That was by God's grace, by the way, guys. That was a miracle for me to go all the way to India. For those who've been for medical treatment to India, you just know that India is so expensive. Like, people are selling houses out there just to go to India. It's crazy. It's really crazy. So I just thank God for the opportunity and the miracle that happened for me to go to India for my operation, and I am much better. So I just wanted to warm you guys up to this topic of fibroids, and in my next episode I will have a medical personnel who will be able to answer questions about fibroids, because I have questions as well. We'll be able to tell you what side effects you should look forward to for somebody who has fibroids. So I'm excited about this journey. I'm excited to those who've joined this first episode. It's going to be an amazing journey, and I'm looking forward to meeting you guys in the next. Everyone, welcome to Hey Uterus, What's This? A podcast about fibroids. I am your host, Delight Hangala, and I'm going to be taking you on a journey to understand what fibroids are. I guess some of you have never heard about fibroids, and to be honest, that was me, a 20-year-old in university. I'd never heard about fibroids. The first time I got to hear about it was when my roommate's mom was going for an operation, and my roommate told me, oh, my mom is going for an operation for fibroids. And I'm like, what are fibroids? Because fibroids are not talked about as much as breast cancer, as much as the other diseases out there. So she told me, oh no, fibroids are just growths in the stomach. And I left it at that. I didn't probe more. I was just like, oh, okay, shame anyways. I wish your mom the best in her operation. And that's how I packed fibroids. I didn't know what it was, I didn't know much information about it. But then a few years later, I was not feeling well, and at the time I was staying with my mom, and she told me, go have a full body checkup. So I went. I had a full body checkup, and at the clinic where I went, they found out that my blood was low. they call it HB. You know, I was learning some of these terminologies for the first time, stuff like HB. So yeah, my HB was low. I can't remember the exact figure, but like, yeah, it was really low. And, you know, they told me, no, go see a gynecologist. So I went to see a gynecologist, and they did a scan. For ladies that have been for a scan, you have to drink your water, have to have enough water in your system. So yeah, I had the scan done, and the doctor told me straight up, yeah, you have fibroids. They're really big, and you should get pregnant in the next year. And I'm like, excuse me, Miss Ma'am, what do you mean get pregnant in the next year? At this point, I'm single. I don't even have a boyfriend. Like, and I almost told her, give me a husband, because like, I need me a husband to get pregnant. Like, I'm a Christian lady. I believe in no sex before marriage. So like, yeah, like, what are you saying? What do you mean? So yeah, that was heavy for me. Of course, I went home. I broke the news to my family. At that point, still, I didn't really understand what this fibroids is. What are fibroids, you guys? Like, I didn't understand at that point. Of course, I started researching more, and like, I got the medical point of view of what fibroids are exactly. And this podcast is gonna talk more about what fibroids are exactly. Like, I'm not a medical personnel, but I just know, of course, there are growths in the stomach that can grow in your uterus and outside the uterus lining. And yeah, this is why I decided to start this podcast, so that we can raise awareness on this issue of fibroids, because I got to find out actually that a lot of women are suffering from fibroids. One, two, a lot of women don't know that they have fibroids. Three, the women who have fibroids are quiet about it. It's not being talked about. This issue is not being talked about. And I ask myself, and I wonder why. Is it because it affects fertility? Again, we'll talk about this in the other episodes to come. There's just a lot surrounding this issue of fibroids. And this is why I decided to start this podcast called Hey Uterus, What's This? This was just like a little introduction from me for you guys to just like get to know why I decided to start this podcast and the importance as well. And to all men listening, by any chance, if there's a man listening to this, I'm glad you're listening, because this podcast is for both male and female, because men also need to know about fibroids as well, because men have sisters, men have wives, nieces, that are experiencing this, that go through this. Bosses at work need to know about fibroids, because of course, when you have fibroids, there a lot of your menstruation is heavy, your flow is so heavy. So there's a lot that will be talked about this issue, but basically that's how I found out that I had fibroids. Okay. And since then I've gone for an operation to India. That was by God's grace, by the way, guys. That was a miracle for me to go all the way to India. For those who've been for medical treatment to India, you just know that India is so expensive. Like, people are selling houses out there just to go to India. It's crazy. It's really crazy. So I just thank God for the opportunity and the miracle that happened for me to go to India for my operation, and I am much better. So I just wanted to warm you guys up to this topic of fibroids. And in my next episode, I will have a medical personnel who will be able to answer questions about fibroids, because I have questions as well. We'll be able to tell you what side effects you should look forward to for somebody who has fibroids. So I'm excited about this journey. I'm excited to those who've joined this first episode. It's going to be an amazing journey, and I'm looking forward to meeting you guys in the next. Everyone, welcome to Hey Uterus, What's This? A podcast about fibroids. I am your host, Delight Hangala, and I'm going to be taking you on a journey to understand what fibroids are. I guess some of you have never heard about fibroids, and to be honest, that was me, a 20-year-old in university. I'd never heard about fibroids. The first time I got to hear about it was when my roommate's mom was going for an operation, and my roommate told me, oh, my mom is going for an operation for fibroids. And I'm like, what are fibroids? Because fibroids are not talked about as much as breast cancer, as much as the other diseases out there. So she told me, oh no, fibroids are just growths in the stomach. And I left it at that. I didn't probe more. I was just like, oh, okay, shame anyways. I wish your mom the best in her operation. And that's how I packed fibroids. I didn't know what it was, I didn't know much information about it. But then a few years later, I was not feeling well, and at the time I was staying with my mom, and she told me go have a full body checkup. So I went. I had a full body checkup, and at the clinic where I went, they found out that my blood was low. They call it HB. I was learning some of these terminologies for the first time, stuff like HB. So yeah, my HB was low. I can't remember the exact figure, but it was really low. And they told me, no, go see a gynecologist. So I went to see a gynecologist, and they did a scan. For ladies that have been for a scan, you have to drink your water, have to have enough water in your system. So yeah, I had the scan done, and the doctor told me straight up, yeah, you have fibroids. They're really big, and you should get pregnant in the next year. And I'm like, excuse me, Miss Ma'am, what do you mean get pregnant in the next year? At this point, I'm single. I don't even have a boyfriend. I almost told her, give me a husband, because I need me a husband to get pregnant. I'm a Christian lady. I believe in no sex before marriage. So what are you saying? What do you mean? That was heavy for me. Of course, I went home. I broke the news to my family. At that point, still, I didn't really understand what this fibroids is. What are fibroids, you guys? I didn't understand at that point. Of course, I started researching more, and I got the medical point of view of what fibroids are exactly. And this podcast is gonna talk more about what fibroids are exactly. I'm not a medical personnel, but I just know, of course, there are growths in the stomach that can grow in your uterus and outside the uterus lining. And yeah, this is why I decided to start this podcast, so that we can raise awareness on this issue of fibroids, because I got to find out actually that a lot of women are suffering from fibroids. 1, 2, a lot of women don't know that they have fibroids. 3, the women who have fibroids are quiet about it. It's not being talked about. This issue is not being talked about. And I ask myself, and I wonder why. Is it because it affects fertility? Again, we'll talk about this in the other episodes to come. There's just a lot surrounding this issue of fibroids. And this is why I decided to start this podcast called Hey Uterus, What's This? This was just a little introduction from me for you guys to just get to know why I decided to start this podcast and the importance as well. And to all men listening, by any chance, if there's a man listening to this, I'm glad you're listening, because this podcast is for both male and female, because men also need to know about fibroids as well, because men have sisters, men have wives, nieces, that are experiencing this, that go through this. Bosses at work need to know about fibroids, because of course, when you have fibroids, there a lot of your menstruation is heavy, your flow is so heavy. So there's a lot that will be talked about this issue, but basically that's how I found out that I had fibroids. Okay. And since then I've gone for an operation to India. That was by God's grace, by the way, guys. That was a miracle for me to go all the way to India. For those who've been for medical treatment to India, you just know that India is so expensive. People are selling houses out there just to go to India. It's crazy. It's really crazy. So I just thank God for the opportunity and the miracle that happened for me to go to India for my operation, and I am much better. So I just wanted to warm you guys up to this topic of fibroids. And in my next episode, I will have a medical personnel who will be able to answer questions about fibroids, because I have questions as well. We'll be able to tell you what side effects you should look forward to for somebody who has fibroids. So I'm excited about this journey. I'm excited to those who've joined this first episode. It's going to be an amazing journey, and I'm looking forward to meeting you guys in the next everyone, welcome to Hey Uterus, What's This? A podcast about fibroids. I am your host, Delight Hangala, and I'm going to be taking you on a journey to understand what fibroids are. I guess some of you have never heard about fibroids, and to be honest, that was me, a 20-year-old in university. I'd never heard about fibroids. The first time I got to hear about it was when my roommate's mom was going for an operation, and my roommate told me, oh, my mom is going for an operation for fibroids, and I'm like, what are fibroids? fibroids, because fibroids are not talked about as much as breast cancer, as much as the other diseases out there. So she told me, oh no, fibroids are just growths in the stomach. And I left it at that. I didn't probe more. I was just like, oh, okay, shame anyways. I wish your mom the best in her operation. And that's how I packed fibroids. I didn't know what it was, I didn't know much information about it. But then a few years later, I was not feeling well, and at the time I was staying with my mom, and she told me go have a full body checkup. So I went. I had a full body checkup, and at the clinic where I went, they found out that my blood was low. They call it HB. I was learning some of these terminologies for the first time, stuff like HB. So yeah, my HB was low. I can't remember the exact figure, but it was really low. And they told me, no, go see a gynecologist. So I went to see a gynecologist, and they did a scan. For ladies that have been for a scan, you have to drink your water, have to have enough water in your system. So yeah, I had the scan done, and the doctor told me straight up, yeah, you have fibroids. They're really big, and you should get pregnant in the next year. And I'm like, excuse me, Miss Ma'am, what do you mean get pregnant in the next year? At this point, I'm single. I don't even have a boyfriend. I almost told her, give me a husband, because I need me a husband to get pregnant. I'm a Christian lady. I believe in no sex before marriage. So what are you saying? What do you mean? That was heavy for me. Of course, I went home. I broke the news to my family. At that point, still, I didn't really understand what this fibroids is. What are fibroids, you guys? I didn't understand at that point. Of course, I started researching more, and I got the medical point of view of what fibroids are exactly. And this podcast is gonna talk more about what fibroids are exactly. I'm not a medical personnel, but I just know, of course, there are growths in the stomach that can grow in your uterus and outside the uterus lining. And yeah, this is why I decided to start this podcast, so that we can raise awareness on this issue of fibroids, because I got to find out actually that a lot of women are suffering from fibroids. One, two, a lot of women don't know that they have fibroids. Three, the women who have fibroids are quiet about it. It's not being talked about. This issue is not being talked about. And I ask myself, and I wonder why. Is it because it affects fertility? Again, we'll talk about this in the other episodes to come. There's just a lot surrounding this issue of fibroids. And this is why I decided to start this podcast called Hey Uterus, What's This? This was just a little introduction from me for you guys to just get to know why I decided to start this podcast and the importance as well. And to all men listening, by any chance, if there's a man listening to this, I'm glad you're listening, because this podcast is for both male and female, because men also need to know about fibroids as well, because men have sisters, men have wives, nieces, that are experiencing this, that go through this. Bosses at work need to know about fibroids, because of course, when you have fibroids, there a lot of your menstruation is heavy, your flow is so heavy. So there's a lot that will be talked about this issue. But basically, that's how I found out that I had fibroids, okay? And since then, I've gone for an operation to India. That was by God's grace, by the way, guys. That was a miracle for me to go all the way to India. For those who've been for medical treatment to India, you just know that India is so expensive. People are selling houses out there just to go to India. It's crazy. It's really crazy. So I just thank God for the opportunity and the miracle that happened for me to go to India for my operation, and I am much better. So I just wanted to warm you guys up to this topic of fibroids. And in my next episode, I will have a medical personnel who will be able to answer questions about fibroids, because I have questions as well. We'll be able to tell you what side effects you should look forward to for somebody who has fibroids. So I'm excited about this journey. I'm excited to those who've joined this first episode. It's going to be an amazing journey, and I'm looking forward to meeting you guys in the next Everyone, welcome to Hey Uterus, What's This? A podcast about fibroids. I am your host, Delight Hangala, and I'm going to be taking you on a journey to understand what fibroids are. I guess some of you have never heard about fibroids, and to be honest, that was me, a 20-year-old in university. I'd never heard about fibroids. The first time I got to hear about it was when my roommate's mom was going for an operation, and my roommate told me, oh, my mom is going for an operation for fibroids, and I'm like, what are fibroids? Because, fibroids are not talked about as much as breast cancer, as much as the other diseases out there. So she told me, oh no, fibroids are just growths in the stomach. And, I left it at that. I didn't probe more. I was just like, oh, okay, shame anyways. I wish your mom the best in her operation. And that's how I packed fibroids. I didn't know what it was, I didn't know, much information about it. But then a few years later, I was not feeling well, and at the time I was staying with my mom, and she told me, go have a full body checkup. So I went. I had a full body checkup, and at the clinic where I went, they found out that my blood was low. They call it HB. I was learning some of these terminologies for the first time, stuff like HB. So yeah, my HB was low. I can't remember the exact figure, but it was really low. And, they told me, no, go see a gynecologist. So I went to see a gynecologist, and they did a scan. For ladies that have been for a scan, you have to drink your water, have to have enough water in your system. So yeah, I had the scan done, and the doctor told me straight up, yeah, you have fibroids. They're really big, and you should get pregnant in the next year. And I'm like, excuse me, Miss Ma'am, what do you mean get pregnant in the next year? At this point, I'm single. I don't even have a boyfriend. I almost told her, give me a husband, because I need me a husband to get pregnant. I'm a Christian lady. I believe in no sex before marriage. So what are you saying? What do you mean? That was heavy for me. Of course, I went home. I broke the news to my family. At that point, still, I didn't really understand what this fibroids is. What are fibroids, you guys? I didn't understand at that point. Of course, I started researching more, and I got the medical point of view of what fibroids are exactly. And this podcast is gonna talk more about what fibroids are exactly. I'm not a medical personnel, but I just know, of course, there are growths in the stomach that can grow in your uterus and outside the uterus lining. And yeah, this is why I decided to start this podcast, so that we can raise awareness on this issue of fibroids, because I got to find out actually that a lot of women are suffering from fibroids. 1, 2, a lot of women don't know that they have fibroids. 3, the women who have fibroids are quiet about it. It's not being talked about. This issue is not being talked about. And I ask myself, and I wonder, why? Is it because it affects fertility? Again, we'll talk about this in the other episodes to come. There's just a lot surrounding this issue of fibroids. And this is why I decided to start this podcast called Hey Uterus, What's This? This was just a little introduction from me for you guys to just get to know why I decided to start this podcast and the importance as well. And to all men listening, by any chance, if there's a man listening to this, I'm glad you're listening, because this podcast is for both male and female, because men also need to know about fibroids as well, because men have sisters, men have wives, nieces, that are experiencing this, that go through this. Bosses at work need to know about fibroids, because of course, when you have fibroids, there a lot of your menstruation is heavy, your flow is so heavy. So there's a lot that will be talked about this issue, but basically that's how I found out that I had fibroids. Okay. And since then I've gone for an operation to India. That was by God's grace, by the way, guys. That was a miracle for me to go all the way to India. For those who've been for medical treatment to India, you just know that India is so expensive. People are selling houses out there just to go to India. It's crazy. It's really crazy. So I just thank God for the opportunity and the miracle that happened for me to go to India for my operation, and I am much better. So I just wanted to warm you guys up to this topic of fibroids. And in my next episode, I will have a medical personnel who will be able to answer questions about fibroids, because I have questions as well. We'll be able to tell you what side effects you should look forward to for somebody who has fibroids. So I'm excited about this journey. I'm excited to those who've joined this first episode. It's going to be an amazing journey, and I'm looking forward to to meeting you guys in the next. Everyone, welcome to Hey Uterus, What's This? A podcast about fibroids. I am your host, Delight Hangala, and I'm going to be taking you on a journey to understand what fibroids are. I guess some of you have never heard about fibroids, and to be honest, that was me, a 20-year-old in university. I'd never heard about fibroids. The first time I got to hear about it was when my roommate's mom was going for an operation, and my roommate told me, oh, my mom is going for an operation for fibroids, and I'm like, what are fibroids? Because fibroids are not talked about as much as breast cancer, as much as the other diseases out there. So she told me, oh no, fibroids are just growths in the stomach. And I left it at that. I didn't probe more. I was just like, oh, okay, shame anyways. I wish your mom the best in her operation. And that's how I packed fibroids. I didn't know what it was, I didn't know much information about it. But then a few years later, I was not feeling well, and at the time I was staying with my mom, and she told me, go have a full body checkup. So I went, I had a full body checkup, and at the clinic where I went, they found out that my blood was low. They call it HB. I was learning some of these terminologies for the first time, stuff like HB. So yeah, my HB was low. I can't remember the exact figure, but it was really low. And they told me, no, go see a gynecologist. So I went to see a gynecologist, and they did a scan. For ladies that have been for a scan, you have to drink your water, have to have enough water in your system. So yeah, I had the scan done, and the doctor told me straight up, yeah, you have fibroids. They're really big, and you should get pregnant in the next year. And I'm like, excuse me, Miss Ma'am, what do you mean get pregnant in the next year? At this point, I'm single. I don't even have a boyfriend. I almost told her, give me a husband, because I need me a husband to get pregnant. I'm a Christian lady. I believe in no sex before marriage. So what are you saying? What do you mean? That was heavy for me. Of course, I went home. I broke the news to my family. At that point, still, I didn't really understand what this fibroids is. What are fibroids, you guys? I didn't understand at that point. Of course, I started researching more, and I got the medical point of view of what fibroids are exactly. And this podcast is gonna talk more about what fibroids are exactly. I'm not a medical personnel, but I just know, of course, there are growths in the stomach that can grow in your uterus and outside the uterus lining. And yeah, this is why I decided to start this podcast, so that we can raise awareness on this issue of fibroids, because I got to find out actually that a lot of women are suffering from fibroids. 1, 2, a lot of women don't know that they have fibroids. 3, the women who have fibroids are quiet about it. It's not being talked about. This issue is not being talked about. And I ask myself, and I wonder, why? Is it because it affects fertility? Again, we'll talk about this in the other episodes to come. There's just a lot surrounding this issue of fibroids. And this is why I decided to start this podcast called Hey Uterus, What's This? This was just a little introduction from me for you guys to just get to know why I decided to start this podcast and the importance as well. And to all men listening, by any chance, if there's a man listening to this, I'm glad you're listening, because this podcast is for both male and female, because men also need to know about fibroids as well, because men have sisters, men have wives, nieces, that are experiencing this, that go through this. Bosses at work need to know about fibroids, because of course, when you have fibroids, there a lot of your menstruation is heavy, your flow is so heavy. So there's a lot that will be talked about this issue, but basically that's how I found out that I had fibroids. Okay. And since then I've gone for an operation to India. That was by God's grace, by the way, guys. That was a miracle for me to go all the way to India. For those who've been for medical treatment to India, you just know that India is so expensive. People are selling houses out there just to go to India. It's crazy. It's really crazy. So I just thank God for the opportunity and the miracle that happened for me to go to India for my operation, and I am much better. So I just wanted to warm you guys up to this topic of fibroids. And in my next episode, I will have a medical personnel who will be able to answer questions about fibroids, because I have questions as well. We'll be able to tell you what side effects you should look forward to for somebody who has fibroids. So I'm excited about this journey. I'm excited to those who've joined this first episode. It's going to be an amazing journey, and I'm looking forward to meeting you guys in the next. Everyone, welcome to Hey Uterus, What's This? A podcast about fibroids. I am your host, Delight Hangala, and I'm going to be taking you on a journey to understand what fibroids are. I guess some of you have never heard about fibroids, and to be honest, that was me, a 20-year-old in university. I'd never heard about fibroids. The first time I got to hear about it was when my roommate's mom was going for an operation, and my roommate told me, oh, my mom is going for an operation for fibroids, and I'm like, what are fibroids? Because fibroids are not talked about as much as breast cancer, as much as the other diseases out there. So she told me, oh no, fibroids are just growths in the stomach. And I left it at that. I didn't probe more. I was just like, oh, okay, shame anyways. I wish your mom the best in her operation. And that's how I packed fibroids. I didn't know what it was, I didn't know much information about it. But then a few years later, I was not feeling well, and at the time I was staying with my mom, and she told me, go have a full body checkup. So I went. I had a full body checkup, and at the clinic where I went, they found out that my blood was low. They call it HB. I was learning some of these terminologies for the first time, stuff like HB. So yeah, my HB was low. I can't remember the exact figure, but it was really low. And they told me, no, go see a gynecologist. So I went to see a gynecologist, and they did a scan. For ladies that have been for a scan, you have to drink your water, have to have enough water in your system. So yeah, I had the scan done, and the doctor told me straight up, yeah, you have fibroids. They're really big, and you should get pregnant in the next year. And I'm like, excuse me, Miss Ma'am, what do you mean get pregnant in the next year? At this point, I'm single. I don't even have a boyfriend. I almost told her, give me a husband, because I need me a husband to get pregnant. I'm a Christian lady. I believe in no sex before marriage. So what are you saying? What do you mean? That was heavy for me. Of course, I went home. I broke the news to my family. At that point, still, I didn't really understand what this fibroids is. What are fibroids, you guys? I didn't understand at that point. Of course, I started researching more, and I got the medical point of view of what fibroids are exactly. And this podcast is gonna talk more about what fibroids are exactly. I'm not a medical personnel, but I just know, of course, there are growths in the stomach that can grow in your uterus and outside the uterus lining. And yeah, this is why I decided to start this podcast, so that we can raise awareness on this issue of fibroids, because I got to find out actually that a lot of women are suffering from fibroids. One, two, a lot of women don't know that they have fibroids. Three, the women who have fibroids are quiet about it. It's not being talked about. This issue is not being talked about. And I ask myself, and I wonder, why? Is it because it affects fertility? Again, we'll talk about this in the other episodes to come. There's just a lot surrounding this issue of fibroids. And this is why I decided to start this podcast called Hey Uterus, What's This? This was just a little introduction from me for you guys to just get to know why I decided to start this podcast, and the importance as well. And to all men listening, by any chance, if there's a man listening to this, I'm glad you're listening, because this podcast is for both male and female, because men also need to know about fibroids as well, because men have sisters, men have wives, nieces, that are experiencing this, that go through this. Bosses at work need to know about fibroids, because of course, when you have fibroids, there a lot of your menstruation is heavy, your flow is so heavy. So there's a lot that will be talked about this issue. But basically, that's how I found out that I had fibroids, okay? And since then, I've gone for an operation to India. That was by God's grace, by the way, guys. That was a miracle for me to go all the way to India. For those who've been for medical treatment to India, you just know that India is so expensive. Like, people are selling houses out there just to go to India. It's crazy. It's really crazy. So I just thank God for the opportunity and the miracle that happened for me to go to India for my operation, and I am much better. So I just wanted to warm you guys up to this topic of fibroids. And in my next episode, I will have a medical personnel who will be able to answer questions about fibroids, because I have questions as well. We'll be able to tell you what side effects you should look forward to for somebody who has fibroids. So I'm excited about this journey. I'm excited to those who've joined this first episode. It's going to be an amazing journey, and I'm looking forward to meeting you guys in the next.
Hey, übrigens, ich habe mit intermittierendem Fasten angefangen. Wie findest du das? Das ist eine Frage, die ich ganz oft kriege. Ich bin Karina Rigoni und ich bin Personal Health Coach und ich helfe Menschen dabei, die ihren eigenen Lebensrhythmus verloren haben und unter Symptomen wie Müdigkeit, Stress oder körperlichen Beschwerden leiden, dabei, ihre individuellen Bedürfnisse zu priorisieren und einen guten Lebensrhythmus wiederherzustellen. Mein Ziel ist es, Menschen zu ermächtigen, Grenzen zu setzen, Selbstfürsorge zu praktizieren und ein gutes Leben zu leben, das Freude und Vitalität schenkt. Das Thema intermittierendes Fasten, das begleitet mich schon ganz lange. Und die Frage kriege ich immer wieder gestellt, wie ich denn das finde. Ich möchte vorweg sagen, dass das meine eigene Meinung ist und dass das keine ärztliche Empfehlung ist, die ich hier abgebe. Aber intermittierendes Fasten wird nicht nur bei mir, sondern auch im Netz, allgemein in der Gesellschaft sehr kontrovers besprochen. Und deswegen würde ich gerne eine Episode heute zu diesem Thema machen. Was heißt intermittierendes Fasten? Intermittieren, das Wort heißt, immer wieder Pausen zu machen. Also nicht etwas, was dauernd ist, sondern immer mit Unterbrechungen sozusagen. Also das heißt, man könnte sagen, Fasten unterbrechen, oder im heutigen Volksmund ist es so, dass man das Essen unterbricht. Es gibt verschiedene Arten von intermittierendem Fasten. Eine Art ist das 2-Tages-Fasten. Das heißt, ich faste 2 Tage und dann esse ich wieder 5 Tage normal. Oder das 1-1-0. Das heißt, ich faste einen Tag und ich esse einen Tag und dann fängt das wieder von vorne an. Das populärste, was man kennt, ist das 16-8-Fasten, also das intermittierende Fasten. Das heißt, ich faste, ich esse nichts während 16 Stunden und ich esse während 8 Stunden. 16 plus 8 sind 24, dann haben wir wieder einen ganzen Tag. So, und jetzt ist die Frage, wo kommt das überhaupt her? Wieso wollen plötzlich alle das intermittierende Fasten machen? Wenn wir nicht mal so weit zurückgehen, dann werden wir uns bewusst, dass wir das früher eigentlich gemacht haben. Das heißt, wir haben morgens gegessen, manchmal früh um 6, um 5 sogar, die Bauern, die Handwerker, die früh aufstehen mussten. Und man hat ein gutes Frühstück gegessen, man hat Mittag gegessen um 12 und dann relativ früh zu Abend gegessen, um 17, 18 Uhr, weil da wurde es meist dunkel. Und als es noch keine Elektrizität gab, also noch kein elektrisches Licht, dann ist man dann bald nach Dunkelheit, ist man dann auch ins Bett gegangen. Und wenn man da rechnet, von 6 bis morgens um 6, dann haben wir 12 Stunden, wo wir nichts gegessen haben. Wir kennen alle noch den Spruch, iss am Morgen wie ein Kaiser, am Mittag wie ein Fürst und am Abend wie ein Bettler. Das ist ein Spruch, der unsere Großeltern uns gesagt haben und das hat ganz viel für sich, auch heute noch. Denn früher haben wir viel früher gegessen, als es noch keine Elektrizität gegeben hat. Dann hat man um 5, 6 Uhr, je nach Jahreszeit gegessen und dann ist man schon bald ins Bett gegangen. Und da, in dieser Zeit, konnte der Körper regenerieren. Heute ist das ein bisschen anders. Wir haben meist keine Zeit am Morgen etwas zu essen, weil ich stehe auf, muss mich stylen, muss mich fertig machen und dann gleich los zur Arbeit. Mittags reicht es meist nur für ein kleines Sandwich oder eine Suppe, meistens auch nicht, sondern weil ich schlank bleiben will, einen kleinen Salat. Und dann abends mit der Familie und weil ich dann auch Hunger habe und nach meinem Zuckerschock am Zvieri, also um 16 Uhr, vielleicht auch dann auch wirklich wieder Hunger habe nach 2, 3 Stunden, dann kochen wir richtig und wir essen meist viel zu spät und weil der Körper kompensieren will und muss, auch viel zu viel. Immer wenn wir wieder neue Trends haben, dann frage ich mich, wo kommt das her? Und was ist das Gute daran? Und beim intermittierenden Fasten ist es definitiv so, dass es ganz, ganz viel Gutes hat. Denn, wie ich vorher erklärt habe, ist das nichts Neues. Wir haben es einfach umgemodelt, weil es uns besser passt. Nicht am Morgen zu essen, sondern dann abends mit der Familie ausgehen, spät essen, weil nach der Arbeit will ich ja mein Leben genießen. Das heißt, dieser Trend ist aufgekommen, weil wir auch gemerkt haben, hey, die Leute werden immer dicker. Die Wissenschaft hat sich überlegt, okay, die Menschen haben immer öfter Übergewicht, sind krank, haben metabolische Syndrome und wie kann man das mit der Ernährung hinkriegen? Und da ist man dann drauf gekommen, man muss dem Körper eine Pause geben. Und das intermittierende Fasten ist genau das. Ich persönlich finde es wunderbar, am Abend früh zu essen oder auch mal eine Mahlzeit auszulassen, aber nicht am Morgen, sondern am Abend. Wieso eigentlich? Ernährung ist natürlich bioindividuell. Das heißt, es gibt sicherlich Menschen, für die das intermittierende Fasten und sogar 16 Stunden Fasten, 8 Stunden Essen okay ist. Wichtig ist aber dabei zu schauen, dass ich genügend Nährstoffe aufnehme in dieser Zeit und dass ich vor allem nicht ein Binge-Eating mache. Ich hatte mal einen Bekannten, den habe ich eingeladen und da hieß es schon, okay, wir kommen zum Mittagessen, weil er macht intermittierendes Fasten, finde ich wunderbar. Und dann habe ich mir angesehen, was der sich reinhaut. Und dann hat er mir erzählt, er isst pro Tag 5, 6 Stunden und den Rest des Tages fastet er. Aber in diesen 5 bis 6 Stunden hat er von der Vorspeise bis zum Dessert mindestens 3 Portionen gegessen, was ja eigentlich auch nicht gesund sein kann. Und das ist etwas, was dann so ein Trend ist, wo ich mich dann frage, ja, wo ist jetzt das Gute, wo ist jetzt das Sinnvolle? Weil wir wollen ja unseren Körper gesund halten. Und wenn dabei rauskommt, dass ich abnehme oder dass ich mein Gewicht halte, ist das ja wunderbar. Aber als erstes geht es darum, dass ich gesund bin, dass ich mich vital fühle und dass ich Leichtigkeit fühle. Wieso ist intermittierendes Fasten oft kritisch? Ich habe es vorher schon erwähnt. Das eine ist sicherlich, dass man darauf achten soll, dass man genügend Nährstoffe aufnimmt. Und Salatblättchen oder Sandwiches hat durchaus zu wenige Nahrung, zu wenig Nährstoffe drin. Da wären wir jetzt bei einem anderen Thema, zum Thema Nahrungsergänzung. Ich bin kein großer Fan davon, beziehungsweise ich nehme immer mal wieder Nahrungsergänzungsmittel, Vitamine, Mineralstoffe, Kollagen für die schöne Haut. Aber ich nehme das nicht dauernd, sondern ich nehme es dann, wenn ich das Gefühl habe, okay, jetzt gab es eine Zeit, da konnte ich nicht ganz so auf die Ernährung schauen oder es war eine intensive Zeit mit viel Stress, positivem Stress auch, und dann nehme ich doch ab und zu Omega-3, Vitamin D, was es so gibt, aber eben immer mal wieder phasenweise. Das ist meine Art, meinen Lebensrhythmus zu leben. Das muss nicht für jeden sein, das kann für einige Inspiration sein. Also das andere Thema ist das Hormonthema. Wir Frauen unterliegen ganz stark hormonellen Schwankungen ab dem Zeitpunkt, an dem wir unsere Menstruation kriegen, bis zur Menopause, aber auch Männer unterliegen hormonellen Schwankungen. Und der Hormonhaushalt ist sehr, sehr sensibel auf Ernährung, auf Nahrungsaufnahme. Der dritte Punkt ist die Hungersnot. Wenn ich meinem Körper immer wieder vorgaukle, dass wir plötzlich in einer Hungersnot sind, dann im übertragenen Sinne wird er dafür sorgen, dass er für die schlechten Zeiten Vorrat anhäuft. Und zwar beim Körper ist es natürlich so, dass er Vorrat in Form von Fettzellen anhäuft. Das heißt also schöne Fettpölsterchen. Vielleicht ist dir das auch schon aufgefallen, dass wenn man Diät gemacht hat und man hat wenig Kalorien gegessen und dann nachher wieder ganz normal gegessen hat, dass man plötzlich wieder zugenommen hat, der sogenannte Jojo-Effekt. Das hat damit zu tun, dass der Körper den sogenannten Grundumsatz, das ist das, was man braucht, um einfach alle Vitalfunktionen aufrecht zu erhalten, dass der Grundumsatz runtergeht, wenn ich weniger Kalorien zu mir nehme. Und der geht nicht automatisch hoch, wenn ich wieder normal esse. Und wenn ich normal sage, dann meine ich nicht Junkfood oder Fastfood, whatever, sondern wirklich ganz normal ausgewogene Kost, was meistens natürlich ein bisschen mehr Kalorien hat als eine Diät, wenn ich eine Diät mache. Und dann ist es ganz normal, dass dieser Mehrumsatz quasi als mehr Kilo dann auf der Waage ersichtlich ist. Es gibt eine ganz spannende Studie, ich weiß nicht, ob ich davon schon erzählt habe, ich finde die so spannend, weil ich das seit Jahren zelebriere, beziehungsweise wie eine Windmühle oder gegen die Windmühle, wie sagt man das so schön? Ja, ich spreche immer, ich kämpfe gegen die Windmühlen bezüglich Kalorien. Ich sage immer, Kalorien sind nicht gleich Kalorien. Und es gibt eine Studie, die hatte geschaut, okay, wie ist das, wenn eine Gruppe von Menschen über 2 Wochen lang gesund essen, also ausgewogen essen, und 2000 Kalorien pro Tag zu sich nehmen, und die andere Gruppe hatte Convenient Food gegessen. Für mich ist übrigens Convenient Food schon Tomatensauce aus dem Glas, wo Zucker zugesetzt ist, das Weizen drin hat, vielleicht sogar noch Zitronensäure bzw. Additives, also Konservierungsstoffe. Das ist für mich schon Convenient Food, oder sage ich mal der Stocki, Kartoffelstock, in der Schweiz heißt der Stocki, den man nur einfach so mit Milch anrühren muss. Das ist schon Convenient Food, und diese Leute haben aber auch nur 2000 Kalorien pro Tag gegessen. Jetzt hat man geguckt, was passiert nach 2 Wochen. Also man wollte vor allem sehen, was das Gewicht macht. Und die Gruppe, die Convenient Food, Fast Food 2 Wochen lang gegessen hat, hat in 2 Wochen schon 2 Kilo zugenommen. Da kann man jetzt sagen, ja gut, 2 Kilo ist ja nicht viel. Aber wenn du das mal hochrechnest auf ein Jahr, dann ist das ganz schöne hohe Hausnummer. Da sind wir bei 4 Kilo im Monat, da sind wir bei 50 Kilo im Jahr. Ganz so schlimm wird es ja wahrscheinlich nicht sein, weil der Körper hat ja auch seine Ventile oder seine Mechanismen sozusagen, aber trotzdem finde ich das ganz spannend. Und das ist für mich auch der Beweis, und das macht mich so froh, dass es diese Studie gibt, weil, wie gesagt, 100 Gramm Linsen ist nicht gleich 100 Gramm Ketchup. Ja, also ganz, ganz wichtig. Oder andersrum gesagt, 1000 Kalorien aus einem feinen Curry mit Kartoffeln, mit Kürbis, mit Linsen ist nicht gleich ein Hamburger mit Ketchup und Mayo, auch wenn der auch nur oder auch 1000 Kalorien hat. Das finde ich sehr, sehr spannend. Also da auch ganz, ganz wichtig, wenn wir vom intermittierenden Fasten reden, das Hormonelle ist ganz, ganz wichtig und eben auch der Jojo-Effekt, die Hungergefühle, die ein Körper nicht genau definieren kann. Wir sind eigentlich immer noch Neandertaler, einfach heute im coolen Outfit. Denn unser Körper, der weiß nicht, ob wirklich eine Hungersnot bevorsteht oder ob ich einfach einem neuen Trend folge und bewusst eine Hungersnot hervorrufe oder eine Fastenzeit hervorrufe. Wichtig ist vielleicht noch zu sagen, einmal bis zweimal im Jahr zu fasten oder auch einen Fastentag einzulegen, ist absolut okay. Meistens ist es aber so, dass zum Beispiel, wenn ich in einer Woche einen Tag faste, hat das nicht so eine große Relevanz auf mein Gewicht, aber es kann durchaus sein, dass es für mein Wohlbefinden wichtig ist und mir gut tut. Also da auch immer wichtig, wieso möchte ich intermittierendes Fasten machen? Wenn es ums Abnehmen geht, kann ich sagen, auf lange Zeit, für viele Menschen, es gibt immer Ausnahmen, nicht ideal. Aber was ist denn ideal? Ich möchte dir einfach mein Konzept vorstellen bzw. erzählen, wie ich das mache. Und zwar lebe ich sehr stark in der traditionellen chinesischen Medizin und esse eigentlich auch nach diesem Ernährungsstil. In der chinesischen Medizin, wie auch früher in der traditionellen europäischen Medizin, Ernährungslehre, geht es darum, regelmäßig zu essen und vor allem mindestens 2-mal, besser 3-mal am Tag warm zu essen. Wieso ist das so? Warme Nahrung kann der Körper besser aufnehmen, er kann es besser verdauen und ich rege damit mein Magenfeuer an. Und da kommen wir jetzt auch wieder zum intermittierenden Fasten bzw. zum Frühstücken. Unsere Stoffwechselzeit ist der Morgen. Du hast vielleicht schon mal von der Organuhr gehört. Und zwar nach der Organuhr, der TCM, ist zwischen 7 und 9 Uhr die Magenzeit. Das heißt, da ist eine ideale Zeit zu essen, weil da hat der Magen seine Hochzeit, arbeitet also am stärksten und dadurch kann auch alles sehr, sehr gut verdaut werden. Es gibt noch ein anderes Konzept, das für mich sehr, sehr schlüssig und klar ist, und zwar das Thema Magenfeuer. Wir haben ja unsere Vitalfunktionen und unser Körper hat immer plus minus 37 Grad und das ist auch wichtig, dass er die behält. Wenn ich jetzt dauernd kalte Nahrung und kalte Flüssigkeit in meinem Magen zuführe, dann kühlt er irgendwann ab. Und wenn du dir vorstellst, dass der Magen wie so ein großer Topf ist, wo eine Suppe drin brodelt, schön, unten die Nieren, sie ist unser Feuer und der Magen ist unser Topf, ist unsere Feuerstelle. Und wenn ich da dauernd kaltes Wasser einschenke, dann wird die Suppe mit der Zeit trübe, sie wird kalt, die Nahrungsteile Die Nahrung kann nicht richtig kochen, die kann nicht richtig verarbeitet werden. Und was gibt es? Da gibt es denn die Schlacken. Und das ist ein Thema, was ich sehr, sehr spannend finde, was ich auch nochmal näher darauf eingehen kann. Aber das ist das Thema warmes Essen am Morgen. Am Mittag etwas Warmes kann nicht immer sein, aber du kannst zum Beispiel ein warmes Glas Wasser trinken, bevor du dein Sandwich isst. Oder du nimmst etwas mit und wärmst es auf. Eine kleine Pfanne oder so, oder zum Beispiel auch ein Behälter, wo es warm hält. Das ist auch etwas, was du zum Beispiel mitnehmen kannst. Du kannst dir auch mal überlegen, ob du vielleicht abends mal nicht ganz so viel isst und eine Portion zur Seite legst, damit du das am anderen Tag zum Mittagessen essen kannst oder mitnehmen kannst. Und abends etwas Leichtes, etwas Warmes ist natürlich hervorragend. Suppen, Ofengemüse, dies sind alles Dinge, die leicht verdaubar sind. Jetzt haben wir wieder neue Trends wie erst Eiweiß essen, dann Kohlenhydrate, dann whatever. Ich weiß es schon gar nicht mehr. Für mich ist das immer so ein bisschen wie soll ich das sagen? So die Verzweiflung, hey, wir müssen irgendwie noch was Neues finden, um die Leute zu beschäftigen. Hey Leute, es geht doch einfach darum, gesund zu essen, ausgewogen zu essen und auf seinen Körper wieder zu hören. Mein Lieblingsthema, ich esse, wenn ich esse. Und wenn ich esse, dann arbeite ich nicht, dann schaue ich keine E-Mails, dann schaue ich nicht Fernsehen, dann streite ich mich nicht mit meiner Familie, sondern ich esse, ich genieße und ich bin mir bewusst, was ich esse. Ich weiß, dass das recht schwierig ist, 3-mal am Tag zu essen. Wer hat denn die Zeit? Ich kann dir nur sagen, das ist eigentlich einfacher, als was du denkst, weil essen tust du sowieso und jetzt kannst du dich entscheiden, was du isst. Nimmst du dir Zeit für dich, für deine Gesundheit und kochst vielleicht auch mal vor oder machst dir Gedanken, was du isst und schau vielleicht auch mal die Labels an, was du denn so isst. Ich hatte gerade eine Klientin, die mir erzählt hat, dass sie jetzt Veganerin ist und sie isst nur noch Fake Meat, nenne ich das. Also das heißt so Fleischersatzdinge. Schau mal, was da drin ist. Also das habe ich ihr natürlich gesagt. Ich habe das nämlich am Anfang auch gegessen und dann irgendwann habe ich da mal nachgeschaut, was denn da so drin ist. Und das ist hochinteressant und hat mit Pflanzen nichts mehr zu tun. Heißt zwar Fleisch auf pflanzlicher Basis, aber auch das ist Convenient Food, weil es ist hoch processed. Also das heißt, es ist ganz stark verändert worden. Und das ist ein Thema, wo ich glaube, wir anfangen dürfen, nicht mehr allen Trends hinterher zu rennen, sondern uns zu überlegen, hey, back to the roots. Wie haben wir früher gegessen? Wie kann ich feststellen, wie es mir geht, was mir gut tut? Und das kann auf der einen Seite vegan sein, wenn ich mich wirklich sehr gut auskenne und die richtigen Nährstoffe zu mir nehme. Das kann vegetarisch sein, denn es gibt viele Leute, die brauchen nicht unbedingt Fleisch oder Fisch. Und das kann aber auch mit Fleisch oder mit Fisch sein. Auch da, wieso haben wir die Thematik, die wir heute haben? Jetzt schweife ich ein bisschen aus. Aber die Thematik haben wir, weil der Mensch maßlos geworden ist. Jeden Tag Fleisch auf dem Tisch. Das gab es vor 30 Jahren nicht und ist auch totaler Bullshit. Weil mein Körper braucht nicht jeden Tag Fleisch, jeden Tag Proteine. Es geht um die Ausgewogenheit und darum geht es. Das heißt also, mach dir einen kleinen Plan. Starte am Morgen mit einem warmen Glas Wasser und iss etwas Kleines. Wenn es geht, ein Porridge, irgendwas Warmes oder ein Ei, was du gerne hast. Können auch Leftovers sein vom Tag vorher. Und dann schreib dir mal auf, wie du isst, wann du isst und fang an zu kauen. Wenn du Fragen hast oder Anmerkungen oder auch kritische Kommentare, freue ich mich auf die nächste Episode und ich werde deine Fragen beantworten. Ich wünsche dir ein Happy Life, ich wünsche dir eine gute Zeit und freue mich aufs nächste Mal. Ciao. Wie oft hören wir diesen Satz oder sagen ihn selber ganz oft und er rutscht uns raus, ohne dass wir uns so richtig bewusst sind, was das eigentlich heißt. Toll, dass du heute wieder dabei bist und dich für deine Gesundheit interessierst. Ich bin Karin Arrigoni, Personal Health Coach und Women's Health Coach und ich beantworte heute deine Frage und zwar zum Thema Stress und Hormone. Hat Stress einen Einfluss auf meine Gesundheit? Da kann ich definitiv sagen, ja. Denn wenn ich im Stress bin, dann schüttet der Körper Hormone aus, um diese Stresssituation auszugleichen. Und zwar ist das noch ein altes Relikt, wie ich letztes Mal schon gesagt habe, wir sind eigentlich Neandertaler im Anzug. Das heißt, unser System aktiviert Hormone wie Cortisol und Adrenalin und gleicht somit die Situation aus oder will die Situation ausgleichen. Wir nennen das auch den Flight- und Fight-Modus, also Kämpf- und Fluchtmodus. In dem Moment ist es so, dass das Adrenalin, das Cortisol im Körper aktiviert wird und dass der Körper sich vorbereitet auf einen Kampf oder auf die Flucht. Früher ging es wirklich ums Überleben und es ging darum, wie ich schon gesagt habe, zu kämpfen oder davon zu rennen. Jetzt ist es aber so, dass diese Aktivierung der Hormone auch dann passiert, wenn ich im Büro sitze und mein Chef mich anschreit. Passiert nicht so oft oder bei mir passiert das nie mehr, aber ihr kennt diese Situation. Oder das Kind schreit oder irgendwas nervt einen und schwupps wird dieses System aktiviert. Ich möchte dir das Stresssystem ein bisschen erklären. Und zwar heißt das System Hypothalamus, Hypophysen, Nebennierenrindensystem. 2 davon sind im Hirn, 1 ist unten bei den Nieren. Der Hypothalamus ist gerade so oberhalb vom Rückenmark und die Hypophyse ist ein bisschen weiter unten, aber gerade anschließend. Und der Hypothalamus koordiniert eigentlich so als übergeordnetes Zentrum den Wasserhaushalt, Blutdruck und auch den Salzgehalt. Und er ist auch zuständig für unser Sexualverhalten und für die Gefühlsverhalten, die Gefühlswelt unter anderem. Wenn der Hypothalamus mitkriegt, dass Stress da ist, also etwas, was uns beeinflusst, emotional, was uns Angst macht, übergeordnet oder uns ärgert, dann aktiviert er die Hypophyse. Also der Hypothalamus gibt das Signal an die Hypophyse, ein Hormon freizusetzen und dieses Hormon stimuliert wiederum die Nebennierenrinden und diese setzt Cortisol frei. Und das ist ein System, dass dieser Stress, dass das wieder ausgeglichen wird. Ja, also das heißt, es ist etwas Gutes, sodass ich nach einer Stressattacke oder etwas, was mir Angst macht, dass da der Körper Hormone ausschüttet, um wieder in die Ruhe zu kommen. Cortisol ist also ein Hormon, das an der Stressreduktion beteiligt ist und unter anderem auch für das Immunsystem, den Stoffwechsel und den Blutdruck verantwortlich ist, mitverantwortlich ist natürlich. Jetzt gehen wir mal davon aus, dass wir ganz oft oder öfter Stress haben. Also nicht nur ab und zu, sondern mit dem heutigen Lifestyle ist es so, dass wir eigentlich immer im Hamsterrad drehen. Wir sind oft wirklich unterwegs, wir sind unter Strom, wie man so schön sagt. Und wie ich vorher schon erwähnt habe, der Körper kann nicht unterscheiden, ob ich jetzt flüchten oder kämpfen muss oder ob ich einfach mir selber diesen Stress auferlege, weil ich sehr viel zu tun habe, weil ich Dinge jetzt erledigen muss, weil ich noch zum nächsten Meeting rennen muss, ohne überhaupt zu verschnaufen. Und das heißt, auch Cortisol und Adrenalin gehören zu unserem Sympathikussystem, das ist unser Aktivierungssystem, was auch dafür verantwortlich ist, dass wir morgens natürlich aufstehen können, dass wir aktiv sein können, dass wir in Bewegung kommen. Und das Gegenteil ist der Parasympathikus. Der Parasympathikus ist für die Entspannung und für die Verdauung zuständig. Wenn wir jetzt davon ausgehen, dass wir ganz schön viel am Rad drehen, wie man so schön sagt, und der Cortisolspiegel, der Adrenalinspiegel, die Stresshormone ganz schön aktiviert sind, dann hat das natürlich auch zur Folge, dass meine Verdauung nicht so richtig funktioniert oder das Immunsystem auf die Länge angegriffen wird und auch der Blutdruck unter anderem nicht so ausgeglichen ist. Ganz, ganz wichtig, zu viel Stress kann auch Auswirkungen auf deine Schilddrüse haben. Zu viel Cortisol, zu viele Stresshormone im Blutspiegel kann dafür sorgen, dass die Schilddrüsenhormone nicht mehr produziert werden können, die eben fürs Immunsystem bzw. auch für den Stoffwechsel ganz, ganz wichtig sind. Oder die andere Seite ist bei Frauen der Zyklus, das heißt Unregelmäßigkeiten, Schmerzen, PMS können eine Folge von zu viel Stress sein. Der Menstruationszyklus wird beeinträchtigt, Östrogen und Progesteron werden nicht mehr in dem Maße, in dem wir es brauchen, produziert. Und es kann zum Ausbleiben von Menstruation, von der Periode kommen und es kann auch die Fruchtbarkeit beeinträchtigen. Bei den Männern nebenher gesagt ist es natürlich so, dass es auch den Testosteronspiegel beeinträchtigen kann, zu viel Stress, und das sorgt dafür, dass die Libido abnimmt oder auch, dass die Fruchtbarkeit abnehmen kann. Dass Stress natürlich auch andere Hormonsysteme beeinflussen, ist selbstredend. Da möchte ich aber heute gar nicht so drauf eingehen. Ist ein ganz, ganz großes Thema. Was noch spannend ist, ist das Geschlechterspezifische, das heißt die Unterschiede. Von verschiedenen Studien kann man davon ausgehen, dass zum Beispiel Östrogen uns schützt vor Stress eher. Das kennen wir vielleicht auch diejenigen Frauen, die schon mal schwanger waren. Wenn man schwanger ist, ist man ziemlich gelassen, man ist stressresistent. Auf der anderen Seite, Stress kann bei Männern Testosteron anregen und das kann auch zu vermehrter Aggression führen. Ich möchte gerne die Nebennieren nochmals genauer betrachten. Und zwar liegen die, wir haben 2 davon, oberhalb der Nieren, und das sind so kleine Dreieckchen, die wie gesagt für die Ausschüttung des Cortisols zuständig sind. Wenn wir jetzt viel Stress haben, viel unterwegs sind, unterwegs meine ich nicht nur unterwegs in dem Sinne, dass ich auf der Straße unterwegs bin, sondern unterwegs heißt für mich auch mental. Also nicht zur Ruhe kommen, sondern immer gedanklich irgendwie unterwegs zu sein, Gedankenkarussell, nicht zur Ruhe zu kommen. Dann brauche ich sehr viel Cortisol, beziehungsweise das Cortisol wird angeregt, und wenn ich zu viel Cortisol brauche, dann ist ja irgendwann die Nebenniere auch mal erschöpft. Da sprechen wir von der Nebennierenmyose, Müdigkeit, Adrenal Fatigue. Es gibt Experten, die das nicht anerkennen. Ich finde es eine spannende Theorie und deswegen möchte ich dir die erklären. Und zwar geht es darum, dass wenn ich eine Nebennierenerschöpfung habe und die Nebenniere nicht mehr genügend Cortisol produzieren kann, dann fängt sie an zu stehlen. Und zwar sagt man, dass sie da unter Umständen von den Sexualhormonen stiehlt, um daraus Cortisol zu machen. Und prädestiniert ist Progesteron. Progesteron ist auch dafür da, für die Entspannung, ist ein weibliches Sexualhormon, auch in der Schwangerschaft ganz, ganz wichtig. Das heißt also, wenn wir wiederum da schauen zum Thema Fruchtbarkeit, zum Thema Zyklusgesundheit, ist natürlich das Progesteron ganz, ganz wichtig, dass nach dem Eisprung dann den Höhepunkt erreichen wird, neben dem, dass das Östrogen runtergeht. Das ist einfach ein ganz kurzer Exkurs. Und wenn ich natürlich jetzt meine Nebenniere habe, die aus anderen Hormonen Cortisol macht, dann kann es gut sein, dass mein Sexualhormonzyklus, mein Monatszyklus, dass der darunter leidet. Das heißt also, wenn mein Progesteronzyklus eben zu niedrig ist oder da ein Ungleichgewicht zwischen Östrogen und Progesteron, da kann es zu PMS kommen, also prämenstruellen Symptomen wie Schmerzen, wie Kopfschmerzen, wie depressive Verstimmung. Es kann aber auch zu Schwierigkeiten kommen bei der Empfängnis, also schwanger zu werden. Wie ich vorher schon gesagt habe, das ist nicht ein wissenschaftlich akzeptiertes Feld. Ich finde es aber sehr spannend und da ihr wisst, dass ich ganzheitlich arbeite, ziehe ich mir verschiedene Theorien hin und da wir wissen, dass immer mehr Frauen Schwierigkeiten haben, schwanger zu werden, ist das sicherlich ein Konzept, was man im Fall von viel Stress mal näher beleuchten könnte. Natürlich im Feld des chronischen Stress und chronischer Stress hat natürlich noch andere Auswirkungen. Zum einen kann es auch zu Schlafstörungen führen. Adrenalin, aktivierende Hormone, die werden ja früh morgens, so ab 4, 5 Uhr werden die aktiviert, wird das mehr ausgeschüttet, sodass ich dann langsam wach werde. Und wenn ich im Dauerstress bin, dann kann das etwas sein, dass der Körper nicht regenerieren kann. Das heißt, dass diese Parasympathikus, dieser aktivierendes Hormonsystem, dass das schon viel zu früh aktiviert ist oder abends gar nicht runterfahren kann. Dann haben wir auch das Thema Stoffwechsel. Thema Übergewicht ist auch ein ganz, ganz großes Thema. Und zwar habe ich es vorher schon gesagt, wenn das System der Flucht- und Kampfmodus aktiviert wird, also Cortisol aktiviert wird, dann brauche ich keine Verdauung, weil ich muss kämpfen oder ich muss davon rennen. Das heißt also, der Körper stellt den Verdauungsapparat auf Null. Also da passiert überhaupt nichts. Und jetzt stell dir vor, wenn du dauernd im Stress bist und du isst aber gleichzeitig und vielleicht nicht die besten Sachen und vielleicht manchmal auch dann Convenient Food und zu viel und zu lange, zu spät und der Körper kann dann auch noch nicht verdauen, dann kannst du dir vorstellen, dass diese ganzen Dinge, die du isst, eben nicht verdaut werden, nicht genutzt werden, nicht in deinen Zellen da, wo es sollte, ankommt, sondern es wird in Fettzellen umgewandelt, beziehungsweise es liegt einfach brach in deinem Magen. Das sind einfach die Themen Völlegefühl, Blähungen, Unwohlsein, je nachdem, was man isst. Ja, soll ich jetzt den ganzen Tag auf dem Teppich sitzen und meditieren, damit ich aus dem Stress rauskomme? Das ist so eine Floskel, die mir manchmal die Leute zuwerfen, wenn ich sage, hey, du musst ein bisschen auf deinen Stresslevel gucken. Aber Butter bei den Fischen. Was kann man tun, um das Stresssystem nicht immer aktiviert zu haben? Wichtig ist, den Parasympathikus zu aktivieren. Was heißt das jetzt schon wieder? Also der Parasympathikus ist das System für die Entspannung und für die Verdauung und unter anderem sind das die Hormone Endorphin und Serotonin, die ausgeschüttet werden. Das sind ja auch so die Happy-Hormone. Und wenn ich zum Beispiel in die Bewegung komme, beim Sport, dann werden diese Hormone aktiviert und neutralisieren die Stresshormone. Wenn ich das nicht tue, dann ist es so, dass wirklich diese innere Anspannung einfach auch da ist und dass es zum Unwohlsein kommt und dass sich eben diese verschiedenen Symptome, dass die sich mit der Zeit wie aufbauen können. Also Sport bzw. Bewegung ist etwas sehr, sehr Schönes, wenn es in Verbindung ist, zum Beispiel auch mit der Natur, wo ich visuell auch das Grün sehe. Momentan finde ich es mega schön, im Wald oder in der Natur oder einfach im Feld entlang zu spazieren und bewusst dieses Grün aufzunehmen, diese Farbe Grün, die heilend ist, die mir wirklich so die Ruhe gibt. Und durch die Atmung, durch die langsame Atmung kann ich diese guten Hormone, also gut, nein, es gibt nicht gut und schlecht, sondern einfach diese Endorphine, diese Serotonin kann ich ausschütten und kann somit meine Stresshormone neutralisieren. Ich habe es vorher gerade gesagt, Thema Atmung. Atmung, genauer gesagt auch die tiefe Bauchatmung, ist eine sehr, sehr gute Übung, um in das Entspannungssystem zu kommen. Wenn ich tief in meinen Bauch reinatme, wenn ich tief meine Atmung aktiviere, dann aktiviere ich eben auch Endorphine und Serotonine. Das ist eine sehr, sehr schöne Sache. Wenn du jetzt jemand bist, der ganz neu mit Entspannungstechniken zu tun hat, dann ist sicherlich die Atmungsübung eine sehr schöne Sache. Und das können wir mal zusammen, nicht mal, sondern jetzt zusammen machen. Atemübungen kannst du überall machen, egal ob du irgendwo im Bus sitzt oder du hörst mich jetzt im Ohr und bist gerade am Gehen. Atemübungen sind etwas für jederzeit und jederorts. Ja, und deswegen würde ich dir jetzt empfehlen, einfach einen Moment deine Hände, wenn es geht, auf die Brust zu legen, die Augen zu schließen. Wenn du läufst, wenn du Auto fährst, bitte Augen offen lassen, aber trotzdem die Konzentration, beziehungsweise wenn du Auto fährst, entweder Pause machen oder das Video jetzt stoppen und wenn du irgendwo wieder angehalten hast, dann weitersehen oder weiterhören. Ich mache also die Augen zu, habe die Hand auf meinem Brustbein und ich atme tief durch die Nase ein und einmal tief durch den Mund ausatmen und noch einmal. Und jetzt schließe ich den Mund und atme durch die Nase ein und durch die Nase aus, in meinem eigenen Rhythmus. Und ich spüre, wie ich durch die Einatmung die kühlere Luft durch die Nasenlöcher einziehe und durch die Ausatmung wird die warme, verbrauchte Luft wieder durch die Nasenlöcher ausgestoßen. Spüre deine Hände auf deinem Brustbein, auf deinem Brustkorb. Und atme ein und aus und sei eine stille Beobachterin. Beobachte einfach, was passiert, wenn du ein- und ausatmest. Dann darfst du deine Ein- und Ausatmung ein wenig vertiefen, indem du tiefer einatmest und tiefer ausatmest. Spüre, wie bei der Einatmung der Brustkorb sich leicht hebt und der Bauch, die Bauchdecke sich hebt. Und bei der Ausatmung senkt sich die Bauchdecke wieder und der Brustkorb senkt sich. Verlängern wir die Atmung ein wenig, indem wir auf 3 einatmen und auf 6 ausatmen. Einatmen, 2, 3, ausatmen, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 und 1, 2, 3 und aus, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Und mach das noch 3 Runden. Und dann löst du langsam die Hände, du öffnest langsam die Augen. Und jetzt könntest du wieder weiter laufen, weitergehen oder einfach mir weiter zuhören. Dies ist eine ganz, ganz kleine Übung, die nicht viel Zeit braucht. Du brauchst auch keine Hilfsmittel dafür, sondern nur einen Moment Zeit für dich. Ein Moment, in dem du deinen Körper spürst und deine Atmung bewusst aktivierst und gleichzeitig auch dein Entspannungssystem aktivierst. Und damit aktivierst du auch dein Verdauungssystem. Bei den Tipps für Stressreduktion darf natürlich die Ernährung nicht fehlen. Es gibt tendenziell Lebensmittel, wo man denkt, dass die eine Auswirkung auf den Hormon- oder den Stressauslöser haben können. Das kann zum Beispiel Koffein sein. Koffein ist im Kaffee, aber auch im Tee drin. Und zu viel Koffein kann stressauslösend sein. Dann aber auch Zucker, sehr stark zuckerhaltige Getränke und Lebensmittel und auch das Thema Fett, und zwar nicht die guten Fette, sondern die sogenannten Transfette, die industriell hergestellten Fette. Da kann es dazu führen, dass diese auch in hohem Maße, also wenn sie viel und oft über lange Zeit regelmäßig konsumiert werden, dass die auch stressauslösend sein können. Und wenn ich sage stressauslösend, dann meine ich wirklich, dass sie Hormone, Stresshormone auslösend sein können. Und wie oft oder wie wissen wir ja, wie gut wissen wir, dass Fett und Zucker, Industriezucker, ja oft ein Buddy sind. Also die gehören oft zusammen. Was sind denn gute Nahrungsmittel? Und da reden wir ja auch vom Brain Food, ne, von der Stressnahrung in dem Sinne. Und da sind natürlich Nüsse an vorderster Front. Ich habe versucht, so ein bisschen das Thema Stress und den Impact auf die Gesundheit zu erklären. Wie ich das erklärt habe, ist sehr stark westmedizinisch geprägt. Und du weißt oder weißt vielleicht nicht, ich bin sehr stark TCM geprägt. Ich habe selber traditionelle chinesische Medizin erfahren dürfen als Patientin vor über 10 Jahren und bin dann auch in diesen Bereich gekommen, mache jetzt gerade noch eine Weiterbildung im Bereich TCM Ernährung und ich selber ernähre mich auch so. Das heißt, in der TCM geht es nicht um Hormone per se. Hormondysbalancen, Stress und die Reaktion auf Stress ist in der TCM mitunter eine Leber-Qi-Stagnation. Was heißt das? Das heißt Leber-Qi, Leberenergie, Stagnation, eine Leberenergie-Stau, ein Stau in dem Sinne. Und die Leber ist das Element des Holzes, die Leber, deren Emotion auch Zorn ist. Und deswegen geh mal ein bisschen in dich und überleg dir, wenn du gestresst bist, bist du auch öfter vielleicht ein bisschen zornig. Und Zorn ist etwas, was die Leber zerdrückt, was die Leber staut. Das heißt, das Qi, die Energie, kann nicht mehr richtig fließen. Und deswegen auch da in der TCM empfehlen wir Bewegung in die Natur, wandern, ein bisschen joggen, nicht Marathon joggen, weil da schütte ich wieder zu viele Stresshormone aus, sondern wirklich ein entspanntes Joggen zur Stressreduktion. Oder Atemübungen, Meditation und auch einfach ein gutes, entspanntes Verhältnis zur Ernährung. Was heißt das, entspanntes Verhältnis zur Ernährung? Ich sage immer, Ernährung ist eigentlich ganz, ganz einfach. Sobald du auf der Packung irgendwas liest, was du nicht verstehst, was du nicht kennst, kannst du es eigentlich wieder weglegen, weil dann hat das nichts mehr mit natürlichem Lebensmittel zu tun. Und wenn wir davon reden, dass wir saisonal, regional essen sollen, dann hat das auch damit zu tun, dass ich achtsam schaue, okay, was tut mir gut, was ist jetzt etwas, was wirklich hier in der Region gereift ist. Zum Beispiel Blumenkohl, nicht Blumenkohl, Rosenkohl ist etwas, was auch im Winter reift, was im Winter dann geerntet werden kann. Oder auch Kale, der berühmte Kale, wo wir jetzt überall Grünkohlchips haben. Das sind Dinge, die hier in der Region, ich lebe in der Schweiz, dann im Winter, also zwischen Oktober, November bis März, wächst, auch hier gedeiht. Und natürlich, wenn es hier gedeiht, dann hat es auch am meisten Energie. Das sind so Ansätze, die ich dir einfach so als Inspiration noch mitgeben möchte. Diese Thematik Stress und der Impact auf Gesundheit ist sicherlich hier nicht abschließend. Vielleicht habe ich Dinge vergessen, vielleicht denkst du, hey, über das hast du noch nicht gesprochen. Ich würde mich mega freuen, von dir natürlich auch ein Feedback zu kriegen, ob dir das zum einen gefallen hat, dieses Thema, und auch hilfreich ist. Und auch, wenn du Feedback hast, wenn du Anmerkungen hast, gerne entweder direkt auf unser automatischen Anrufbeantworter so quasi im Netz über Audacity drauf sprechen oder uns eine Nachricht schicken. Ich freue mich immer darauf, Kritik zu kriegen, Feedback zu kriegen, weil nur damit können wir alle wachsen. Und da wollte ich dir noch eine kurze Anekdote erzählen, die mir heute immer wieder passiert und ich mir dann überlegt habe, aha, so gehst du mit Stress um. Ja, während ich hier dieses Video aufnehme, muss ich mich immer wieder positionieren, muss mein Handy wieder anmachen. Dann ist manchmal so, dass plötzlich irgendwie ein Schlafmodus drin ist. Und schon zweimal habe ich statt Abbrechen, habe ich auf Ausschalten gestellt. Und beim zweiten Mal habe ich mich dann schon ein bisschen genervt und habe dann 2-3 Sekunden später gemerkt, hey Karin, du hast keinen Stress. Vielleicht ist es einfach ein Zeichen, einen Moment Pause zu machen, durchzuatmen, etwas trinken zu holen und dann anschließend dein Handy wieder anzuschalten und dir wieder weiter zu filmen. In diesem Sinne, ich wünsche dir eine ganz tolle Zeit und ich freue mich schon aufs nächste Mal bzw. auf deine Frage, die ich gerne beantworte. Ciao! Total über diese Episode heute, und zwar geht es ums Thema Sommerernährung und wieso wir trotz Hitze, trotz schönem Wetter immer mal wieder krank werden und Grippe kriegen. Ich widme diese Episode meiner Nichte Freya, denn sie war gerade ein paar Tage krank, obwohl sie im heißen Bali weilt und ja, Hitze, Sonne hatte, am Strand sie suhlte, badete bei, keine Ahnung, 5, 26 Grad im Wasser und trotzdem von einem Tag auf den anderen hat sie es genommen. Plötzlich hatte sie Halsschmerzen und ein paar Tage später, nein, ein paar Stunden später, lag sie im Bett mit fiebriger Stirn und richtig ja, Schnupfen, Husten, so wie man das kennt. Ich bin Carina Rigoni, ich bin Personal Health Coach, spezialisiere mich auf deinen Rhythmus und zwar helfe ich Menschen, ihren eigenen Rhythmus wieder zu finden und helfe, Grenzen zu setzen, Selbstfürsorge zu pflegen und wieder in ein balanciertes, schönes Leben zu kommen, was Freude und Vitalität bringt. Ja, Sommergrippe. Es war gerade die letzten Tage mega schönes Wetter. Ich hatte Geburtstag und ich durfte eine tolle Gartenparty feiern mit schönen Freunden. Ich habe die Freunde bekocht, aber es gab nichts Kaltes. Es gab keine gekühlte Cocktails, es gab keinen Gurkensalat, es gab keine Tomaten mit Mozzarella, es gab kein Eis. Wieso? Ich möchte euch das Konzept des Magenfeuers erklären. Und zwar erkläre ich das immer gerne so. Stellt euch vor, ihr geht auf eine Bergtour, auf eine Wanderung, so auf 2.500 Meter. Wenn ihr das noch nie erlebt habt, dann stellt es euch einfach vor. Ganz schön hoch, oberhalb der Baumgrenze. Und selbst da im Sommer wird es ganz schön kühl am Morgen bzw. in der Nacht. Und ich bin jetzt da am Wandern und ich kehre ein in eine Hütte. In dieser Hütte gibt es weder Wasser noch Strom. Und ich schlafe da und am Morgen früh ist es ganz schön kühl. Und das Erste, was ich mache, ist, ich mache ein Feuer. Hoffentlich hat diese Hütte eine Feuerstelle, aber meistens ist das so. Und ich mache ein Feuer richtig schön groß, damit es warm wird in dieser Hütte. Und erst dann mache ich mir einen Tee oder sogar eine Polenta. Das haben wir im Bündnerland, hat das mein Großvater immer gemacht, selbst zum Frühstück. Und dann habe ich was Warmes und ja, kann dann anfangen, meinen Tag zu genießen. Wenn ich ein richtig schönes Feuer mache, dann muss ich einfach ab und zu nur noch so ein kleines Scheitelholz reinlegen und das Feuer brennt, solange ich dies möchte. Und das übertrage ich jetzt auf unsere Verdauung. Wenn wir am Morgen aufstehen, so 6, 7, 8 Uhr, je nachdem, ich spreche jetzt so von dem Alltag, dann ist es so, dass unser Magenfeuer und unser Magen so ein bisschen kalt ist. Das heißt, er braucht so ein bisschen eine Anlaufstärke, um richtig ins Laufen zu kommen. Und da ist natürlich das warme Wasser wunderbar. Erstmal ein warmes Wasser, um den Magen zu wärmen und dann ein warmes Frühstück. Es gibt ganz viele Leute, die sagen mir, hey Karin, ich esse nichts zum Frühstück, weil ich habe keinen Hunger am Morgen. Und da lache ich mittlerweile, weil ich kann sie gut verstehen. Das ging mir früher auch so und ich habe auch nichts gegessen und das Gefühl gehabt, hey, ich muss an alles andere denken, nur nicht ans Frühstücken. Und ich habe ja dann Zeit, um 10 Uhr meinen Kaffee, meinen dritten sehr wahrscheinlich, nach dem Frühstück schon ein, beziehungsweise nach dem Aufstehen schon einen und kann dann irgendwo ein Gipfeli oder ein Schoki-Weckli essen und hatte auch nie Hunger verspürt. Der Körper, der gibt dir aber oft dieses Signal gar nicht mehr, weil er ganz genau weiß, er kriegt ja sowieso nichts. Der Körper ist nämlich sehr, sehr schlau und weiß ganz genau, was dein Rhythmus ist. Jetzt wollen wir aber einen anderen Rhythmus gehen. Zumindest ich wollte das. Damals, als ich vor 10 Jahren die Diagnose Brustkrebs gekriegt habe und mir bewusst war, die Schulmedizin ist nicht das Einzige, was mir helfen kann. Die sind da fürs Akute und nachher darf ich mir selber helfen. Gehen wir zurück zum Magenfeuer. Stell dir vor, das Feuer, was wir vorhin angefacht haben, das Feuer sind die Nieren. Ich erkläre dir jetzt das Konzept, wie die TCM, die traditionelle chinesische Medizin, dir das erklärt. Das heißt, das Feuer sind die Nieren. Die Nierenenergie ist deine Lebensenergie. Und die Nierenenergie kriegen wir von Geburt an. Das heißt, wir kriegen diese von unseren Eltern. Die Nierenenergie, dessen sollten wir sehr, sehr gut Sorge tragen. Jetzt habe ich da das Nierenfeuer und ich habe obendrauf den Kochtopf. Der Kochtopf ist mein Magen. Wenn also das Feuer richtig schön lodert und ich habe irgendeine Suppe oder eine Polenta oder eine Gerstensuppe in meinem Kochtopf, dann brodelt das da drin auch so richtig. Und du stellst dir vor, dass es dann dampft. Und der Dampf, das ist das Qi. Das ist unsere Energie, die aufsteigt. Und die Energie ist ja das, was wir aus der Nahrung rausnehmen möchten. Und das Qi, die Energie, ist das, was dann quasi die Energie ist, was über unseren Blutkreislauf in unsere einzelnen Zellen geht. Jetzt stell dir vor, dass dein Kochtopf, dein Magenfeuer, dass das nicht mehr so richtig lodert, nicht mehr so richtig brennt. Und wieso ist das so? In der heutigen Zeit essen wir öfters nichts oder wir essen kalt. Es gibt viele Leute, die auch warm essen, aber ich sage mal so, das Gros der Menschen unserer Gesellschaft, die oft keine Zeit haben, und auch da spreche ich von meinen Erfahrungen, essen entweder am Morgen nichts oder nur kurz ein Smoothie, ein kaltes, oder irgendein Eiweißshake oder ein Stück Brot. Zum Mittag haben wir keine Zeit, da essen wir vielleicht ein Sandwich oder für die schlanke Linie einen Salat, und abends dann, wenn wir Glück haben oder wenn der Magen, unser Stoffwechselglück hat, dann kriegt er etwas Warmes. Das heißt, von Haus auf, von Geburt an, wenn wir gesund sind, haben wir genügend Energie und unser Magenfeuer lodert. Unser Magenfeuer ist warm. Und mit der Zeit, mit den Jahren bzw. mit den Jahrzehnten, wenn ich wenig esse, wenn ich Mahlzeiten auslasse und wenn ich anfange, eben viel kalt zu essen, dann wird mein Magenfeuer immer kälter. Oder auch es kaltet ab. Und jetzt stell dir vor, du hast eine Suppe, die nicht richtig kocht, die nicht kochen kann. Was gibt das? Ich stelle mir immer vor, das gibt so eine gräuliche Masse, so eine gräuliche Suppe, und das Qi, die Energie, kann nicht verdampfen. Die Energie kann nirgends hingehen. Und das heißt natürlich auch jetzt, okay, was passiert denn mit dieser Energie, die nirgends hingehen kann? Wenn also das Qi, die Energie, nirgends hingehen kann, das heißt, das Magenfeuer, der Feuertopf, da brodelt nichts, da ist keine Wärme, dann haben wir da eine dicke Suppe, wir haben da Feuchtigkeit, und das ist zum einen ein Grund für Blähungen. Das ist ein Grund für weichen, durchfallartigen Stuhlgang. Gerade am Morgen haben das viele Leute. Das heißt, das ist ganz, ganz wichtig. Und das ist auch ein Grund, wieso Nährstoffe nicht verstoffwechselt werden können. Das heißt, der Körper kann sie nicht brauchen, weil die Wärme nicht da ist. Jetzt gehen wir in den Sommer. Im Sommer ist es so, dass es draußen wärmer ist, dass es draußen mittlerweile oder vielleicht so sogar 25, 30 Grad ist. Und da kennen wir das, dass wir weniger Hunger haben, was ja auch okay ist. Jetzt ist es aber draußen heiß, vielleicht sind wir ab und zu auch im See oder im Wasser, im Meer, und dann kommen wir raus, dann haben wir eine Kühle von draußen, und ich trinke dann auch sehr viel eisgekühlte Getränke. ich trinke ein Smoothie, ich esse Salat und ich esse on the top auch noch sehr viel Glacé, also Eiscreme. Und da irgendwann kollabiert der Körper. Das heißt, der Körper bzw. das Magenfeuer müsste eigentlich der Magen, der müsste die ganze Zeit brodeln und er muss jetzt mehr Energie aufwenden, um diese Suppe, Eissuppe oder eben eisgekühlte Cola, um die aufzuwärmen, um dann wiederum die Essenz aus diesen Dingen rauszunehmen. Und wenn es nur der Zucker ist, der in Glucose umwechselt. Und da ist dieses Extreme ist so brutal für den Körper, denn er hat drinne kalt, er muss also mehr Energie aufnehmen oder aufwenden, so muss man sagen, und auf der anderen Seite ist es draußen heiß, das heißt, er muss versuchen, die Haut zu kühlen. Also das heißt, da klatschen zwei Extreme aufeinander und irgendwann macht der Körper Tilt. Wenn ich es nicht merke, dann legt er sich einfach mal oder legt er mich einfach mal flach, sodass ich wieder ausruhe. Und wenn ich krank bin, dann ist es eher so, dass ich einen warmen Tee trinke oder eine warme Suppe. Also auch da, unser Körper ist wirklich schlau und irgendwann zieht er einfach die Handbremse und sagt, so, jetzt reicht's, jetzt schau mal, wie wir dich wieder in den Griff kriegen und wie du wieder in deinen Rhythmus kommst. Was kann ich jetzt also machen, wenn ich Glacé liebe, also Eis, wenn ich eisgekühlte Getränke liebe? Als erstes, ich sage immer, nicht alles verbieten. Aber, und jetzt kommt ein großes Aber, diese Dinge in Kombination essen oder trinken. Also zum einen, wenn du Eis isst, dann guck doch, dass du vorher etwas Warmes gegessen hast oder vielleicht einen lauwarmen Tee trinkst. Schau, dass du am Morgen trotz Wärme ein warmes Frühstück isst, sodass dein Magenfeuer angewärmt ist, dass der Motor läuft und du nur ab und zu wieder was reinbringen darfst. Das ist so ein Tipp, was ich selber mache, wenn ich Eiscreme esse, dann gucke ich, dass ich vorher was gegessen habe oder dass ich was Warmes trinke. Ich trinke zum Beispiel auch nie mehr kaltes Wasser. Ich trinke mein Wasser warm und am Anfang ist das eine komische Idee oder beziehungsweise eine komische Vorstellung für viele Leute. Wenn du das aber mal probierst, in der Hitze, nicht gerade nach dem Sport oder während des Sports, aber sonst normalerweise, dann wirst du merken, dass der Körper dir das dankt. Jetzt haben wir in der TCM auch noch Lebensmittel, die wir unterteilen in verschiedene Temperaturen. Das heißt, ich habe zum einen kalte Lebensmittel, das sind alle Südfrüchte, plus Joghurt, plus Gurken oder auch Tomaten. Und ich habe das andere Extrem, das sind die heißen Lebensmittel, natürlich Chili, aber auch Fleisch. Lammfleisch ist das heißeste, ist das wärmste Fleisch unter dem Fleisch. Und wenn ich natürlich das Fleisch auch noch grilliere, also grille, dann wird es noch heißer. Und da habe ich auch wieder zwei Extreme, die aufeinander klatschen. Weil ich habe zum einen, wenn ich grilliere, zum Beispiel habe ich den Tomaten-Mozzarella-Salat und ich habe auf der anderen Seite das heiße Lammfilet, was ich auf dem Grill mache, vielleicht noch mit einer Chili-Salsa. Das heißt, ich habe wieder diese zwei Extremen und der Körper muss zwischen diesen zwei Extremen dealen. Was könnte ich jetzt machen? Ich kann zum einen das heiße Lammfleisch essen, mit einem Chutney als Beispiel oder mit einer kühlenden Joghurtcreme, weil kalt und heiß. Und oder ich kann den Tomaten-Mozzarella-Salat essen und nebenbei vielleicht auch noch einen lauwarmen Karottensalat dabei haben und Mozzarella und Tomaten mit ganz, ganz viel Basilikum essen. Also nicht nur so eine homöopathische Gabe, sondern wirklich mit Basilikum. Also da ruhig einen halben Bund Basilikum klein schneiden und das mit dem Salat essen, weil Basilikum ist aromatisch, gibt die Wärme rein und gleicht das wieder aus. Ja, das ist so etwas, was man in diesem Bereich sehr, sehr gut machen kann. Jetzt haben wir vom Magenfeuer gesprochen, von der Energie, vom Nierenfeuer. Jetzt möchte ich das nochmals ins Leben transportieren, und zwar, wenn du so 35 plus bist und ja, da voll im Leben stehst, dann bist du dir auch bewusst, dass sobald, langsam, aber bald, eine neue Lebensepoche schon kommt. Ich spreche da von der Perimenopause, so heißt es bei den Frauen, aber auch bei den bei den Männern wird sich etwas ändern. Und da ist es so, dass auch der Stoffwechsel ganz natürlich so ein bisschen peu à peu mit den Jahren langsamer wird. Also deswegen ist es auch da ganz, ganz wichtig, dass ich warme Sachen esse, dass ich zu meinem Körper schaue. Denn die Energie ist etwas, was mit der Zeit auch langsam abnimmt. Also unsere Nierenenergie, die Energie, die wir mitgekriegt haben von unseren Eltern, die nimmt über die Jahre langsam ab. Das ist wie ein Sparkonto, was du zum Beispiel bei deiner Geburt hast du 10.000 Franken gekriegt und jedes Jahr nimmst du ein bisschen was davon weg für dein Taschengeld, für deine Feriengeschenke, was auch immer du gerne machst. Und dann wird das Konto langsam, aber langsam wird es kleiner. Jetzt, wenn ich das übertrage auf meine Nierenenergie, dann ist es natürlich so, dass wenn meine Nierenenergie kleiner wird bzw. aufgebraucht ist, dann sterbe ich. Und das möchten wir ja gerne im hohen Alter. Jetzt habe ich die Möglichkeit, meine Nierenenergie zu kultivieren, zu konservieren, da sehr, sehr stark Sorge drauf zu tragen. Und zwar kann ich das zum einen machen mit Ernährung, das heißt mich gut nähren, regelmäßig essen, am besten 2 bis 3 Mal am Tag warm, nebenbei ab und zu Samen, Kräuter, Nüsse mit reinbringen, Beeren mit reinbringen, was die bekannten Superfoods sind, und auf der anderen Seite mit ganz viel Ruhe. Also relax to the max sozusagen. Und was heißt das genau? Weil wir sind immer on the go, alles so englische Floskeln, aber ihr wisst, ich liebe das Denglisch und deswegen habe ich das ganz, ganz oft drauf. Ja, wir sind oft unterwegs wieder das Wort auch gedanklich unterwegs zu sein, und das ist etwas, was auch unsere Nierenenergie verbraucht. Deswegen habe ich mir in den letzten Jahren angewöhnt, immer mal wieder still zu sitzen, still zu stehen, auch gedanklich. Zum einen kann man das sehr gut machen mit Atemübungen, weil die Atemübungen, die bringen uns in unseren Parasympathikus, die bringen uns in die Ruhe, in die Entspannung. Und zum anderen ist natürlich die Meditation eine sehr gute Möglichkeit, zur Ruhe zu kommen. Gedanken kann ich nicht wegradieren, die sind da. Aber ich kann anfangen, mit diesen Gedanken viel natürlicher umzugehen. Wenn so ein Gedanke kommt, sage ich immer, das ist für mich wie eine Wolke. Ich begrüße diese Wolke, ich schaue sie mir an und im nächsten Moment sage ich, hey, du darfst weiterziehen, du darfst gehen. Das heißt, ein Gedanke kommt und ein Gedanke geht. Das ist genauso wie mit den Sorgen. Eine Sorge kommt und ich bin mir bewusst, dass diese Sorge auch wieder geht. Und je länger ich daran festhalte, desto länger bleibt sie. Das ist etwas, was man kultivieren kann, was man üben darf. Das kommt nicht von heute auf morgen. Aber das ist auch etwas, was ich dir zeigen will, was ich dir zeige. Diese Impulse möchte ich dir immer wieder geben. Sich bewusst zu sein, dass du bist deine Gedanken. Und das, was du denkst, das bist du auch. Also sei dir bewusst, was du denkst und sei dir auch bewusst, dass du diese Gedanken loslassen kannst, dass du sie weiter schicken kannst in dem Sinne und sagen kannst, hey, jetzt ist ein anderer Moment. Ja, Ernährung ist so mein Streckenpferd. Ich bin mit guter Ernährung aufgewachsen. Bei uns gab es immer Gekochtes. Meine Mutter hat immer selber gekocht. Und doch bin ich auch mit der modernen Küche aufgewachsen. Beziehungsweise ja, mit Maggi, mit Knorr. Also so diese schnellen Dinge, damit es für die Hausfrau besser und schneller geht. Und das habe ich vor gut 10 Jahren erkannt, dass es zwar schneller geht, aber dass es für den Körper nicht besser ist. Und wenn dich interessiert, was man denn so kochen könnte durch den Sommer, fürs Frühstück, am Abend mit der Familie, dann schau doch mal auf meinem Instagram-Kanal Karen Vitality. Da findest du ganz viele Rezepte, findest du Inspiration zum täglichen Leben, wie du wieder in deine Kraft kommst, wie du dein Leben leben kannst, mit Ruhe, mit Entspannung, obwohl du on the go bist. Darum geht es. Es geht nicht darum, auf dem Teppich zu sitzen und den ganzen Tag zu meditieren, sondern es geht darum, dein Rhythmus zu leben, dein Leben zu lieben und glücklich zu sein. Ich wünsche dir ein glückliches Leben und ich freue mich auf deine Frage für die nächste Episode. Ciao! Und ich freue mich auf die heutige Frage bzw. diese zu beantworten. Barbara hat mir diese Frage gestellt. Sie ist 45, sie wird, glaube ich, 46, ist eine Freundin von mir und sie hat mich gefragt, hey, was kann ich tun, damit ich nicht so stark unter Symptomen in der Menopause leiden werde? Sie ist noch nicht in der Menopause, sie hat noch keine Symptome, aber bestimmt ist sie in der Perimenopause, weil wir ja wissen, im Durchschnitt kommen wir in die Menopause mit ungefähr 3,54, das ist das Durchschnittsalter. Und die Menopause wird ja auch so definiert, dass wenn wir 1 Jahr keine Blutung mehr haben, dann bin ich in der Menopause. Und vorher bin ich in der Vormenopause oder Perimenopause auch genannt. Wir hier in der Schweiz nennen es Wechseljahre, in Deutschland glaube ich auch. Und diese Wechseljahre, die können bis zu 10 Jahre dauern. Jetzt wollen wir wissen, was kann ich dafür tun? Und da ist vielleicht das Erste schon mal, sich nicht zu sorgen. Ich habe heute Morgen in ChatGPT eingegeben, was ist wichtig bei der Menopause, bei der Perimenopause. Und das Erste, was kam, war, du musst dich mit der Situation auseinandersetzen und diese Symptome wie Hitzewallungen, wie weniger Schlaf oder Schlafstörungen, wie Stimmungsschwankungen, das musst du einfach akzeptieren. Und da habe ich postwendend zurückgeschrieben und habe gesagt, ja, danke vielmals für die Information, ich bin aber nicht dieser Meinung, denn es gibt viele Völker und Kulturen, da haben die Frauen keine Menopause. Und dass ich der Meinung bin, dass diese ganzen Symptome durch den heutigen Lifestyle mitunter auch da sind. Ja, und schwupps hatte mir geantwortet und hat gesagt, ja, ist eine sehr gute Sichtweise, ich hätte absolut recht, es gäbe Völker und es gibt Frauen, gerade in asiatischen Kulturen, die eben sehr, sehr wenig leiden oder sehr wenige Symptome haben und dass man da auch eben ganzheitlich schauen muss. Und das ist genau mein Thema, die Ganzheitlichkeit. Lebe deinen Rhythmus, das ist immer wieder das Thema oder das ist das Überthema bei meinen Themen, bei meiner Arbeit auch, wo ich sehr viel Coaching mache. Wer bin ich? Ich bin Karin Arrigoni, ich bin Personal Health Coach und Frauencoach. Und ich sorge dafür, dass die Frauen wieder in ihren eigenen Rhythmus kommen. Dass sie lernen, Grenzen zu setzen, Selbstfürsorge zu praktizieren und ihr Leben mit Freude und Vitalität leben können. Zum Thema Lebe deinen Rhythmus. Wenn wir uns kleine Kinder anschauen, dann ist es meist so, dass die ihren Rhythmus leben. Die essen, wenn sie Hunger haben, die spielen, wenn sie den Bewegungsdrang haben, die können aber auch mal ganz in Ruhe sitzen und einfach sich mit irgendetwas zu beschäftigen. Und dies ist etwas, was wir über die Jahre verlernt haben. Gerade wir Frauen haben das Gefühl, dass wir immer alles machen müssen, organisieren dürfen, kontrollieren müssen. Und da ist das große Thema. Das heißt, wir spüren uns nicht mehr. Wir sind immer im Kopf, überlegen uns, was kommt als nächstes. Und wenn es hochkommt, machen wir uns auch Sorgen. Und Sorgen ist ein ganz, ganz großer Hormonfresser, sage ich jetzt mal so im Groben. Was heißt das genau? Mit ungefähr 40 Jahren fängt es an, dass der Hormonspiegel sich verändert. Das heißt, das Progesteron nimmt langsam ab. Dadurch kann es ein Übermaß an Östrogen geben. Das sind auch so diese Hitzewallungen, diese Stimmungsschwankungen, ganz, ganz viele Symptome. Und mit der Zeit bis zur Menopause und dann auch in der Postmenopause, da nehmen die Hormone ganz stark ab, sodass wir nur noch wenig Hormone haben. Was ich ganz spannend finde, ist das Thema Zunehmen. Ganz viele Frauen haben total Panik davor, zuzunehmen. Der Körper ist aber total schlau und der macht das deswegen oder guckt, dass wir mehr Fettanteil haben, weil er aus den Fettzellen wiederum Sexualhormone produzieren kann. Gerade Östrogen wird in den Fettzellen gespeichert. Natürlich möchte ich nicht wahnsinnig zunehmen, aber ich brauche auch nicht meine sexy Wespentaille zu behalten. Denn wieso haben wir das? In der reproduktiven Phase, das heißt also, wenn wir in die Periode kommen, wenn wir geschlechtsreif werden, bis ungefähr 40, 45 sind wir im reproduktiven Alter und sind jetzt biologisch für Nachwuchs da. Ich sage das jetzt ganz plakativ. Und jetzt geht es in der Perimenopause bzw. nachher in der Menopause um ganz andere Dinge. Dies ist die Zeit, wo wir Frauen youngiger werden. Ihr kennt sicherlich ein oder zwei Frauen in eurem Umfeld, die plötzlich noch irgendwas anschieben, die etwas machen oder die auch sagen, das mache ich nicht mehr. Und da komme ich zu meinem ersten Thema. Was ist wichtig? Wichtig ist, sich selber wieder zu spüren. Mach dir eine Liste und schau, welche Dinge du nicht mehr machen möchtest. Welche Dinge du seit Jahren machst und dir Bauchschmerzen gibt dabei. Schaue, was gibt dir Energie? Was sind Dinge, die du mehr machen möchtest? Und das beinhaltet nicht nur das Berufliche, sondern das beinhaltet auch das Familiäre, Freundschaften, Familie, Ehepartner. Und wenn ich davon spreche, dann meine ich nicht, dass man sich trennen muss, dass man einen riesen Hack machen muss, sondern es geht darum, deine Perspektive zu suchen und zu schauen, hey, was sind Dinge, die ich anders machen möchte? Was sind Dinge, die meine Energie, was mir Energie spart, beziehungsweise was mir Energie gibt. In der westlichen Medizin reden wir oft bei Stress von Adrenalin oder einfach dieser Sympathikus, diese Stresshormone, Cortisol auch, die wir ausschütten. In der TCM, in der traditionellen chinesischen Medizin, gibt es das nicht. Es gibt aber ein Organ, was sehr, sehr stark auch mit dem Adrenalin in Verbindung gebracht werden kann, und zwar ist das die Niere. Die Nieren sind unser Speicherorgan für Energie. Das heißt, hier ist es jetzt auch wichtig, wenn ich anfange, Mitte 40 mal aufzuatmen, die Kinder sind nicht mehr im Babyalter meistens, sondern ich habe wirklich Zeit, um mich zu schauen und wieder für mich zu schauen, dann schaue ich auch mal, hey, was macht meine Nierenenergie? Wie fühle ich mich? Bin ich morgens immer müde? Bin ich abends total ausgelaugt? Dann ist es an der Zeit, wirklich für dich zu schauen und in die Entspannung zu kommen. Entspannung, was heißt das genau? Da meine ich damit, dass du wirklich Ruhephasen einplanst. Entspannen, 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 damit deine Nierenenergie sich wieder füllen kann. Das kann ich zum einen mit Ernährung machen, da kommen wir noch drauf, aber viel, viel mehr mit Ruhe. Wenn ich mich immer aufrege, wenn ich von A nach B renne und dann auch noch zu C, dann bin ich nicht in der Ruhe. In der Ruhe bin ich, wenn ich im Flow bin, wenn ich etwas mache, was mich glücklich macht, wenn ich einfach lese, wenn ich einfach mal sitzen darf und nichts tun muss und auch nicht beim Sitzen schon überlegen, was kann ich denn noch für meine Familie tun, was muss ich noch erledigen? Nein, lass es los. Dein Umfeld, deine Leute, die können Dinge auch ohne dich erledigen. Viele Gynäkologinnen und Gynäkologen bestätigen, dass die Perception, also meine innere Haltung zur Perimenopause und Menopause ganz, ganz stark ist, also ganz wichtig ist. Das heißt, wenn ich Angst habe, oh, ich komme jetzt in diese Phase und dann werde ich alt und schrumpelig und dann habe ich ganz viele Symptome, dann wird das auch eintreffen können. Die andere Sache ist das Genetische, oder ich nenne es jetzt mal Epigenetik. Wenn meine Mutter sehr stark an Symptomen gelitten hat, dann kann das gut sein, dass ich damit auch umgehen muss. Und da ist aber ein großer Punkt. Wir wissen heute von der Epigenetik, dass wir die Genetik umwandeln können. Das heißt, da auch zu schauen, okay, was habe ich für Rituale oder was habe ich für Charakterzüge wie meine Mutter, die vielleicht dafür sorgen, dass ich im Stress bin, dass ich rumrenne, dass ich mir Sorgen mache. Also einfach das mal zu beleuchten und zu wissen, hey, ich bin nicht verdammt dazu, das Gleiche zu überleben wie meine Mutter, aber ich muss drauf schauen und ich muss es angucken. Jetzt hatten wir es vom Thema Entspannung. Entspannende Dinge sind Sachen wie Yoga zum Beispiel, Tai Chi, Qigong, Bewegung in der Natur. Dies sind alles Sachen, die einem gut tun oder die mir gut tun vor allem. Das heißt, ich bin da nicht so stark im Aktiven, im Sympathikus drinne, sondern bringe den Sympathikus runter, aktiviere den Parasympathikus. Dieses Thema nehme ich immer wieder auf, weil das ganz, ganz wichtig ist. Was auch gut ist zum Thema Entspannen, ist der Schlaf. Das heißt, da zum einen zu schauen, wie ist meine Schlafhygiene? Wie schlafe ich? Habe ich meine Ruhe? Habe ich meinen Rhythmus zum Schlafen? Und auf der anderen Seite aber auch nicht zu hektisch werden, wenn ich mal eine Phase habe, wo ich nicht so viel schlafe oder auch mal aufwache. Schlaf ist überbewertet, das sagt meine Freundin Barbara. Da diskutieren wir oft darüber, weil ich persönlich finde Schlaf ganz, ganz wichtig. Aber wenn ich aufwache und mir dann Sorgen mache, dann wird es umso schwieriger. Das heißt, auch da, leg dir etwas bereit, in dem Falle, wenn du aufwachst, dass du vielleicht ein schönes Öl hast, dass du dir eine Musik anhörst oder sogar eine Einschlafmeditation, irgend sowas, was dir hilft, wieder in den Schlaf zu kommen. Thema Ernährung finde ich ein total geiles Thema, weil wie oft referiere ich nenne es jetzt einfach mal so, über Ernährung, Leute fragen mich etwas und dann kommt aber sofort, ja, aber das ist total schwierig. Oder, ja, weißt du, aber am Wochenende möchte ich schon meinen Gin Tonic trinken. Ja, so what? Dann trink ihn. Wie gesagt, wichtig ist immer, die Dinge bewusst zu tun und sich zu spüren. Und ich frage dich jetzt, wenn du weißt, dass dir etwas nicht gut tut, wieso machst du es dann? Wenn unsere Kinder das machen, dann schimpfen wir. Aber bei uns selber, da leben wir immer wieder den Rhythmus anderer. Komm doch einfach mal zurück zu deinem Rhythmus. Spüre deinen Körper. Überleg dir, hey, was tut dir gut? Und zwar spreche ich da nicht von veganer Ernährung oder glutenfrei, wie auch immer, sondern ich rede von ausgeglichener Ernährung. Im Alter ist es so, oder was heißt im Alter, ab 25 verlieren wir jährlich Muskelmasse. Muskel besteht zum großen Teil aus Protein und deswegen ist es logisch, dass wir unser Muskel zum einen ansprechen sollten, das heißt also aktivieren sollten mit Bewegung und zum anderen mehr eiweißreiche Lebensmittel reinbringen dürfen. Beim Sport ist es so, dass wir sagen, okay, Krafttraining ist etwas sehr Schönes, aber auch da, das muss nicht das Krafttraining im Fitnesscenter sein, sondern du kannst dir 3-mal in der Woche 2, 3 Übungen raussuchen, die dir gut tun. Zum Beispiel Sit-Ups oder du machst 2-mal 30 Sekunden Planks. Einfach etwas, was deine Muskulatur stärkt, was deine Muskulatur anspricht und dabei aber auch Spaß hast. Auf der anderen Seite das Thema Ernährung. Wenn ich von ausgewogen rede, dann rede ich immer von natürlicher Ernährung. Das heißt, alles, was ein Label hinten drauf hat, was ich nicht verstehe, wo ich nicht weiß, was ist da drinne, das kann ich wieder zurücklegen. Und wenn ich sage alles, dann ist das immer in Klammer. Ich sage immer 80% gesund, 20% Leisure, einfach wenn ich mal Lust habe und ich gehe irgendwie Fastfood essen oder ich habe einfach das Gefühl, so, das brauche ich jetzt, das will ich jetzt, dann ist es okay und isst das mit Vergnügen, weil etwas, wo ich weiß, das ist nicht so gesund und ich esse es mit schlechtem Gewissen, da schadet es deinem Körper noch viel mehr. Aber zurückzukommen zum natürlichen Essen, also da denke ich natürlich an saisonalen, regionalen Gemüse, Varietät ohne Ende momentan und da denke ich an Getreide, nicht an Pasta, weil Pasta ist auch Industriefood. Ja? Wenn du deine Pasta selber machst, ist was anderes, aber meistens kaufen wir diese. Das heißt Getreide wie Vollkornreis, wie Gerste, wie Hirse, Quinoa, Grünkern. All diese Dinge sind wunderbare Lebensmittel, mit denen ich sehr, sehr viel machen kann. Und die auch Proteine haben. Wenn wir aber nach der TCM gehen, dann ist es so, dass wir da keine Vitamine, keine Mineralstoffe, keine Proteine, also keine Proteine zählen, sondern wir gehen eher darauf zurück, was tut meinem Magen, meiner Verdauung gut. Und da bitte ich dich, schau doch mal, wie geht es dir nach verschiedenen Lebensmitteln, die du gegessen hast? Also wie geht es mir, wenn ich eine riesen Portion Pommes mit Mayo gegessen habe? Wie geht es mir, wenn ich ein Wok esse mit Reis und sehr viel Gemüse? einfach da mal schauen, wie es dir geht und wie es dem Körper geht vor allem. Ja, das ist ganz, ganz wichtig. Also das heißt, zum einen schauen, was tut mir gut, zum anderen sich bewusst zu sein, okay, mehr eiweißreiche Lebensmittel, das sind die Eier, das kann Fleisch sein, das muss aber nicht Fleisch sein, das sind Hülsenfrüchte, das sind ganz viele Gemüse, die auch Proteine drin haben und wichtig ist einfach frisch. Und in der TCM schauen wir auch, dass das Magenfeuer immer brennt. Das heißt, wir gehen also nicht auf diese ganzen Makro- und Mikronährstoffe, sondern die Verdauung ist für uns das ganz, ganz zentrale, wichtige Organ. Das heißt, dass die Verdauung gut läuft und dafür ist es gut, wenn wir warm essen. Viel warm essen, oft warm essen am Tag und uns auch bewusst machen, wie gesagt, tut es mir gut. Ich habe das letzte Mal eine Episode gemacht zum Thema Essen im Sommer. Und da sind natürlich die kalten Dinge auch ein großer Faktor, allgemein jetzt auch in der Peri- und Menopause. Das heißt, schau, dass dein Magenfeuer gewärmt ist, dass deine Verdauung gut funktioniert. Also trink nicht allzu viel eisgekühlte Getränke oder kaltes Bier. Und auf der anderen Seite auch das extrem heiße. Das heißt, scharf und heiß ist etwas, was deine Säfte verdampft. Wir Frauen, wir sind Yin. Das heißt, wenn wir zur Welt kommen als Frau, wir sind so wir haben sehr viel Yin in dem Sinne, das ist so das Saftige, das Weibliche, das Sanfte. Und mit der Zeit verlieren wir das. Wir werden yangiger, die Männer werden yiniger. Und das hat auch damit zu tun, beziehungsweise da ist es auch ganz wichtig, dass wir in der Ernährung schauen, dass wir nicht zu heiß essen, also zu scharf essen, besser gesagt, und dass wir auch auf der anderen Seite nicht zu viel Alkohol zu uns nehmen. Alkohol ist auch scharf, ist heiß und das verdampft unsere Säfte noch zusätzlich. Mal ein kühles Blondes, ein Bier, ein Weizenbier, weil das hat östrogenartige Substanzen mit drin, das ist wunderbar. Aber alles, was hochprozentiger ist, das verdampft dein Yin. Und du möchtest ja dein Yin, deine Energie kultivieren. In unseren Breitengraden essen wir sehr gerne scharf. Und da muss ich dich leider enttäuschen, das ist auch etwas, was nicht mehr so gut ist für deinen Körper. Wie ich vorher schon gesagt habe, deine Feuchtigkeit, das möchtest du dir behalten und mit dem Heißen, mit dem Scharfen verpuffst du diese Energie. Und wir möchten gerne diese Energie behalten. Auf der anderen Seite das Saftige, wie gesagt, Dinge mit Soße, Gemüse, dies sind Dinge, was saftig ist, auch Tees, Kräutertees, blutnährende Tees wie Hagebuttentee oder Malventee. Dies sind alles Dinge, die dich nähren, die saftig sind. Auch ab und zu etwas mit ein bisschen Rahm oder ein bisschen Milch. Und dies natürlich immer alles in Maßen. Oder wir essen extrem viel Milch, weil ich irgendwie früh meine Cornflakes esse und meinen Kaffee, 4 oder 5 am Tag, also die Kaffeelatte. Dann habe ich sehr viel Rahm und Käse in meinem Essen. Und das sind Dinge, was überhand genommen haben. Aber Milch per se, wenn ich nicht Laktoseintoleranz bin, dann ist das eine sehr schöne Sache, ist befeuchtend und das tut dem Körper gut. Das Letzte, was ich noch ansprechen möchte, ist das Thema Toxine in unseren Lebensmitteln und auch in unseren Reinigungsprodukten, Kosmetika. Schau da auch mal ganz genau hin, was du isst, mit was du dich wäschst, mit was du putzt. Wir haben hier auch mega viele Toxine, die sozusagen sogenannte Xenoöstrogene sind. Das heißt, die zeigen unserem Körper, oh, da ist Östrogen vorhanden und so muss der Körper nicht noch mehr Östrogen produzieren, denkt er zumindest, aber es sind keine Östrogene. Und das ist auch ein ganz, ganz großer Grund, wieso Frauen in jüngeren Jahren schon Hormondysbalancen haben, durch die ganze Kosmetika, durch die Reinigungsmittel und. Durch Plastik auch. Ja, das ist ein ganz, ganz großes Thema. Also da auch sehr sorgfältig drauf schauen. Jetzt war das wieder mega viel und ich weiß schon, dass die eine oder andere Schweißperlen auf der Haut hat und denkt, ja, wie soll ich denn das alles machen? Wenn du Hilfe brauchst, ich bin jederzeit da und ich helfe dir auch gerne, dies umzusetzen. Wichtig ist aber für dich, mach nicht alles auf einmal, sondern nimm dir 2 bis 3 Dinge raus und versuche die langsam in dein Leben zu implementieren. Und das Schöne ist, je früher du anfängst, desto besser wirst du deinen Körper kennen, wirst du deine Bedürfnisse kennenlernen, Grenzen setzen lernen und deine Fürsorge praktizieren. Und das ist genau das Thema. Ich freue mich mega über Kommentare, über Feedback und vor allem auf deine nächste Frage. Hast du eine Frage zum Thema Gesundheit, zum Thema Ernährung, Bewegung, Stressreduktion? Ich bin für dich da und werde in der nächsten Episode deine Frage beantworten. Ciao, mach's gut. So heißt meine Firma und ich möchte heute mit dir über das Thema Vitalität sprechen. Was heißt das eigentlich, Vitalität? Wenn ich an das Wort Vitalität höre, dann denke ich an einen ganz frisch gereiften Apfel oder so einen prallen Pfirsich, der spritzt vor Saftigkeit, wenn ich reinbeiße, der rot ist, der gereift ist von der Sonne und der wirklich diese Kraft ausstrahlt. Das ist für mich Vitalität. Und für mich persönlich heißt Vitalität, dass ich am Morgen ganz schön in Ruhe aufstehen kann. Das heißt, dass ich Kraft habe, dass ich Mut habe, aufzustehen. Mut in dem Sinne, dass ich mich freue auf den neuen Tag und dass ich den Tag auch gut überstehe. Natürlich mache ich Pausen, aber wichtig ist es mir doch, dass ich nicht abends um 7 total kaputt auf dem Sofa liege, sondern dass ich auch abends noch Kraft und Vitalität habe, Power habe, mit meiner Familie was zu unternehmen oder mit einer Freundin, einem Freund essen zu gehen, ab und zu auch mit meinem Mann. Und das ist so das Thema, was ich unter Vitalität verstehe. Lass uns heute mal das Thema oder das Wort Vitalität anschauen und schauen, was braucht es für Vitalität. Für die Vitalität, denke ich mal, gibt es so 6 Faktoren, die ich mir aufgeschrieben habe, die für mich wichtig sind, damit ich ein gesundes, vitales Leben führen kann und mich auch wohlfühle dabei. Das erste, meine Paradedisziplin, die Ernährung. Bei der Ernährung geht es doch einfach darum, frisch zu essen. Es heißt ja auch Nahrungs- oder Lebensmittel und das heißt für mich schon Lebensmittel, dass das Nahrungsmittel noch lebt. Also gesunde, frische, wenn es geht, saisonale und regionale Nahrungsmittel. Da gibt es auch was sehr Spannendes und zwar das Thema Farben. Wir reden ja immer, ess deinen Regenbogen. Ja, und wieso eigentlich? Studien haben gezeigt, dass unser Körper auf Farben reagiert. Das heißt, wir schwingen mit verschiedenen Farben und deswegen ist es so wichtig, einen roten Apfel zu essen, grüner Spinat, violette Aubergine, grüne Avocado, was du gerne hast und was der Lebensmittelkorb so mit sich bringt. Also da sage ich immer, Ernährung ist eigentlich ganz, ganz einfach, denn schau, was frisch ist und auch das kannst du selbst kochen am Abend und kannst es mitnehmen. Oder du suchst dir in den Restaurants das aus, was wirklich ein natürliches Lebensmittel ist. Die zweite Sache ist das Thema Bewegung. Bewegung ist ganz, ganz wichtig, zum einen, um Stress abzubauen, aber natürlich zum anderen auch unsere Muskulatur zu bewegen, unseren Stoffwechsel, unser Kreislauf in Bewegung zu bringen. Die Muskulatur vergessen wir oft, gerade so im Alter. Wir wissen, dass der Muskelumfang ab ca. 25 bis 30 Jahren jährlich 1 bis 2% abnimmt. Das heißt, es ist umso wichtiger ab 40, ab 50 Jahre, Mann oder Frau, egal, dass wir in der Bewegung bleiben. Die Muskulatur ist ein Organ und dieses Organ will gepflegt werden. Du musst nicht joggen gehen, du musst keinen Marathon oder Triathlon machen, sondern Bewegung heißt rausgehen, leichtes Transpirieren, leicht schwitzen ist sicherlich nicht schlecht, so 2-3 Mal in der Woche. Das kann aber auch Tanzen sein oder du gehst gerne Fahrrad fahren, irgendetwas, was du sehr, sehr gerne für dich machst und auch was dir Spaß macht. Das ist sehr, sehr wichtig. Der dritte Punkt, um vital durch das Leben zu gehen, ist für mich die Stressbewältigung. Ich spreche immer wieder vom Stress, vom Übermaß an Cortisol, was in unserem Körper schwimmt, was dann teilweise andere Hormone blockiert. Und da ist das auch ganz, ganz wichtig. Stressbewältigung, um immer wieder in den Parasympathikus zu kommen, in den Entspannungs- und Verdauungsmodus. Und da gibt es Varianten wie Yoga, wie Meditation, aber auch Spazierengehen im Wald, vielleicht auch etwas ganz Schönes lesen, you name it. Vielleicht hast du eine Idee und schreibst mir das auch, was deine Methode ist, um deinen Stress zu bewältigen. Dann kommt dazu gleich der Schlaf. Das wäre der 4. Tipp. Schlaf und Stress gehört ganz, ganz eng zusammen. Das heißt, wenn ich im Stress bin, kennst du das vielleicht auch, dass Schlafen eher schwieriger fällt für ganz viele Menschen. Das heißt, wir haben zu viele Stresshormone in unserem Körper und der Körper kann nicht abschalten. Das kann sein, dass das mal Phasen gibt, wo das so ist. Das ist absolut okay, aber auf die Dauer sollte man zwischen 6 und 8 Stunden schlafen können. Meine Freundin Barbara sagt immer, Schlaf ist total überbewertet. Mit diesem Spruch konnte ich am Anfang nicht so viel anfangen, aber ich muss sagen, sie hat sicherlich recht, beziehungsweise dieser Spruch hat seine Berechtigung. Denn wenn ich mich einfach auch ausruhe, mal eine halbe Stunde mich hinlege und einfach nichts tue, dann ist das auch schon Entspannung. Das heißt, ich muss nicht tief schlafen über 8 bis 9 Stunden. Aber wir wissen auch von ganz vielen Studien und in der TCM ist das etwas, was die letzten 3000 Jahren so gemacht wurde, dass wir ab abends um 7, dass da der Körper anfängt zu regenerieren. Und da, ich muss nicht um 7 ins Bett gehen, aber wenn ich so zwischen 10 und 11 Uhr abends ins Bett gehe, dann hat der Körper die Möglichkeit zu regenerieren, zu entspannen und ich komme da auch viel leichter in den Tiefschlaf. Beim Schlaf haben wir ja 2 Phasen, die uns vielleicht bekannt sind. Und zwar, ich habe einmal den Tiefschlaf. Das passiert so die ersten ungefähr 3 Stunden meines Schlafes. Und im Tiefschlaf regeneriere ich vor allem meine körperlichen Komponenten. Und dann habe ich die REM-Phase. Und in der REM-Phase, da geht es darum, vor allem das Erlebte zu verarbeiten. Also beide Phasen sind ganz, ganz wichtig und deswegen sagen wir natürlich für ein vitales Leben, für die Vitalität, dafür, dass du morgens wieder frisch, fit und munter aufstehen kannst, ist der Schlaf ganz, ganz wichtig. Was auch noch wichtig ist, ich habe es vorher schon gesagt, bei der Stressbewältigung, wenn ich meinen Körper trainiere, dass er immer wieder in die Entspannungsphase kommt, dann ist es auch leichter für den Körper, wirklich zu entspannen und nicht den ganzen Tag Cortisol auszuschütten bei Stress, sodass ich dann früh morgens um 4, 5 Uhr schon wieder wach bin. Denk auch an deine Freunde und deine Familie und deine Beziehung. Soziale Kontakte ist ganz, ganz wichtig für ein vitales Leben. Stell dir vor, wenn du abends nach Hause kommst, du bist total K.O., du hast ganz viel gearbeitet und dann zwingst du dich trotzdem noch mit deiner Freundin, deinem Freund, deiner Familie sich zu treffen, wie du dich hinterher fühlst. Oft sind das die schönsten Begegnungen. Das heißt, wir treffen uns, wir trinken etwas, wir haben einen feinen Tee oder ein Glas Wein und müssen nicht über die Arbeit sprechen, sondern können uns einfach loslassen. Wir haben Leute, Menschen, die uns gut tun, Menschen, die uns unterstützen und wir kommen auch so in die Entspannung. Es gibt ja die sogenannten 5 Blue Zones. Das sind Gebiete, wo die ältesten Menschen leben. Das ist zum einen in Sardinien, das ist in Japan, das ist in Griechenland, das ist in Amerika und in Costa Rica. Da gibt es Kommunen, da sind die Menschen ganz, ganz alt. Und was da ein ganz wichtiger Punkt ist für deren Vitalität, ist das Soziale. Der soziale Zusammenhang, für etwas da zu sein, für jemanden da sein zu dürfen und aber auch zu einer Gemeinschaft zu gehören. Das ist ein Thema, was wichtig ist und wo ich für mich merke, ich muss mir das immer wieder sagen, denn so in dem Rush, in der Schnelligkeit des Lebens vergesse ich das ab und zu. Oder denke dann, oh, heute Abend auch noch weggehen, das ist mir zu viel. Und dann kommt aber zum Glück mein Engelchen auf der einen Schulter, die sagt, hey, das tut dir gut, treff dich mit lieben Freunden, mach etwas und bringe so wieder dein Leben, oder beziehungsweise nicht dein Leben, sondern bring den Tag wieder in Balance. Und da kommen wir auch schon zum 6. Punkt, der mir ganz wichtig ist, und zwar die Selbstfürsorge. Selbst zu sorgen ist ganz, ganz wichtig. Nimm dir Zeit für dich und beobachte, was du machst, was dir Energie gibt und was dir Energie nimmt. Und Selbstfürsorge heißt zuallererst zu erkennen, was deine Bedürfnisse sind und diese Bedürfnisse auch zu leben, anerkennen und auch zu kommunizieren. Das, denke ich mir mal, ist ganz, ganz wichtig. Selbstfürsorge oder Me-Time, wie das heute so schön heißt, das wird manchmal mit egoistisch verglichen. Ja, ich habe doch eine Familie, ich habe Kinder, ich muss doch mich um die kümmern. Ich habe auch noch eine Arbeit. Ja, alles hat seine Berechtigung. Aber du hast auch eine ganz, ganz große Berechtigung. Weil wenn es dir nicht gut geht, wie geht es denn deinen Kindern? Wie geht es deiner Familie? Wie geht es deinem Umfeld? Und das ist etwas, was ich in den letzten 10 Jahren sehr, sehr stark gelernt habe. Auf meine Bedürfnisse zu achten, mich immer wieder zu fragen, macht mir das Spaß, was ich gerade tue? Und mit der Zeit auch den Mut zu haben, zu sagen, okay, das mache ich nicht mehr. Oder das muss ich für heute streichen. Ich weiß, dass das nicht einfach ist, das zu tun, aber probier es aus. Ich habe heute die Karte der Vitalität gezogen. Und hier geht es wirklich darum, um die Vitalität zu steigern. Und das ist noch ein großer Herzenswunsch von mir an dich. Schau nach innen und spüre deine Energie. Du hast genug Energie für dich und für dein Umfeld. Wichtig ist es aber, dass du es auch spürst, dass du deine Energie kultivieren kannst und dass du wieder in deine Mitte kommst. Du kennst den Spruch, boah, ich bin völlig neben den Schuhen. Das hat oft damit zu tun, dass du nicht mehr in deiner Mitte bist, dass du überall deinen Kopf hast, nicht mehr nachkommst sozusagen und, wie gesagt, nach außen drängst. Versuche, oder nicht nur versuchen, sondern kultiviere dein tägliches Mitten. Einfach einen Moment in die Ruhe kommen, die Augen schließen, ein paar tiefe Atemzüge und dein inneres Licht spüren. Dein inneres Licht, deine Seele, wie du es auch immer nennen willst, ist immer da. Und wenn du es spürst, dann kommst du auch einfacher in deine Mitte, du kommst viel einfacher in die Ruhe und du bleibst viel einfacher in der Ruhe. Ich wünsche dir eine ganz tolle Zeit und ich freue mich auf deine nächste Frage, damit es nächste Woche weitergeht. Ciao!
Outdoor experiences, and this is based off of experience and seeing the impact as well it's had on my clients. I actually tend to prefer outdoors because, like I said, there's the sun, there's the trees, the fresh air. I've seen that the overall benefits for outdoor Pilates is actually pretty good because you're incorporating the vitamin D, for instance.
Welcome to Reclamation, the podcast where conversations meet practical insights, guiding you through the maze of behavioral science to empower better public health outcomes. With a passion for bridging the gap between medicine, psychology, and sociology, Tabo brings a unique perspective to every episode. Get ready to reclaim your understanding of health and behavior. This is Reclamation.
Welcome to another episode of Reclamation. So I'm actually excited today because we have our very first guest on the show. Today we have a special guest who has made a remarkable transition from the legal world to the wellness industry. Hey, so please welcome Mulenga Kapotre, a former lawyer who now runs a successful Pilates class in Zambia. Welcome to the show, Mulenga.
Thank you so much. I'm so happy to be here. I'm excited to get into nice chats about wellness and Pilates.
I'm so happy you are here because, you know, I've been reaching out to you since, what was it, last month, 2 months ago?
Maybe 2 months.
Yes.
Yeah, you were relentless, but I'm so glad you were.
I'm so happy you made the time to come through. I know how busy you are.
No, thank you so much for having me, and hello, everybody.
So, Mulenga, your journey from being a lawyer to a Pilates instructor it's inspiring. It's ballsy, as I always say. So can you share with us how that happened? What motivated you to make this career change, I guess? Is it a career change?
I guess it could count as a career change, and it's definitely different. It's something I didn't see coming. Yeah. So I'm still a lawyer. I still consider myself a lawyer. I still have my law degree, but my transition, I'll give a bit of a brief background.
Sure.
So I was admitted to the Zambian bar in 2019, and I spent 5 years in practice.
Wow.
I loved practicing law. It was amazing, but it was also a very stressful time for me. I handled the stress well, but I noticed that my default state was usually anxiety, stress, fatigue. So during that time, I then started to look for ways to self-care, ways to take care of my mind, ways to take care of my body, especially ways that were convenient, things I could easily do. I had tried gym for a bit, but I was never really consistent with gym. So I wanted something I could easily do from home. And that's how I stumbled upon Pilates. I bought a yoga mat and I was able to do the workouts in the comfort of my home, in my living room or outside. And one thing I noticed, I was doing it mainly for my body and for the self-care, but I didn't expect how it would actually affect my mental well-being. During that time, during the times when I'd have my workouts, I was able to just zone out and find a nice Zen place. It helped with my breathing, which was then tied to a lot of mental clarity. It was tied into calming my nervous system, releasing that stress and anxiety. So it was a lot of benefits, really, that, it was all-encompassing. So I was working on my body, toning, shaping and strengthening my body, but at the same time finding that mental clarity and releasing the stress when I needed to. It just became my happy place. So at first I was doing it for myself. But as I got confident, I started posting videos about it. I then started receiving messages from people saying they had also started their Pilates journey, and it was just nice to sort of form that community. At this time, I still wasn't thinking of teaching, not yet, but slowly started feeling inclined into, instructing. And after 2 years or so of doing the workouts by myself in my living room, I then considered the Pilates certification and instructing, and that's how that started. So at this time, I still wasn't sure whether I'd do it full-time. So I was still pursuing my legal career and then doing Pilates part-time. But by January this year, I'd made that decision and I left the corporate world.
Wow.
So that is how Lunacore Pilates came about. And no regrets. So happy.
Wow. That's actually, even I didn't know that. But thank you for sharing that. So I noticed you mentioned how you were not consistent with the gym, but then you found a way of doing it within your home. How did you navigate that with the environment? What made you consistent with doing that at home, since you found something that works for you at home? How exactly did you go about that, ensuring that it keeps working for you at home?
Yeah. So I think one thing that was key for me was convenience. Because usually when you put yourself through a lot of pressure or, getting up from home, getting in your car, then taking that drive to the gym, it's not always convenient.
It isn't.
I mean, I'm speaking for myself. There's people that find
many
it
of us,
convenient,
me too.
but speaking for myself, that was not convenient. But just knowing I could get out from bed and take a few steps to my living room or step outside and it's a nice, beautiful morning, the sun is shining. It was just that convenience, I think, that allowed me to stay consistent. And there was also something about being in the comfort of my home that was very relaxing. When you're going to the gym, for instance, you're around other people, so you might be conscious of the people around you, or you're not necessarily very comfortable yet. So I was in the comfort of my home, and that allowed me to just be calm about it. And so I think the convenience and the comfort is what allowed me to be consistent. And then with the outdoors, there's just something about being outdoors as well that was then adding on to the benefits I was deriving from my workouts. Be it the sun with the vitamin D, it just feels really good to be outside.
The trees, the green grass,
the fresh air. So all those little things just allowed me to be consistent, and also knowing the benefits, like knowing how I was feeling after a workout. If I woke up a certain day and I was low, I knew that as soon as I worked out or as soon as I stepped outside and did my practice, I would then feel better. So that's what allowed me to be consistent.
Okay. So you have mentioned that you sometimes do it indoors or outdoors.
Yes.
How does the environment impact that? Like, how do you think other people can maybe modify their environments to encourage that consistency sometimes? Because I'm sure despite you being able to do it at home, there might be days when you're not really up to it, despite you knowing the benefits. Because I always keep saying it's one thing to know, but actually doing, like,
true.
So how have you played around with that?
Yeah.
How can others do it as well?
True. So I think with the outdoor experiences, and this is based off of experience and seeing the impact as well it's had on my clients. I actually tend to prefer outdoors because, like I said, there's the sun, there's the trees, the fresh air. I've seen that the overall benefits for outdoor Pilates is actually pretty good because you're incorporating the vitamin D, for instance, the fresh air, and there's that nice release of the endorphins, not just from the workouts, but from the environment supporting your practice. It's also more grounding to be outside. Being out in nature also brings out that sense of awe. You know, it just feels good. So I think the overall benefits I've noticed, well, both are good, but I prefer outdoors because you have that extra support from the environment, which also assists again with the mental well-being. There's just something about being outside on a beautiful day that just brings this nice sense of clarity as well. So I think switching up the environments does assist. You can't always be outdoors. Sometimes the weather
doesn't
sucks,
allow.
or maybe you're in you live somewhere where maybe the outdoors isn't very calming, and so indoors is also good. But just switching it up
every now and
maybe
then.
coming for a Luna Core Pilates class because we do it outside at Lukanda Beauty Center, which is a beautiful spa, or coming for one of our retreats. That would be a nice way to just switch it up. So both are good, but I think the environment provides that extra support when you're outside.
It actually does because, you know, when I actually just found you and noticed you started doing this, a lot of your videos would be you in the grass outside. And it's just looking so pretty because I'm looking on Instagram and scrolling and I'm like, oh, it looks fancy. Like it's encouraging to say, okay, maybe I should actually sign up for a class. So you're absolutely right. The environment really does help keep you in check.
It does. It really does.
So what are some of the benefits you've noticed from your clients? Because I know you've been running a class for some months now.
Yes.
Yeah. So what are some of the benefits or the testimonies you've gotten from your clients?
Okay. So the testimonies have actually been quite overwhelming. And we've recently started a series where we're recording some of our clients and they're just explaining the benefits that Pilates has had for them. I also received testimonials, which we also put on our social media. So I'll start with the body. Obviously, it tones and strengthens your body. So I've received reviews where clients are feeling that their bodies are more toned. Some who were pursuing a weight loss journey have been able to lose weight. Everyone is looking for different benefits, obviously. And going onto the mind, it's been quite grounding for, I was going to say most of them, but actually all of them, because it's your moment to just zone out and be mindful, taking a moment to breathe. And at the same time, you're also working out. So there's a lot of mental clarity that comes with that. Most of my clients have high stress jobs. So during that time, they're able to just release that stress and release whatever fatigue they're feeling. There's some people that have been able to sleep better because, there are certain hormones that are released and it just brings also that sense of calmness that helps facilitate better sleep. So, there's people that maybe were battling with low emotions or depression and this has just helped them find that sense of balance and purpose that grounds them and just helps them feel better. And there's also something about community. So with the group classes, you're able to work out with like-minded people. And there's that nice emotional support and sense of community and purpose that comes with that. So overall, lots of benefits for the mind, for the body, for the soul. It's so beautiful, honestly.
Yeah, so from what I'm getting, Pilates seems to be a holistic practice. Like it benefits both the body and the mind.
Yes, it's certainly a holistic practice. And what we do is when we're starting the sessions, we start with breathing and mindfulness. So the first 5 minutes is taking a moment to just relaxing your body, relaxing your mind, breathing, which is really, really good as well to get your body ready for the session, but also to ensure your mind is fully present in the moment. Our minds love to multitask. We're either dwelling in the past or planning ahead, worrying and anxious, we're in the future already. So during those first 5 minutes, we want to ensure everyone's just in the present moment. We then have the session. And at the end, again, some breathing, and we finish off with gratitude and self-love, which is another 5-minute practice where you're just taking a moment to focus on what you're grateful for that particular day, and also finishing off with some self-love, saying something kind and loving to yourself. And that is so good for the mind as well.
Wow.
You know, especially with a self-love one, saying something kind and loving to yourself. Our minds are usually so quick to self-criticize, or we beat ourselves down, or we're always waiting for other people to show us love. But in that moment, you're taking that power back, which is so good for your mental well-being as well. So it's definitely a holistic practice.
Okay. Okay. That's good to know. But I'm guessing for you to be able to actually see the benefits, you would have to be quite consistent.
Yes.
Like, are there any tips you give to your clients that you'd like to share, one or two, or how you stay consistent? Because do you set an alarm? Do you do it every day? Do you have times of the days when you do it and prefer other times? Like, how do you make sure? Because I know you wear so many hats because you're also doing tennis now.
Yes.
So it's like, how do you balance all that, making sure you stay consistent with your Pilates while also doing everything else in your life?
Yeah. Okay, so I'll speak for myself first and then go into the clients. So before, when I was juggling my job and the Pilates, not necessarily, I wasn't teaching yet, but when I was just doing the classes and practicing, the best time for me was after work. In the evenings, I would get home, change from my work clothes and immediately go into my workout clothes and just find a class. So that day, if I was not in the mood to really work out, I'd find the shortest class on YouTube. And, you know, it was better than doing nothing at all. So I'd find maybe a 15-minute class and work out, and I would immediately feel better. So keeping that feeling in mind, even on the days when you're not in the mood, really does help. Of course, there were days when I felt that way and I just fell off the wagon. But again, even when you fall off, showing yourself that grace, taking a moment, and then getting back on. So evenings were the best times for me. On weekends, I would then do it in the mornings. Yes. And then now that I no longer have my 9 to 5, now that I'm teaching, actually, it's been a bit hard to set time just to practice and not necessarily setting time to set the classes. Because now it's like I'm constantly working out. So when I'm doing it with the clients, I feel like I'm working out. But I'm now trying to be intentional about actually scheduling like a full class for myself. Not necessarily setting a class or writing down my flows. I want to set time for myself to just do a full Pilates session. So for me, that now looks like doing it at least 3 times a week. Which feels like a lot because, again, when I'm doing it with the clients, it's a workout altogether. But I think I'll manage and I'll get back to you guys on that one. But in terms of juggling, like you said, I'm also doing tennis, which helps me stay fit. I've signed up with an academy, so that helps me stay consistent, knowing that I will do tennis, let's say, every Wednesday, and there's a coach too.
You do tennis once a week?
Yes, once a week for now. Once a week. I'm hoping to make it 2, but I have a coach or coaches under the academy. It's called Atlas that help me stay consistent. So I think having a coach and having, again, like if you come for Luna Core Pilates, I'll be there to help keep you accountable. So having someone that keeps you accountable is a big one. Either a friend or your instructor or coach that helps you stay consistent. So that's with me. And with my clients as well, I come in to help them stay consistent as their accountability partner. But I actually have to give it to my clients. They are generally just consistent even without me.
Yeah.
They're usually people that are very dedicated and committed to their wellness journey.
I guess because the benefits are that good.
Yes, because the benefits are that clear. So,
wow.
Yeah.
I'm so inspired right now because fitness is something I have been pushing for so long. It's just so hard. And here you are talking about doing your Pilates 3 times, doing tennis and wanting to add another day. And I'm like, how does your body feel? How do you, so is this for everybody? Like Pilates, like somebody like me who's lived a sedentary lifestyle, I would say, and I'm trying to get into it. Yes. Are your classes for everybody? Please tell us who your classes are for.
My classes are for everybody. But I would say my target market is people that are trying to transform their lives, take a moment from the hustle and bustle, taking a moment to just take control, take charge again of their minds, their bodies, their souls. You're going to strengthen your mind, strengthen your body in the process as well. Really, it's for everybody. It's for everybody. So come through.
So I won't have too much pressure, eh?
No.
The stretches.
No. And honestly, I suppose you won't know till you actually try a class.
Yeah, true.
But once you come for a class, you will know that it is certainly for you. It is, and you will not regret it.
Okay. Well, so I guess consistency is key when trying to maintain a healthy behavior. I mean, you have an amazing body. Your skin is glowing. What other things are you doing to help keep healthy? Like food, juice. I saw recently that you partnered with some juice.
Yes, Z's Juice Bar.
Yeah.
Yes.
Can you tell us about that? Is that helping you?
Yes, certainly. Diet is a big one, and that's something I'm still working on, and I'm hoping as the year goes on to work with some nutritionists as well, just to help me, because I actually do have a bit of poor eating habits. But some of my clients work with nutritionists. One of my clients is actually a nutritionist.
Nice.
So they're able to give advice on diet that will facilitate mental health and also help you with your weight goals, if you have any, and just your overall well-being.
Yeah.
So I'm still working on that one. Actually, I can't speak too much on the diet one because it's something I'm still figuring out. And I'm sure a lot of people will relate as well.
Yeah.
Just finding what works for you. But I do have friends that really do incorporate like proper nutrition diet, and I've seen how amazing that has worked out for them, especially incorporating that with the workouts. It's a holistic approach to your mental wellness, and it's beautiful to watch, and I want that for myself as well, actually. So I'm also still learning, still growing. And the good thing about what I'm doing as well is the collaborations that come with it, like you said, with the Z's Wellness Bar. It's just beautiful to see different ways that, like-minded people can come together and work together. So excited to see where that goes. There's other juice bars as well, like Real Raw, that I can't wait to work with.
Nice.
So we'll see. On the skin side of it, I have a really good friend that has a skin business and a spa.
Yeah.
So she's the one that really puts us on. It's just a holistic thing.
It really
is, because it all comes into the wellness thing. When your skin is healthy, you feel better as well and more confident. When your body is whatever way you want it to be, whatever wellness goal or body goal you have for yourself, when you reach that goal as well, it brings a sudden boost of confidence. And also the journey to those goals, just giving yourself grace through each period. It doesn't mean when you haven't yet reached your skin goals or your body goals, it doesn't mean that, you shouldn't feel good about yourself. So it's all just it's a process, honestly, and it's a beautiful journey, really.
It is. Actually, speaking of collaboration, you recently had a brunch? Was it a month or two ago at Nkwashi?
Yes, with Nkwashi. That was amazing.
How was that? Like, what were the benefits of that?
Yes, so we were by the lakefront, and it was really, really, really beautiful.
So the session was just right in front of the water and everything. I can imagine.
It was amazing, and again, doing the Pilates outdoors in a beautiful space, it just adds on to that grounding and that mental clarity and relaxation that just works really well with your workouts. We have a few other things planned with Nkwashi, so I'm looking forward to that. And I encourage people to come through. We had a nice brunch afterwards. We took
Healthy
a hike.
foods, hopefully.
Healthy foods. We took a hike. That was also really nice. It was like a walk around the lake. So yes, all those things honestly add on to just feeling really good, mind, body, soul.
That's really nice to hear. And was this for both males and females? Is Pilates, because I know every time we think of Pilates, it's the ladies.
Yes, it's mainly the ladies, yes. So Pilates is for both men and women. We have a lot of athletes around the world that are now incorporating it into their routines because they're starting to see the benefits. It really does strengthen, especially the core, which is key to any sport, really. Even if you're not playing sport, it's key to your well-being, your overall well-being. So definitely Pilates is for both men and women. For the events, whenever it's just women, we do make that announcement. So the brunch at Nkwashi was only women.
Okay.
So whenever it's just women, we do let people know. When it's combined, we let people know. And for my classes as well, there's a women's only class and there's a mixed class where men are free to come.
That's beautiful to hear. You're creating a very nice space for we the women.
No, it's amazing, and I'm always championing women just finding their power and following their pursuits and crushing their goals, but not just, in the office or in their business, but also in their own personal lives. And something about finding that balance and grounding yourself, mind, body, soul, that also just helps boost all of those things that you have going on. And also taking a moment to just pause from
the world.
Yeah, from the world, taking time for yourself, It's
self-care.
Yeah, it is. And I think women really deserve that. They really do. We wear so many hats and it's nice to just take time for yourself, to pour into you, take a pause from being a mom, being a sister, being all those hats that we wear.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what do you have planned for Lunar Core Pilates? Anything coming up? Anything interesting? What's happening in the next, I think, between now and the end of the year, maybe?
Oh.
What should we look out for?
Okay. So some are still in the works, some are surprises. But next month, you can look out for another collaboration with Nkwashi.
Okay.
A few months down the line as well, we have an upcoming Pilates retreat, Lake Malawi with Robin Pope Safaris.
Wow.
So it was supposed to be end of June, but it was postponed and we'll announce those dates as well. That as well will be beautiful by the lakefront. And
you mind telling me more about that? I'm curious. So what does that mean? What are people traveling for? Why should I join?
Why come for a retreat? Especially if you're going to cross the border literally to another country. It's a beautiful property. I haven't been yet, but I've seen the videos and the pictures, and I've had people that have traveled there and they've given beautiful reviews. So with the Pilates retreats, we'll have workouts every mornings and some evenings, and it's an adventure retreat as well. So, there'll be fishing and kayaking and sailing on the boats. Really just being out in nature and finding that balance and inner peace, but at the same time you're working out, having chats, wellness chats with like-minded people, all encompassing. And really,
that sounds really, really, really exciting.
I highly recommend it. And we usually do the same things. Everyday society, we do the same thing. So why not take a moment to just try something different? And that's, I think, an exciting way to give that a
it really
shot.
is some self-care. Like, we deserve it.
Yes.
Is it for women only?
Which one exactly?
The retreat?
No, men and women.
Nice.
Men and women.
Okay, that's good.
So we'll announce the dates hopefully soon.
Okay, so how do we know when you announce the dates? What How do we find you? Where are your classes? Online presence?
Yes, so online presence, we have an Instagram page,
Okay.
Luna Core Pilates.
Luna Core Pilates.
Yes,
Mhm.
Luna with an R. We have a website as well, www.lunacorepilates.com, so you can
Okay.
learn more about Pilates, learn more about my journey, see some of our reviews as well. And yes, so website and Instagram is where you can find us. That's where the
Nice.
announcements will be made. And also LinkedIn. We have a
Okay.
LinkedIn page, Luna Core Pilates. So yes, you
Okay.
can search for us and join our loving community and see what else we have lined up for the rest of the year.
Wow, nice. Thank you so much for sharing this. It's inspiring. And I'm sure for somebody listening, they'll be like, okay, I need to actually consider this and do it. Yeah, so is there anything else you wish I had asked?
No, I think you've been amazing, actually. I think you really asked.
Thank you. As the first guest, thank you.
This was an amazing chat, and
Yeah.
I'm so glad we finally did this. And it was so nice to just talk about my journey and also share the benefits
Yeah.
of this world that I'm now in. And you're doing an amazing job. Mental wellness is a big thing, and it's something that we should all prioritize.
We should.
We really,
Yeah.
really should. And it shows up in different ways. Be it the stress, like we've talked about, the fatigue, or, having these negative thoughts that are always taking you around in this spiral. All that is mental wellness. Like you need to just take a moment to self-care in a healthy way.
Yep.
In a healthy way. So I'm glad that you've created this space, and I'm honored to be here.
Oh, thank you so much. We could go on and on, but yeah. I'm so happy to have you here. I can't wait for this episode to air. But thank you so much for having it. So to our listeners, I hope you found this episode as inspiring and informative as I did. Remember, our environment plays a crucial role in your health behaviors, and making small changes can lead to significant improvements. So if you're in Zambia, if you're in Lusaka, be sure to check out Luna Core Pilates for classes and start your transformation journey. That's it for this week's episode. Thank you. Thank you for joining me till the very end. In the world of behavioral science, every ending is just the beginning of something new. Please remember to subscribe, leave a comment, and stay tuned for more adventures in behavioral science as we continue our journey towards a healthier, more informed decision making. Until then, stay curious, stay vigilant, stay healthy. This is Tabo Lukato Hadonka signing off from Reclamation. Biases that actually control how we make the health decisions we do. Now, there are actually over 170 cognitive biases. I don't know why we keep adding cognitive biases. I don't know why we have so many.
Welcome to Reclamation, the podcast where conversations meet practical insights, guiding you through the maze of behavioral science to empower better public health outcomes. With a passion for bridging the gap between medicine, psychology, and sociology, Tabo brings a unique perspective to every episode. Get ready to reclaim your understanding of health and behavior. This is Reclamation.
Welcome back to Reclamation. You've made it to the third episode. Wow. So, it's actually so hard to talk so clearly and try to be fluent and try to be clear enough for people to understand what you're trying to say without them having to see you. And so it got me thinking about how I decided to start this podcast. Before starting Reclamation, I had to think about why I wanted to have the podcast. I had to think about if I was capable of actually hosting a podcast, if I had the time, if I had the energy, what I wanted to talk about, who the podcast is for. And that made me realize just how much thought got into the planning of
the podcast, the planning of the episodes. What am I going to talk about? Who is it for? Is it going to be beneficial? Is it, everything, all the, like, how am I going to record it? How's the editing going to be done? On what platforms? There's just so much thought that goes into preparing for a podcast and putting up an episode. But then this week I was attending a scholars boot camp, and during the tea breaks we have options of having either coffee, tea, or a cold drink. And for some reason I didn't have to think it through. I automatically knew I had two options. Despite being given three, in my head it's like I only had to choose between the coffee or the cold juice, because that's what I like. That's what I prefer. And I had just been interchanging between the two continuously throughout the days. I didn't really give it a thought. It's not something that it just happened automatically. It made me realize how there's some decisions we make that we actually have to put so much thought into looking at, why do I want to do this? How am I going to do this? But then there are other decisions in our life that we make, and it's just, we don't really give it. It's like within 30 seconds, you know what you want to do. And I guess that applies to a lot of other things, because you can't keep spending so much time on simple decisions such as what color jersey, okay, not what color jersey you're going to wear, because we do put some thought into that, but something like what example can I think of? What example can I give? Something about the type of spoon you're going to pick from your drawer when you want to have your cereal or something. I don't think it's something a lot of us go, and stand there and weigh the pros and the cons and the what, and why do I want to do this? What's going to work better? You just pick the quickest, because it's either what you do all the time or what you've seen being done by most people. And that is what we're going to talk about today. This episode is about cognitive biases. We're diving into the fascinating world of cognitive biases and their profound impact on health decisions and behaviors. When it comes to making healthy decisions, our brains play a crucial role. However, our brains are not always as rational as we think, and cognitive biases can impact our choices related to health and wellness in general. Nothing is more important to a human than health and well-being, yet certain cognitive and other cultural biases can impede the access to life-saving health and behavior interventions that we choose for ourselves. So cognitive biases are like silent puppeteers, I guess, pulling the strings of our mind and guiding our decisions in ways we might not even realize. So we're going to explore a few of the cognitive biases that actually control how we make the health decisions we do. Now, there are actually over 170 cognitive biases. I don't know why we keep adding cognitive biases. I don't know why we have so many, because I feel a lot of them keep overlapping or are somehow similar, or some I feel are actually the same thing, but then just very minimal, almost insignificant differences. But hey, I'm not on that level yet to argue as to what. So I picked 4 of my favorite that I think every single person should know. If you're trying to make better decisions in your life, if you're trying to make better decisions affecting your health, you really need to know these 4 cognitive biases and how they're actually working in your life, how they show up in your life without you noticing. They're literally sneaking up on a lot of us. So the first cognitive bias that I'm going to talk about is the confirmation bias. This is the first one on our list. So this sneaky bias leads us to cherry pick information that supports our existing beliefs, while conveniently ignoring the evidence to the contrary information. So imagine someone convinced that vaccines are harmful. That person is going to be scrolling the internet for articles that confirm their fears, and they will disregard all the other overwhelming scientific evidence supporting vaccinations. I'm sure we all know 1 or 2 people, right? And I mean, we saw this even during the times of COVID, and we see it continuously with all the other vaccines or all the other medications. So a lot of times you're looking for information, but you're looking for information to support the knowledge that you already have. So that can also impact how you make your decisions, what you think is healthy, what you think is unhealthy. Confirmation bias. Check, like, how has this been sneaking up in your life? are they things that you believe in and that you can support with your life and pull out articles and Google, and somehow those are the articles you're going to concentrate on, even if there are other articles suggesting otherwise. So yes, that's a very interesting one because I see it a lot. And then, this thing where you hear about a friend of a friend who contracted a rare disease, and suddenly you are convinced it's more common than it actually is. So this is the second bias we're talking about. This is the availability heuristic. So this bias usually clouds our judgment, making us overestimate the likelihood of events based solely on how easily they come to mind. Because it's something that has stuck in your mind because you remember it was a traumatic story or it moved you emotionally, and all of a sudden you think, so okay, this is actually happening more often than it actually is. So for example, if we hear about a friend's experience with a particular diet or an exercise routine, we may assume it will work for us as well without considering our unique circumstances, leading to the biased decision makings. Like there's so many things we don't factor in, our metabolism, our watts. It's just, it worked for this person, it worked for this person. So automatically it's working for so many people. And then we think it's automatically going to work for me. We see this in the diet plans that we adapt. We see this in the exercise routines. It happens so many times just because there are so many people who are popping up on your timeline, on your social media pages, on the media you're consuming, who are testifying to a particular health habit, and you automatically think it's going to work for you because majority of the people seem to be doing it. I don't know, but I think this bias can somehow be used for good as well. I think it can be used to encourage good, healthy behavior. More like what I try to do with my story of taking my ARVs, having an undetectable viral load, and not infecting my husband and my little baby. I guess we are trying to use it, but are we using it as much as we could? Because I see it being used in HIV, like with my story. So automatically, if more people come out, then even the few people who have the stigma and the self-denial are encouraged to do it and take their medication. That's availability, because you feel, everybody else who's living with HIV is actually able to live a healthy life. So that is one way in which we could use the availability heuristic. But maybe we're not really using it enough in the health sector. I don't know. What do you guys think? Are there other ways you think we could use it better? Are they? So that was the second one, right? So the third one is the anchoring bias. So this is our next contender. It can really throw a wrench, in our health decisions. Imagine you're at the doctor's office and they throw a scary sounding number at you, like your risk of developing a certain condition. That number sticks in your head like glue, influencing your perception of risk, even when other factors suggest otherwise. So the anchoring effect states that an individual's decision is influenced by the first point of information offered, or the reference point, hence the anchor, like the binding, like the first piece of information you have, the first thought that comes to mind, you stick with it and you go with it forever or for life. So in such a case, it can present itself in, for example, a patient may feel signs of relief, after taking some medication for a few days, and you suddenly feel relief, and that sticks in your head, and you conclude that, you know what, I'm cured. Not realizing that the ailment may still exist in subdued manner, and the medication's course need to be fulfilled for full treatment. And I think this is the leading cause behind the looming global antimicrobial resistance crisis that we're currently facing. Because as people do not complete their prescribed antibiotic courses, the infection that is actually causing the microbes continues multiplying and are not completely terminated. Instead, they grow resistance to the microbials and become immune to treatment. We see this in so many antibiotics. We see this even the TB resistant, the multi-drug resistant tuberculosis. It's seen in so many other diseases as well. And hence we have this AMR crisis currently. So it's like anchoring biases or the anchoring effect. It's actually interesting how it is affecting our health. It's affecting us individually. It's affecting our community and public health in general. So moving on to the very last bias that I think is important for you to know. In the last episode on the rat pack and how the environment affects health behaviors, I talked about how I managed to adhere to my treatment by taking my ARV drugs and putting them near the socket in my room. So this is connected to this bias I want to talk about, the projection bias. So this is a common cognitive bias, and it often leads individuals to make short-sighted decisions based on their current emotions and belief. So this bias, I see it a lot in people who are living with chronic illnesses, especially because in that moment, you are so determined to change your life, so determined to live a healthy life, so determined to do right and follow the doctors and physicians' orders. You're given treatment, you're told to take it in a specific way, and you are so sure you're going to do it. And 3 days later, a week later, you are actually not taking it the way you're supposed to be taking it. This is the projection bias. So this bias arises from the tendency to overestimate how much our future selves will share our current preferences, values, and beliefs. So just because in this moment you're feeling motivated to do something, you believe that that is always going to be like that in the future. In the realm of the healthcare, as I said, where chronic illnesses demand the long-term management and lifestyle changes, it's crucial to address this bias because we need to promote healthier habits and to improve patient outcomes. So the projection bias can actually significantly impact decision-making regarding health-related behaviors. So patients may underestimate the extent to which their future selves will prioritize their health, leading them to make choices that cater to their immediate desires and emotions rather than their long-term well-being. I mean, we see this in the patients that are struggling with substance misuse of a particular substance and are not ready to give it up because they believe they are okay, they believe they are fine, and do not realize or do not anticipate that in the future what they're actually feeling and believing, because what is currently happening is giving them immediate gratification. It might change. Their beliefs, their priorities might actually change. And that's why in the last episode, I talked about how I look out for future me because I might not always be motivated or remember to take the medication. So this is a very common bias we see. This is a very common bias we fall victims of. I mean, a lot of us actually fall victim of this in just the way we choose to buy our snacks. You know, when you're motivated, you're starting a new month and you're like, I'm done with all the junk food. I'm only buying healthy snacks, the fruits, the vegetables. And then later you get home 2 days in and you open your fridge, you open your drawers, and there's nothing that you really want to eat because you filled it up with the healthy stuff. So that is one way of actually trying to avoid this projection bias. That's one way of actually knowing about it and trying to do something about it because you know it's going to happen and you are looking out for your future self, as I had said. So that's something you need to ask yourself how it might be creeping in. Do you overestimate the future you, how capable future you is of looking out for yourself? So yeah, that's something to think about. So knowing about these cognitive biases is one thing, and I cannot say that you can completely avoid them. Being aware of a cognitive bias doesn't mean you can completely avoid them. It's almost like saying, because I am aware that bullets make ouchies, therefore I can dodge them. Like, we know bullets, we know the impact bullets have, but you can't always completely dodge them. But then the thing is, they are bulletproof. But the thing is, there's still bulletproof armor nonetheless. So it's something to actually know. It's definitely not going to help you avoid them completely. But if you know nothing about them, you can't do anything at all. And the people who actually know about these biases can weaponize them against those of us who may not actually know about them. So what can we actually do now that we know them? We need to equip ourselves with some tools to combat their influence on our health decision. Tools such as seeking diverse perspectives, surrounding ourselves with a variety of viewpoints can help challenge our biases and lead to a more well-rounded decision making when it comes to our health. Like, we need to hone our critical thinking skills by questioning assumptions. Like, just because we've always believed something doesn't mean it's true. So by interrogating our beliefs, we can uncover hidden biases that are actually contributing to our decision making when it comes to health. So biases aren't actually completely bad. Biases are not bad. We humans rely heavily on these cognitive biases as they can actually help us. We wouldn't want to unlearn all our autopilot features that help us get throughout the day without having to spend ridiculous amounts of brain power making small decisions. But that self-awareness can be really helpful to make sure we are not on autopilot all the time for decisions that actually do matter. So what biases have you actually been falling victims of? Can you think of any? Have you looked up any others? What other interesting biases have you found? As I said, there are over 170. So how are these biases appearing in your life? How are they affecting that health behavior you have been stuck to, that you've been believing in with all your heart? Like, I'm hoping me sharing a bit about this will open a worm of you wanting to seek more knowledge into looking at this and trying to avoid it and be weary of it, and make sure that the people who actually do use these biases, the people who are after our money, people use it for marketing, you're actually not falling victim of these biases. Please let me know if there are any other interesting biases that you found. You can please share them on the comments if you're listening to this on YouTube. I would really like to hear about these biases and how you think they have shown up in your life. So that is it for today's episode. I hope after this, we have realized just how much power our brain has, and we can actually use that power for good and to change our lives. So that's it for today.
Thank you for joining me till the very end. In the world of behavioral science, every ending is just the beginning of something new. Please remember to subscribe, leave a comment, and stay tuned for more adventures in behavioral science as we continue our journey towards a healthier, more informed decision making. Until then, stay curious, stay vigilant, stay healthy. This is Tabo Lukato Hadonka signing off from Reclamation.
Three major ways in which our surrounding might be holding us back from being the person we want to be, or from doing what we want to do, or from quitting the bad habits and behaviors we want to.
Welcome to Reclamation, the podcast where conversations meet practical insights, guiding you through the maze of behavioral science to empower better public health outcomes. With a passion for bridging the gap between medicine, psychology, and sociology, Tabo brings a unique perspective to every episode. Get ready to reclaim your understanding of health and behavior. This is Reclamation.
Welcome back to another episode of Reclamation. So, for somebody like me living with a chronic disease such as HIV, that means I have to take my medication every single day for life. And that can be a bit hard to do because it's not a normal thing. It's not everybody who's taking medication every day. It's not a natural way of life. So it's something that you have to be deliberate about doing in order to stay healthy and stay fit. So when I actually decided I wanted to get serious with doing this life thing, I went into a deep dive to figure out how I was going to ensure I take my medication every day. So I actually checked out the definitions of a habit and of behavior, because if you're like me, even till date, I still use these words interchangeably. Is that a word? Yeah. I still use both of them the same way. So I found that the definition of a habit is the impulse to do a behavior with little or no conscious thought. So I was like, okay, so this is what I actually need to do in order for me to make sure I'm always taking my medication, because I'm going to be taking it for life. And a habit is like brushing our teeth every morning. That would count as a habit because you don't really give it thought and it's repetitive. And you're not really conscious about it. Well, at least for most of us, like you know that every morning you have to do that. So how was I going to get my mind and my brain to turn taking my medication every day into a habit? And I just discovered during that same period how the environment actually plays such a huge role in the habits you're trying to form, in behaviors you're trying to form, be it new healthy behaviors and habits, and even habits and behaviors that you're trying to avoid and stay away from. Sometimes the environment can just be working against you. So in this week's episode, we're going to uncover the hidden nudges in public spaces that can push us towards healthier habits or pull us into the unhealthy ones, and how even the smallest changes in your home can help create a healthier habit. And we'll also talk about why I chose to keep my medication right next to the socket in my room. So, because you've already figured out from the last episode, willpower is never enough. There's so many things we want to do, but willpower is just never enough. If you haven't from the last episode, please go back, listen to the episode, and then you can continue with this one. So in the 1950s and 60s, scientists believed that addiction was all about the drug itself. They thought morphine was just a siren that caused people and people can't stay away and resist. So they set up these little tiny rat condos, or individual cages rather, each with a water dispenser containing morphine and other opioids. It was like a cocktail of drugs. And the rats had control over how much morphine they took because there was a lever connected to each rat and they could push it according to how much they wanted into their system. And obviously, the rats got addicted because they would always keep pushing the lever and infusing more of the drug cocktail into their bodies. So they slapped up the morphine water like their life depended on it. In the 1970s, though, Dr. Bruce Alexander, a Canadian psychologist, was like, hold up. He looked at the lonely morphine-sipping rats and thought, something smells fishy here. Or maybe it was just the rat pellets. Anyway, he decided to create a rat paradise, a rat park. So Dr. Alexander and his team created a large, comfortable environment for multiple rats. This environment was spacious with toys, tunnels, and other forms of social and physical stimulation. Everything a rat's heart desired, I guess. And the researchers, Dr. Alexander's team, believed that this setting was a closer representation of a rat's natural habitat than the standard laboratory cages that were always used. Now here's the twist. 2 groups of rats were used in the experiment. One group lived in the standard lab cages, isolated from the other rats, while the other group lived in the enriched environment of Rat Park, the one with the rats' heart desires. Both groups of rats were given access to 2 water bottles, one containing a solution of plain water, and the other was containing a solution of the water mixed with the cocaine and the other opiates, the drug cocktail. the rats could choose which solution to drink on their own accord. And the rats living in the enriched environment of rat pack consumed significantly less of the drug cocktail than the rats that lived in the standard lab cages. So Dr. Alexander's team concluded that social and environmental factors in rat pack, such as the social interactions and mental stimulation, played a crucial role in reducing the rats' inclination to self-administer the drugged water. I think this shows just how much impact the environment has on addiction, on substance abuse, and even in human behavior in general. So our environment, obviously, unlike the environment created by Dr. Alexander, the rat haven he created, the rat park, is far from stress-free. Like, it's almost impossible to recreate the perfect world, the utopia, where there's socialization and every of your heart's desires. Worse still, as far as I can tell, we will, for the foreseeable future, be unable to create such a utopia for most people on Earth. So we really have to work with what we have in a way, or change what we can change. And that's what we're talking about today. I like to believe there are three major ways in which our surrounding might be holding us back. Might be holding us back from being the person we want to be, or from doing what we want to do, or from quitting the bad habits and behaviors we want to. And I think it's very important for anybody who is actually trying to develop a new habit to be wary of these three things. I think you being aware about them and knowing how to go about them is very important for you to achieve the goal that you're trying to when it comes to health behavior and behavior change. The first one being the environmental triggers. Like, what around you, what in your environment is encouraging that behavior that you want to get rid of, that behavior that is affecting your health or your mental well-being. Like, what about your environment? What about your living room? What about your bedroom? What about your workplace? What about your classroom or your school, or the paths you decide to take is actually enabling that? And that's something that we need to be really conscious of. It's like, what routes do you choose to take when you leave the office and head back home? Are you continuously using that exact same route which has that drive-through, and you're trying to avoid, and yet you're trying to avoid fast food, but you always end up after a very busy, exhausted work day right in front of the road that has a drive-through, and you pass there and make the same order every other day? So those are the small things in our environment that we don't really think of, that might be actually enabling a habit you are trying to quit, or to get rid of, or to reduce on. So it's looking at your space, looking at the space in your home, looking at the spaces you spend your day at, looking at the places you choose to go to. How are they encouraging the behavior you're trying to achieve? How are they getting you closer to the version of the person you want to be? And how are they hindering that? And when you know that, you can actually try to do something within your power. And the second thing, actually, on the first part, I've just remembered a story I was told. So in this particular village, they had an issue with littering. So littering was a huge issue in this community, like plastic bottles, wrappers everywhere. And I think this is something a lot of us in Zambia, a lot of us in Lusaka can actually relate to. But then something changed. The community came together to paint murals on their buildings
celebrating their natural heritage, depicting scenes of clean, litter-free streets. And guess what happened? Just because of that facelift, littering rates dropped significantly. People started taking pride in their environment, keeping it clean for everyone to enjoy. So it was such a simple change as just the visual stimulation of the community, seeing how clean the buildings are looking and how attractive they are. And that was encouraging people to decide to also keep their streets clean and make sure that they actually place their plastic bottles and wrappers and the trash where it actually belongs. So that's a very small, it seems like a very small act, but you'd actually be surprised just how huge of a difference it makes in trying to get a group of people to behave in a certain way, or trying to get even you as an individual to behave in a certain way that you're actually trying to. The next point is the social norms and the peer pressure. Hey, guys, peer pressure isn't for teenagers only. A lot of times when we talk about peer pressure, we're thinking kids, we're thinking teenagers, adolescents, but peer pressure it's continuous. It's one constant through life. It's just that sometimes we deny just how much influence our peers, our friends, our family, our acquaintances have on us and the things we do. So social pressure really affects our choices. It's very hard to quit a habit when everybody around you is engaging in the same thing. It's very, very hard to stop taking a substance when the circle of friends you keep still indulge in that. It's possible. I'm not saying it's not possible. It is possible, but it's extremely hard, and you want to make your life easier if it's something you're trying to cut down on. So it's what about the social norms and peer influence? How are those affecting or holding you back? Like at gatherings, you're faced with peer pressure to drink alcohol, you're faced with peer pressure to smoke, but you have to be prepared for that peer pressure, I guess, and find an escape plan or find a way of going about it. Is it finding circles of friends who do not indulge, or limiting the amount of time you spend with specific people or around certain people? It could be you just making a plan of what you are going to do when you are in that environment. I know the one thing that is hard for a lot of us is dieting, especially during the festive season. Very few people will tell you that the festive season is when they gained the most weight, especially here where we really take that serious. Like December is the time when the most alcohol is consumed, the most food is consumed, and it's so hard to stick to a diet plan if you're on a diet plan and you're trying to reduce your calorie intake or trying to avoid certain type of food. It's extremely hard. So it's you knowing to say this is going to happen. So what are we going to do about it? What is in my control? How can I go about it? Because now I know, because it's one thing to know, but then it's about what action am I going to take? Because I'm aware of the social norms and the peer influence and how they are affecting and standing in the way of me being this person that I see myself being. And the third point is availability and accessibility. So this point is actually interesting because it takes me back to the rat pack, our little rat avengers. So, a lot of studies have shown that with most human beings, when it comes to healthy behaviors, if you are actually given both options in equal amounts, like the healthy behavior and the unhealthy one, and none of them is forced on you and it's just all things equal, a lot of the times, majority of the people would opt for the healthier option, the healthier habit, the healthier behavior, the healthier action. So a lot of the times, what the unhealthy habits that we indulge in, it's simply because you didn't have the healthier option pushed into your face as much as possible.
So it's how often are you surrounding yourself with the healthy options? Like, are you in places where you can actually freely choose? Are all things equal? Are you finding yourself in places where it's more convenient to have the unhealthy ones? Like the example I gave of using the route where there's a drive-through with fast food and you're actually trying to reduce on the fast food you're having. So that is accessibility and availability. Make it easier for yourself. Willpower is not enough. I keep repeating this. Willpower is not enough. Me wanting to take my medication every day is not enough. I need to also help myself. I need to think of future me. Like, I want to take my medication right now, but will I want to do it 6 hours from now when I'm actually supposed to take my medication? What am I doing to make it easier for future me? Future me could be me 6 hours from now. Future me could be me 2 days from now. Like, what am I actually doing to ensure that it's an easy option for me? The option is available. The option is accessible. So that's how I actually decided to keep my bottle of medication, my ARVs, near a socket. So I have a socket that is right by the dresser. It's very conveniently placed. And the one thing that I discovered I am consistent with, charging my phones at night. I rarely forget to charge my phones at night because I want to wake up and have my phone's on 100%. I am assured that I'll be on my phone, I'll be online, I'll be able to communicate the whole day. And as we discussed in the first episode, the results of instant gratification, like behaviors that give you instant gratification, are easier to maintain. So with me charging my phone, it's so much easier because I know the results of that. I'm going to reap them the very next day because I'm going to have a fully charged phone. And I'm also going to know to say the repercussions of not actually putting it on the charger means I get to move around without a charged phone. I am not able to communicate with my husband, with the nanny at home, with friends and family. And it's extremely inconvenient. So that was always going to push me to want to put my phone on the charger. And I think it has now turned into, it's a habit. It's something I don't think of. Immediately it's time for bed. I get into the room. What I'm doing is connecting my phone onto the charger, the socket, and charging it. So I discovered that usually when you're trying to develop a new behavior and turn it into a habit, it's so much easier if you're piggy banking on a habit that you already have. So the putting my phone on the charger is an existing habit that I've been doing for a very long time. So in order for me to remember to take my medication every single evening, I decided I'm going to place my drugs right at the socket. So that way, I never really think about, I have to take my drugs. But once I get into the room and it's time for bed and I'm connecting my phone onto the charger, what I see is my drugs. And automatically I'm like, oh yeah, I need to do this as well. And that's how I have ensured that I take my drugs every single evening. So if I do not charge my phone that night, the chances are very high that I've not taken my medication, unfortunately. But it's made my life so much easier. It's something that I've eventually turned into a habit or close to a habit, I guess. So that is me trying to manipulate my environment. I made it accessible. I've made it available. I've made it right, making sure it's right in my eyes before bedtime. And I've used a habit that already exists, one that has immediate gratification and immediate repercussions if I don't do it. Because, if I left it all to just taking the medication, the repercussions of not taking the medication, I'm not going to see them within a week or within a month. That's the thing. So this has really worked for me. So I'm urging a lot of you to think of what in your environment is working against you being the person you want to be, and what is actually helping you. What can you take advantage of How can you change your personal space to encourage that habit that you're trying to form, to maintain that habit? It's not enough to want to. The willpower and motivation is not enough. It's really not enough. So how are you helping yourself to actually continue being or working towards being that person or the version that you want to be when it comes to your health, when it comes to your well-being? So there's actually a second part to Dr. Alexander's experiment. The rats, remember them, the rat pack? So Dr. Alexander wasn't done. Like, remember the experiment? He had the rats in the lab cage and he had the others in the rat pack. So he wondered, can we unaddict the addicted ones, the addicted rats? So what he did is he went further and he took the rats which had been in the lab cages, the typical lab cages, the ones that had been on the morphine bender for weeks. He gave them options of the plain water or maintaining the same morphine drug cocktail. And you'd be surprised how many of the rats opted for the plain water, even though they had already been addicted to the morphine and had turned into addicts. But once they were moved into the new environment where there was everything to play with, the socialization, the stimulation, the rats' heart desires, a lot of them opted to be taking the plain water, despite them having withdrawal symptoms that were unpleasant. So again, this actually reinforces just how much of the environment actually plays a role in behavior, in both forming new behaviors and in getting rid of bad behaviors. So our environments actually matter a lot. And we are not just chemical reactions. We are social creatures. Our cages, whether literal or metaphorical, they really do affect our behavior. Things like loneliness, stress, and disconnection, they are real villains. So as we navigate our own rat packs, filled with screens, concrete jungles, and the Wi-Fi passwords, let's remember that connections actually heal and purpose empowers. And maybe, just maybe, we can unaddict ourselves by creating our own rat pack. Now, like we've already established, we can't control every single aspect of the environment and the effects it has on us. And to make matters even more complicated, we know that there are biological influences related to genetic differences, the neonatal birth-related circumstances, early nutrition, and all those, and how they can affect and alter brain mechanisms and make people more or less susceptible. This word always shows me flames, but yes, susceptible to the effects of trauma. So switching up your environment might not really be the silver bullet to behavior change, but it makes significant impact. So why not be deliberate about the parts of the environment that we can control? Because behavioral adaptation, it means people can change the way they act and what they do based on what's happening around them. When we're talking about addiction, it suggests that individuals can learn and pick up new, healthier habits to replace the ones linked to addiction. And that's the thing I'm always telling even the clients I'm seeing, that it's hard to get rid of a habit if you don't have something to replace it with. So this might include coming up with ways of handling stress, managing tough situations, and making healthier life choices. So that's just something I want you to think about at the end of this episode. Like, how is your rat park looking like? How have you designed your rat park? And how can you design it further to help you achieve the goal that you want to? I hope that this is something that actually gets a lot of us thinking and pushes you to design your own little rat pack in the best way possible that you can. And that's the end of today's episode.
Thank you for joining me till the very end. In the world of behavioral science, every ending is just the beginning of something new. Please remember to subscribe, leave a comment, and stay tuned for more adventures in behavioral science as we continue our journey towards a healthier, more informed decision making. Until then, stay curious, stay vigilant, stay healthy. This is Thabo Lukato Hadonka signing off from Reclamation. Or cut down on screen time. Behavioral science has got your back. It's like having a secret weapon in the battle against bad habits. Now let's get real for a second. Change is hard.
Welcome to Reclamation, the podcast where conversations meet practical insights, guiding you through the maze of behavioral science to empower better public health outcomes. With a passion for bridging the gap between medicine, psychology, and sociology, Thabo brings a unique perspective to every episode. Get ready to reclaim your understanding of health and behavior. This is Reclamation.
Hello, and welcome to the very first episode of the Reclamation podcast. I'm your host, Thabo Lukato Hadonka, and I'm coming to you from the heart of Zambia. Today marks not just the beginning of a podcast series, but the dawn of a journey we embark on together, a journey of understanding, change, and empowerment. As we navigate through the ebbs and flows of life, we often overlook the power that lies within us, the power to transform our behaviors for a healthier, happier existence. You see, this isn't just any podcast. This is a movement. It's a reclamation of our innate ability to shape our destinies through informed choices and deliberate actions. And I'm here to guide you through it all. Well, at least try to. But before we dive into the depths of behavioral science and its wonders, let me share a piece of my heart with you. For over 2 decades, I've been living with HIV, a journey that has taught me resilience, compassion, and most importantly, the significance of behavioral change. From taking my medication religiously to adopting a lifestyle that supports my well-being, every step has been a conscious choice. It's been a testament of how altering our behavior can indeed alter our lives. And that's pretty much what reclamation is about. It's about reclaiming control over our health by understanding why we do what we do and how we can actually do it better. It's about bridging the gap between knowledge and action, because it's one thing to have the knowledge, but to actually materialize what you know and turn it into action, yeah. So whether you're here seeking inspiration, knowledge, or just good old-fashioned company, I promise you this, you live with a spark to ignite change within yourself and within your community. In each episode, we'll unravel the mysteries of human behavior. We'll explore how motivation works, why systems and culture plays such a pivotal role in shaping us, and how we can harness the power of behavioral science to enhance our lives. But yeah, more than that, we'll share stories, obviously. Stories of triumphs, stories of trials, stories that resonate with each one of us on a personal level. Because at the end of the day, it's our stories that bind us together in this shared human experience, hey? Okay, back to my story. So over 20 years ago, life threw me a curveball that no one could have seen coming. I was diagnosed with HIV. And this was a time when the world whispered about it in hushed tones. The future seemed like a distant dream. But here I am, 2 decades later. Not just surviving, but I don't know, am I thriving? But yeah, thriving, I guess. And I owe it all to understanding and harnessing the power of behavior change. With a little humor and a lot of determination, I decided that HIV was going to be a part of my story, but not the whole narrative. But it wasn't just about popping pills and calling it a day. Nope. This was going to be a full-on lifestyle makeover. We're talking diet changes, goodbye late-night pizza runs, right? But yeah, we're still working on that. Exercise too, because it turns out sweating is actually good for you. And through it all, I learned that behavior change is less about willpower and more about strategy. Because, I mean, we have the willpower to do a lot of things, but we somehow still do not execute them. So it's like playing chess with your habits. You've got to think 3 moves ahead and be ready to pivot when life puts you in check. Now, let's talk stigma. If HIV were a person, it would be the most misunderstood character in the story of life. So I made it my mission to set the record straight. Not just for me, but for everybody else living with this virus. We're not victims, we're victors. And if anyone has a problem with that, well, they can kindly take several seats. But humor aside, advocating for HIV awareness became more than just a passion. It's become my purpose. And I won't lie to you. There are days when the weight of it all feels too heavy to bear. Days when the fear creeps in. But, these are also the days when I usually discover just how strong I really am. You see, living with HIV is not just about managing the virus. It's about embracing life with all its ups and downs. It's about finding joy in the little things. A perfect cup of coffee, a good hair day, which I unfortunately can't relate to right now, or even just making somebody smile. And as for behavior change, well, it's become my superpower, I guess. It's allowed me to take control of my health narrative and write chapters filled with hope and healing. So here's what I want you to take away from my story. No matter what life throws at you, be it HIV or any other challenge, you have the power to change your behavior and change your life. I hope that makes sense. Okay, so let's get into it. Behavioral science. So behavioral science isn't just academic jargon. It's the study of why we do what we do and how we can do it better. It's about making informed choices and taking deliberate actions that lead us towards healthier, happier lives and happier versions of ourselves. Imagine it as the GPS of human behavior. It helps us navigate why we do what we do and how we can do it better. So it's like having a personal life coach in your pocket, but obviously without that hefty price tag, eh? Now you might be thinking, behavioral science, this sounds complicated. But trust me, it's all around us. It's in the ways we choose our morning cereal, or the way we choose the route to take to work, or even how we decide to swipe left or right on that dating app. No judgment here. At its core, behavioral science is about understanding the mechanics of decision making. It's about figuring out the why behind our actions and using that knowledge to make positive changes. And here's the best part. You don't need a PhD to apply behavioral science in your life. All you need is a little curiosity and a willingness to experiment. So like you want to eat healthier? I mean, I've been struggling with eating healthier. So maybe try placing fruits and vegetables at eye level in your fridge. Like don't place them at the bottom where you can't easily see them. That might help and encourage you to eat healthier. Or are you looking to save money? Then set up an automatic transfer to your savings account every payday. For example, did you know that simply changing the wording on a sign can influence how many people wash their hands in a restroom? Yep. Experiments have been made just from the different language and wording of a sign. The number of people who actually washed their hands after using the loo increases. Or that reducing the plate size can help combat overeating. So yep, behavioral science is that cool kid in class who knows all the tips and tricks. And let's face it, we could all use a little help in the decision-making department. Well, at least I know I could. I mean, who hasn't stood in front of an open fridge on a lazy morning, wondering if that leftover pizza counts as a balanced breakfast because it has some vegetables sprinkled on it? So whether you're trying to stick to a workout routine or cut down on screen time, behavioral science has got your back. It's like having a secret weapon in the battle against bad habits. Now let's get real for a second. Change is hard. Change is hard. It's like trying to teach an old dog new tricks, except the dog is us and the tricks are healthier habits. But here's the kicker. Change is also possible, and not just winning the lottery possible or your Betway ticket passing possible. No, but actually happening every day possible. But it's not just about physical steps. It's about mental shifts too. It's about rewiring our brains to embrace new patterns and say goodbye to the old ones. And trust me, our brains are more flexible than we give them credit for. Think about it this way. Every time you make a choice, you're casting a vote for the kind of person you want to be. So, like, if you want to be someone who exercises regularly, every workout is a vote. So you're actually casting a vote towards that version of the person you want to be. And sure, there will be days when you slip up, when the vote goes to procrastination party or binge watching Bonanza, because, I mean, I'd rather sit down in front of the screen than work out. But that's okay, because change isn't about perfection. It's about progress. Somebody told me that messy progress is okay. So the beauty of behavioral change is that it's not a one-size-fits-all deal. It's tailor-made to fit your particular life, your personalized goals, and your quirks. Now, I won't sugarcoat it. Transformation takes work. It's like building a muscle, eh? You've got to exercise it regularly. But it's just like any good workout. The results are worth it. And I'm not just talking about the toned abs, though that would be really nice too. So yeah, in this podcast, we're going to explore all things behavior, from the way we tackle public health issues in Zambia to how we can transform our personal lives for the better. We'll delve into topics like mental health, holistic well-being, and yes, even how to make those pesky New Year's resolutions stick. Because, yeah, how many resolutions go just like that in the drain? So each episode will bring you insights from experts in the field, practical tips you can apply to your daily life, and personal anecdotes from yours truly. Because let's face it, sometimes you've got to hear it from someone who's been there, right? So why reclamation? Because that's exactly what this journey is about. It's about taking back what's ours, our agency over our health choices and our ability to shape our own narratives. It's about shedding the stigma and embracing science as our ally in the quest for well-being. And if you're wondering what makes me qualified to lead this change, well, aside from my professional credentials and personal experience with HIV, I'm someone who believes in the transformative power of hope and action. I have seen firsthand how small changes can lead to big results. So trust me, bro. So whether you're tuning in from Lusaka or listening from halfway across the world, know that this podcast is for you. It's for anyone who's ever wanted to make a change but didn't know where to start. It's for those who are curious about the science behind our habits, and for those who are ready to take control of their health journey. Now, when you think public health, you might picture white lab coats, serious faces. But let's start with malaria, for example, our not-so-friendly neighborhood mosquito-borne disease. We've all heard the sleep under a mosquito net a million times. But let's be real. For me, when it is hot in the middle of October, it is hot enough to fry an egg on the pavement. That mosquito net, it feels like a sauna. So how do we encourage use? Enter behavioral science. So by understanding what motivates people, like comfort during those hot, sweaty nights, we can design better interventions and not just keep making noise about use a mosquito net, let's end malaria. But why stop at health? Like, behavioral science is also transforming how we drive. Yes, I'm looking at you, mister. I don't need a seatbelt. Or even how we save money, because who wants to get into Nkongole for Christmas? Like, let's start saving now. We have 5 more months. And it's even how we vote. The beauty of this approach is that it's not about dictating behavior. It's about understanding and then enhancing it. It's like having a conversation with the nation, but one where we listen first and then act. So, like, have you ever wondered why it's so hard to resist the second slice of cake? Like, you know, when you have cake in the fridge, like, I'll speak for myself. On my birthdays, there's a full cake and my husband doesn't really enjoy cake. It's very hard to control myself and tell myself I'm only going to have 1 slice in a day. That's almost impossible. We will eat that cake. I will. Let me not even say we. I will eat that cake for breakfast. I will eat it as a mid-morning snack. I will have a slice again just after lunch for dessert. I will have a slice again in the evening while watching a favorite TV show. So yeah, it's really hard to resist the second slice of cake, even when you know you should be done. Or why we check our phones every 5 minutes. Well, behavioral science has the answers. And they are not as complicated as you might think. It actually turns out our brains are wired for instant gratification. That's why the cake is calling my name. And why social media notifications are like catnip. But here's the good news. We can rewire our brains. It's like updating your mental software. Right? But it's not just about self-improvement. It's about community improvement too. Imagine if we all used behavioral science to be a little kinder, or a little more patient, or a little more understanding. We'd be living in a utopia, eh? Or at least a friendlier neighborhood. So whether you're trying to drink more water, or spend less time in front of the screen, or using your phone less, well, at least after this episode, of course, because don't decide you've had enough gadget time for the day when I need you to keep listening to this episode. But you just need to know that every step counts. Now, let's talk about these pesky habits we all want to kick. You know, the ones like biting your nails or hitting snooze 1 too many times. Behavioral science tells us that to break a habit, we need to replace it with a new one. So it's very hard to actually break a habit because I feel like you leave a vacuum, like you need something to fill up the vacuum. So instead of biting your nails, for example, how about drumming your fingers to the beat of your favorite song? And instead of hitting the snooze button, we put our alarms across the room. And we turn waking up in the morning into a scavenger hunt. Like, put your phone away from as far away from the bed so that you're forced to actually get up and turn it off. But has anyone actually tried that though? Because I really struggle with getting up in the morning. So has anybody, I know it's something that has been circulating for a bit. Has anybody given it a try? And has it actually worked out, or have you found better ways of actually getting up early if you're like me who struggles to get up? Please leave a comment on if it actually helped you with getting up on time, or if you found another way of getting up on time. And just like that, we're at the end of the first episode. Wow. You actually made it this far. I hope you now have an idea of what reclamation is about. If you've enjoyed today's episode, don't keep it to yourself. Share the love. Tell your friends, tell your family, tell everybody about it. And thank you for tuning in today. Thank you for joining me till the very end. In the world of behavioral science, every ending is just the beginning of something new. Please remember to subscribe, leave a comment, and stay tuned for more adventures in behavioral science as we continue our journey towards a healthier, more informed decision making. Until then, stay curious, stay vigilant, stay healthy. This is Tabo Lukato Hadunka signing off from Reclamation.
When I was making, I didn't sit down and say, okay, I'm going to do. I was just trying things. So after I tried the weight products, after I tried different things, I was like, okay, why don't I try things that are going to help improve my mental health as well as my physical health?
Welcome to Reclamation, the podcast where conversations meet practical insights in you through the maze of behavioral science to empower health outcomes. With a passion bridging the gap between medicine, biology, and sociology, Tabo brings a unique perspective to every episode. Get ready to reclaim your understanding of health and behavior. This is Reclamation.
Welcome to another episode. This week's episode of Reclamation. I am so excited here because I have a lovely lady seated in front of me that I haven't seen in almost 2 years. Yeah, it should be 2 years, and she's amazing. She's looking awesome. I actually wish this year so that you guys could actually see her. But yes, I have Namatama Luwinda, who is a medical licensed psychiatrist. She's a weight loss coach and she's a mental health activist. She's amongst the most, she's probably the most influential mental health activist we have in Zambia. Welcome, Namatama, welcome.
Thank you, Tao. Those vibes, I'm even feeling shy.
Energy. Can you match my energy?
I'm failing to talk now.
So yeah, thank you for taking the time to come here. I know you've been so busy. I've been reaching out for a while and you're not feeling well. But yeah, I'm glad you took the time to come here.
Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure.
So you've been doing so well. Your body's looking good.
Thank you.
Yeah, so tell us about that.
Where do I start?
What happened? Because the last time I saw you, you were still just as pretty, but you were slightly bigger. Yeah.
Yeah, so I lost weight. Okay, so when I was bigger, I experienced a lot of body shaming. And many people think that's what motivated me to lose weight.
Oh, it isn't?
No.
So I thought so too. Okay.
No, not at all. The body shaming didn't bring anything positive to me, really. It didn't, because initially the weight gain came, I would say, due to depression. Well, that's what my psychiatrist said when I just started gaining weight in 2020. That it was because of the depression. And so the body shaming just made the depression worse, which made the weight gain even worse. So my motivation for losing weight was the love that I developed for myself. Initially, I enjoyed being big, but then the more that people spoke about me being big, I started to hate being big. I can't really say I ever hated myself.
Yeah.
Because I still loved myself and still saw myself as beautiful, but I just didn't like being big.
Okay, so allow me to cut you off first. Because I know people are wondering when you say you gained weight because of depression. How? Like, what do you mean because of depression? As some of the people living with depression gain weight, they automatically gain weight. Like, how exactly did that lead to your weight gain?
So there are different factors that lead to people with depression gaining weight. Although what we see most of the time is people losing weight, right? So when you are living with depression, especially if it's clinical depression, it can have an effect on your metabolism. It can have an effect on your appetite. So it can either make you eat way less or eat way more. And in other instances, the person may not even be eating that much, but because their metabolism is so slow, they end up gaining weight from even the little that they eat.
Okay, that makes sense. So what do you think happened to you? Were you eating more, or was your metabolism just messed up?
I think it started with my metabolism being messed up, because initially I wasn't really like a foodie like that.
Yeah.
But then the more depressed I became, I started stress eating. And I would like anytime that I would be sad, I would go for milkshakes. And for me, that was therapeutic. And I even used to just...
It was an escape, eh?
Yes.
Yeah.
So I didn't realize that those milkshakes were adding... Yes. So due to the weight gain, I started developing physical health complications. So I had borderline high cholesterol. I was even diagnosed with hyperthyroidism at some point. I had issues with pneumonia. I know it doesn't seem like there's a connection between pneumonia and weight gain, but then if you have more fat, right, or more body mass, your lungs have to work harder.
Look at you schooling us.
Oh, yes. So you have to know that, hey, she has a degree.
I know, the degree is working. Show us.
Yes. So your heart and your lungs have to work extra hard to produce more oxygen. So because I had COVID pneumonia at some point, like it was terrible. And so after that, I had recurrent pneumonia about 5 times within a year, you can imagine. So I had all these issues there, even some other issues that I think if I mention all of them now,
we'll be here the whole day.
Yes.
Like, what was wrong with her?
Exactly. So I decided I love myself enough to get myself healthy. So for me, it wasn't much about the way I would look, but the way that my body would feel and function.
Okay. Nice. That was really nice. I had no idea. And I think a lot of us always thought it's because of what you went through on the Date My Family show and all that. But it's actually encouraging that you did it for yourself, which is very important. It's like intrinsic motivation, eh?
Yes. When I tried to do it because of body shaming, it just got worse. And I would start my jogs, and in the middle of a jog, I get angry at a comment that someone passed, and like, I'm jogging just to impress that person. I've stopped, and I'll stop jogging for like 2 weeks, and then I get back. But then when I said, this is for my own good, I was on with everything.
Okay. So I know we always say motivation really isn't enough to keep you going a lot of times, but would you say doing it for the right reasons helped, like the intrinsic motivation because you were the one who actually wanted it and not validation from other people? Did that help you stay consistent with the journey when you decided this is what you wanted to do now?
Definitely. Because as with all things, I mean, if you choose, for example, a university program for yourself, right? No matter how hard it is, you wake up to study. But if it's your parents that chose it for you, you will not have the discipline to do it, to keep going. Like then because I did it for myself, I actually enjoyed the process, and I'm still enjoying the process. I'm still making the summer body.
You ain't like, I thought we've reached.
No.
Okay.
Yeah. Megan Thee Stallion vibes.
They're getting there. Wow. Okay, that's actually interesting to hear. But what other ways have you managed to stay consistent, especially because you were still dealing with your mental challenges, your mental illness, you still had your depression that you had to live with. So how have you managed to stay consistent? How did you manage to stay consistent? How much have you lost?
I don't remember the last time I checked my weight, but the last time I checked my weight, I think that was like a month ago, I was at 60 kgs and my starting weight was 87.
Over 20 kgs?
Yes.
Okay, so you need to tell us. So how did you stay?
Kgs.
Yeah. So how did you actually stay consistent even when, because I know when you're living with depression, sometimes you just do not feel like engaging in any activity, even if you actually know the benefit and understand it. That's why I always keep repeating and saying today, it's one thing to know, but it's like the gap between the knowledge and the action. How are you making sure? Because I know you needed to do a lot of lifestyle modification with the working out, the diet. How did you go about that whilst you managing your depression?
So on the aspect of health, right? The mental health aspect was also a huge factor. So when I was making my plan, it actually wasn't like I didn't sit down and say, okay, these are the things that I'm going to do. I was just trying different things. So after I tried the weight loss products, after I tried different things, I was like, okay, why don't I try things that are going to help improve my mental health as well as my physical health, you know? Yeah. So I know that exercise is one of those things. So whenever I would feel lazy, I still have those days when I feel lazy, and I tell myself, you'll feel better after this, you know? A jog a day keeps the depression away. Like the hardest part about anything is starting. So I always just get myself to start. And even when I skip, because I'm human, you know, we are bound to fall short of the glory of God and ourselves anyway. So even on the days when I don't necessarily do what I'm supposed to do, I do a mini version of it. So if I was supposed to say jog for 30 minutes, I skip rope for 5 minutes so that I still feel accomplished.
So it's an alternative. At least you didn't do nothing.
Yes. And so my body also has registered that, okay, she's exercised. That dopamine has spiked. Yeah. And yay, hooray, Tama. Yeah. Nice. And also on the aspect of food, because that's something that I've also really used to help with my weight loss and getting more fit. Because I live alone, it's easy. I just decided to get rid of everything that wasn't good for me and just started buying more of what's good for me. So I'd buy like vegetables in excess. Yeah. So that I'm forced to
actually cook them. Vegetables. Because it's the only thing you have in the house.
Yes.
Okay. Then what about for us who are not living alone and you have family? How would you advise us to go about that? Because that was at least, it was helping you. But then for other people who are living around people and they are having all this carbs and fatty foods and all that, like, have you thought about that? Like, what ways would you?
Yes. So my weight loss program is actually tailored to Zambian lifestyle, Zambian diet. So it comes with a meal plan that includes food like nshima, your everyday food, right? The only difference is the way the food is portioned. So if you are eating with your family, right, and you have nshima, you should just portion your food accordingly. So 50% of your plate should be filled with vegetables. So if you're eating nshima, probably you'd need to cook 2 or 3 vegetables. Yeah. And then 30% protein and then 20% the carb. So the people in my group don't eat more than 1.5 lumps of nshima. But they still get full.
Okay.
With the veggies.
Okay.
You should try it.
I will.
Especially if it's roller meal. Roller ikutisa.
Oh yeah, I have no problem with roller, so yeah. Oh wow. Okay. So we're not getting rid of the nshima, because I see a lot of diet plans whereby you cut the carbs completely and
So we don't really get rid of anything. The only thing I can say that we probably get rid of is sugar, but that's also optional. You can just reduce your sugar intake to, negligible amounts. Yeah. But we don't really get rid of anything. Carbs are also important. When you take out carbs, then you're causing imbalance to the body. And also, Zambians eat nshima almost every day, right? So if I'm to put them on a plan that excludes nshima,
it's going to be you're setting them up for failure.
Yes. And also, when they are done with the 6-week program, they'll go back to eating nshima and gain weight even more. So if I can just teach them how to eat what they already love.
So it's also about making it sustainable for the clients and for yourself as well.
Yes.
Okay. So earlier you mentioned that you discovered that you turned to foods such as milkshakes and others for comfort. How are you dealing with that now? Because I'm sure there are a lot of people who are having mental health challenges and would want to achieve a certain goal, but then what is standing in between them is the vice that they found themselves in that is providing them with comfort or a coping or an escape. So like the food, because you were turning to food. For that, how did you, was it automatic? Like once you decided to say, I want to lose weight, did you stop wanting to have the milkshakes that you used to have? Like how did that happen? How'd you go through that? What would you advise?
Okay. So when I decided to improve my health, one aspect that I did not leave out was my financial health. So how that helped me was I constantly think of ways in which I can get what I want without spending money or spending minimum money. So I make my own shakes at home.
That's really smart.
Yeah, thank you. So I mix like different fruits and actually make my own protein shakes at home. Yes, I can even give you a quick recipe. Like
come on, give us.
It's simple. So for the average Zambian, protein shakes are very expensive.
They are.
But what's in them is literally soya. So if you are not allergic to soya, you can get that soya porridge that they sell, you know, the same cheap one, and then use milk and put your favorite fruits. I usually use banana as a base because it makes everything nice. I love bananas. So yeah, just mix those things. One thing that I also put in almost every shake is mawuyu. So like, the pulp from mawuyu, and also I boil the covers and extract that tea. So that helps to boost the immune system, and it also helps with weight loss. It also helps with suppressing your appetite and making your body warm. I think everybody needs a warm body.
I have so much to say about that. You know, Zambians' obsession with warm bodies, the women. But yeah, we will not talk about that. But makes your body warm, which is a plus, I guess.
It kills viruses.
Okay. What viruses? Flu. The influenza that almost took you out a few days ago.
Yes, and I killed it with mawuyu.
With the mawuyu.
Yes,
okay, that's actually good to know. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Noted. We'll try that out.
Yeah, like mawuyu has about 10 times as much vitamin C than oranges. Did you know that?
I didn't.
You do.
Wow, now I do. Glad you came.
Become a mawuyu girl.
Where'd you find them?
The markets.
They are there? Okay, I think it's because I'm never looking for them. Yeah. So, yeah.
Yeah, but they're all over in the markets. Yeah.
Okay. So, with your combined experience of actually wanting to lose... Okay, no. Actually, before we go there, after you have managed to lose weight, would you say you've reached your goal? Was this the ultimate goal? Like, when you were beginning this journey, what was your vision of the end looking like?
I think I've actually gone beyond my goal because...
Wow.
Yeah, initially my goal was 65 kgs because that's what seemed healthy for my BMI and whatnot.
Yeah.
But then now I'm at 60 and I didn't expect myself to be this happy. I knew that I would be happy, but I've never been this happy in my life. Like I'm living my best life and wondering like, so there are people who are happy like this. Jesus. Because also, it's also been a spiritual journey. Initially, I would try to lose weight on my own. And at some point, I just gave up and said, Jesus, I know you care about my feelings. So please help me to get healthy. I know that, you are Jehovah Rapha. You are the healer. So even when I feel like I can't do it, please, you help me do it, So through this journey, I've also really gotten closer to God, especially because most of the people around me were body shamers. Like even the people that I thought I could run to were just not there. So it was an issue of, okay, it's just me and God, because even when I would say, guys, you see me next year, you won't be able to touch me. So, Paul be like, now, but they're the same ones who are now, green, can I take you out for lunch? No, I am on a weight loss program.
Yeah, speaking of that, how do you navigate that? Because it's easy when you have control over your environment at home, but then, yeah, like dates, how are you making your orders of food? Because these are things that are around us and you've set a goal that you want to do this. At home, it's all good because you're in control. But then there are times where you go out, maybe you even visit another town for a weekend or the whole week. And how do you go about that when you're forced to actually have to order food and not be the one to prepare it?
It all goes down to portioning. So if I go to a restaurant, I'll order a huge salad and a normal meal on the side. So because I know I can't tell them, give me half of the chicken and stuff. So I just portion it like that. So usually for me, one meal turns out to be 2 meals because of the portion of the salad. By the time I'm getting to the other things, I'm already kind of full.
Nice. That's actually interesting to hear because I remember someone saying like expensive and fancy hotels, when they have buffets, they usually start with the salads deliberately as compared to the cheaper places, which would start with the actual carbs and the proteins. So it's like they start with the salads as you're going to serve. I don't know if you've observed it. I'm not sure. I've observed it twice. Like after I heard it, I'm like, okay, yeah, the more posh places do that. So it's like you're already full with your plate is already full. So it's kind of working on your mind because you started with the salads before you got to find out what is there. And then you're now adding. So yeah, I guess that kind of helps in a way. So, and it's almost in line with what you're saying of having the bigger salads.
I'll be more observant now.
You should. Interesting. Maybe they lied to me, but
it's possible.
It's possible, right? Yeah. I observed it twice. I was like, oh, interesting to note.
They're expensive people. They can pay the psychologist.
Exactly. Yeah, like how do we go about, I guess it also saves money for them because salads are cheaper than, right?
Yeah.
Than meat. Yeah, salads are cheaper than meat. So it's a win for them from the business point of view.
I think I should open a restaurant,
You have so many. You get an idea every single time people have conversation with you.
Yes.
It is. So looking at how you've been able to do your weight loss as a coach, you've managed to actually lose weight. You said you've gone you've gone beyond what you actually envisioned. And I'm wondering, have you learned anything during this process that helps you with staying consistent in other avenues, other ways of your life besides just the actual weight loss journey or the dieting and the exercise? Are there other ways that what you have learned you've been able to apply in your many other hats you wear? I know you wear so many hats. You are a counselor. So the consistency. I'm wondering if there are any transferable skills or insights you've gotten.
The biggest lessons that I have learned through my weight loss journey are financial lessons. Through my weight loss journey, I have found myself, I don't know if I can say making or multiplying more money. I'm able to save more money. I'm able to invest my money in, places that like long-term investments, short-term investments. Before, I wasn't the best person with money. I didn't really believe, I used to save, but just like, no more saving, piggy bank, 1 to 100 day challenges. But from seeing how my efforts with weight loss have compounded and given me results, I've been able to understand the principle of compounding. I used to have difficulties understanding money. That was the most difficult topic for me.
For a lot of us, actually. Yeah.
So now, because I have weight loss and fitness to look at, like, I started from here with all these issues and all this weight, but because I've been taking 30 minutes to jog, those 30 minutes probably don't even feel like a lot, but at the end of it, I'm seeing the results. So that made me start saving. Like, okay, if I save even just a small amount of money every day, so I cultivated a habit of saving every single day. And through that, I've been able to do things that I'm like, me?
Yeah, like, how did I do that? Even you are shocked. You're a big person now, clearly.
I'm not ready.
Big people. That's really nice to know. Any other insights you have for us? anything else, anything you wish I had asked in this conversation that is important that you think somebody listening would benefit from?
You can only get better when you start to love yourself. And when I talk about self-love, I'm not talking about going to the spa or having a skincare routine. I'm talking about loving yourself enough to be disciplined. Discipline is also a form of self-love because you are investing in your future self. So with all things, you have to love yourself where you are now. So I started to love myself at 87 kgs.
Yeah.
And told myself I'm going to get this, I love this 87 kg body and I'm going to get it to 65 because I love it. And because I love it, I'm going to stress it until it does what I want it to do. Wow. So yeah, love yourself enough to put yourself through pain that's going to pay off later.
Wow. That's actually that's so wise.
I feel like I've just, hey guys.
You're powerful,
Wisdom will kill me one day.
It will. It actually will. I was thinking of asking something and it's just, I've lost my train of thought. Your wisdom just confused me. I swear your wisdom confused me. I hope you're going to cut that out. Like I really had something in mind. Anyway, how many more minutes? Okay, so that's very, very insightful. And if somebody's out there listening to you and saying, okay, she just has so much to give and they want to tap into that, how do they get a hold of you?
Okay, so my socials, Namatama Luwinda, wherever you just see Namatama, mental health, you just type in my name, something mental health will come. I don't think we are many Namatama Luwinda.
Nah.
Maybe the other ones are doing other things. Also, my number is 0777 003 153. So if you would like to join the weight loss, like my weight loss program is actually very affordable. And that was the point. Like I wanted to give Zambians an affordable option.
We have no excuse now.
Yes. So for 100 kwacha, you have unlimited coaching. You get a weight loss guide and you get a meal plan. And also you get mental health coaching.
Yeah.
Yes, because
that is very important.
Yes. So every day we do an exercise that helps to improve our mental health as well in just 100 kwacha.
That really sounds like a bargain. And thank you for doing that because I know it takes a lot to take from your time and your effort, your mental bundles to actually pour into other people. I'm so happy that you're doing this and making a change in people's lives.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much for having spare the time to come here.
Thank you so much.
I really appreciate it. So yeah, that was Namatama Luwinda. Shared so much information on how she's able to stay consistent in her weight loss journey, how she's able to portion her foods in order to achieve the goals that she actually wants to do. Her socials will be shared on the podcast description, show notes. Until next time.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you for joining me till the very end. In the world of behavioral science, every ending is just the beginning of something new. Please remember to subscribe, leave a comment, and stay tuned for more adventures in behavioral science as we continue our journey towards a healthier, more informed decision making. Until then, stay curious, stay vigilant, stay healthy. This is Tabo Lukato Hadonka signing off from Reclamation. Up, that's when you're hearing, oh, marijuana relaxes your nerves. And then there was that movie with Wiz Khalifa and Snoop Dogg, and they were smoking weed, and they were so zen. And I was like, I want to feel that. I want to feel how they're feeling.
Welcome to Reclamation, a podcast where conversations meet practical insight in you through the maze of science to empower better health outcomes. With a passion for bridging the gap between medicine, psychology, sociology, Tabo brings a unique perspective episode. Get ready, claim your understanding of health and behavior. This is Reclamation.
Hello and welcome to this week's episode of Reclamation. On today's episode, we have a special guest. Special because she's somebody so dear in my heart. She's somebody I've known for years. Like, since when did we meet?
24 years ago
Yeah,
now?
I think it's been 24 years. So she's someone I know, someone up with, someone I've seen turn into this amazing and beautiful woman that she is. And she's gone through so much in life, so much that I'm hoping a lot of us can learn from and be inspired by her resilience and how she's overcome a lot of what life has thrown to her. She's Cece. She's a good friend of mine. She was actually the one person who was my cheerleader when I had this idea of this podcast. So welcome to Reclamation, Cece.
Thank you so much. I am so excited to be here. Look at you, the podcast.
Finally.
Beautiful.
Yeah, because the
I'm
last
so
time
proud
I
of
was
you.
on your podcast.
Yes. And you didn't even know that you do this. And I'm just so proud of what you've accomplished and what you're doing. It's
Thank
really
you.
beautiful to see.
Thank you. Like, you were part of the inspiration with your podcast. It's like, if Cece can do it, I can do it too.
Oh, I'm humbled.
Yeah, so she's a marketing professional. She's a mental health activist. She's very passionate about human behavior. And she has a lived experience that has led to her passion and wanting to see other people do better. Can you tell us about that? Like, because I remember when we met years later after going some time without having been in contact, she shared her passion for mental health and a little bit about her story. So I'd like other people to understand, to say, what led to you? Why mental health? Why do you care so much about it?
Okay. Hello, everybody. Cece, as you have introduced. So actually, I only recently became very vocal about it. I always did it in the background. But over the past few months, I have seen how there's a gap in the mental health space. And a lot of us are struggling with demons that we face silently. And I think that is also how I came about with Behind Closed Doors, because I wanted to talk about things that we are hiding behind closed doors. So how did mental health come about? From as early as I can remember, I think 14, I would always be overcome with this overwhelming sadness, right? And I never really understood what it was. And obviously you can't share to anyone to say, oh, I'm sad, because everybody gets sad.
Mm-hmm.
And then obviously I attributed it to maybe so much that had been going on in my life. I have been surrounded by a lot of loss and a lot of trauma. I think that is what kind of started all of that, right?
Yeah.
By the time I was 15, 16, I was having blackouts. I was not eating. I was not sleeping. All I did was just rot.
Oh.
And it was so bad, so much that I had to be pulled out of school because of that. And this is something I've never shared with anybody, huh?
Wow.
I had to be pulled out of school for a year. And I was just rotting away. And this is when I discovered marijuana. So there was somebody who was living in our area who would always give me, some joints. And that is the only way I would, talk to people, smile, do all this other stuff.
So, hold up. How did you get to discovering the marijuana part? Like, how did you, the first time that is, do you remember what led you to think, let me try this out?
I think
did you know that it would make you feel better? Were you hoping? Did you search for some things that didn't work and marijuana was one of those you bumped into?
To be honest, I think it was just around the time, as a teenager, you're trying to, you're being woke. Like, we're trying alcohol, and I wasn't really a fan of alcohol. I tried that. It didn't work out for me. I think I would throw up all the time. So I knew that, okay, I am not an alcohol person. And, when you're growing up, that's when you're hearing, oh, marijuana relaxes your nerves. And then there was that movie with Wiz Khalifa and Snoop Dogg.
Yeah.
And they were smoking weed. And they were so zen.
It looked cool.
It looked really, and I was like,
want that.
I want to feel that. I don't think it was about, I want to be cool. It was, I want to feel how they're feeling, because the demons that I was fighting daily in my mind, I just wanted some silence. So when somebody had that and I had the opportunity to try it, and in fact felt how I saw it on TV, it was beautiful. And this is something I did privately. For the most part, my mom traveled a lot.
Okay.
So it was not easy for her to tell that something's happening with my kid is starting to do drugs or any of that, right? So I started the marijuana. Whenever I'd feel some type of way, I'd, and then now it became to a point where I'm smoking maybe 4 to 6 joints in a day. If I don't smoke, I'll not sleep. If I don't smoke, I will not eat. I will not,
So you
I would not
turned
function.
dependent.
Yes, I became very dependent. And then it got to a point where I don't feel anything else, just the high. And I started self-harming because I'd want to feel a different pain from what I'm struggling with. So I'd harm myself, slit my wrists, just so I could feel a bit alive. And now I started losing time because of that. I don't know if it was because of the marijuana or I really don't know, but I'd have blackouts. And so my mom sent me to the hospital to get my blood tested because maybe you have low sugar or something.
Yeah.
And when I got there, they tested everything. Everything was okay. And the doctor, spoke to me for a little bit, trying to understand when all this started, how I feel around just before I black out or after. And he told me that, what, your case needs a psychiatrist because it seems you have chronic depression and anxiety. So, but how he told me, and now that I think about it, I'm like, it could have broken me further because he said, if you continue down this path, you will die. And so as a teenager, as a 16-year-old, all I've heard is, I'm going to die.
So that freaks you out.
So I go home and I'm telling my mom, okay, so I'm going to die because I have something called anxiety and depression. And the grace that this woman showed, I'm very thankful to this day, because an African parent being told that your kid has a mental illness is really, nobody wants to have a kid.
That was like 10 years, over 10 years ago.
That was over 10 years ago. Nobody wants to have a kid who's broken. So, I go to the psychiatrist and they do all the assessment. And yes, that is what I have. So they're giving me all these pills, antidepressants, anti-anxiety meds, sleeping pills. So I'm on a cocktail, right, of all these meds. And so I have to now work the meds and the marijuana because I'm still abusing that, right? And now it means
your doctors know you were using?
No, nobody. Till this day, till now on the podcast.
This you don't know.
Nobody knows. So the medication did not work. They instead numbed me because maybe the chemistry with the marijuana, or maybe my body was not working with it. Because also you need to realize that at that time, over 10 years ago, that was trial and error. Mental health wasn't something that,
it's just something we're still
right now, exactly. But at least where we are at now, it's much better to manage.
We've
made progress in that area. But then it was really try and error. So, if this didn't work, we'll try this next thing. If that didn't work, we'll try this. So I had a series of different medications on and off, So...
But the marijuana was still there.
The marijuana was still
constant.
It was the constant.
It was giving relief, would you say?
It was giving relief. It was giving zen. It was giving peace.
Yeah.
And at some point, I thought to myself, I haven't been to school in over a year. And I have to pretend with my age mates. I would, when it's 16:30, I'd wear my uniform and come outside so that people would be like, oh, she's from school. And I think also having to keep up that took a toll on me, because also I was from a very small town where if I go to a social worker, everybody is going to know that, oh, John Van's child has a mental disease. And so I stopped going there altogether. And I had now to start pretending to say I'm fine. And I had to pretend even in my home to my parents to say I'm healed.
Okay.
So I'm praying, God is good. I'm healed. He saved me. And that just got worse. I think it's been an on and off thing from then to now in recent time, where I'm old enough to say, you know what, I can't rely on my parents to take care of me anymore because I'm an adult now. So I have to make the informed decision. I have to stand to say, this is not the life I want for myself anymore. So the therapist that I dreaded, I started going. And it was so bad that now in my adult years, living alone, I would just rot in my home and nobody knows. I just shut from the outside world. I don't eat. I don't bathe. I don't sleep. I just cry. And you're living like a grouch. And it took so much to say, I can't do this anymore. Because then you have suicidal thoughts and now you attempt suicide. And then God is faithful. By some miracle, you survive, right? And then after that, I said to myself, I can't do this anymore. I need to be better. No one is coming to save me. I have to save myself. And so I start the work. I see the therapist. I tried yoga. Yoga was nice, but that didn't last. I think I was lazy. I'm a very lazy person. I'm a very lazy person. And at some point I was like, I can't do this anymore.
How long did you try the yoga for?
I think close to 6 months, hey?
Okay. But do you say during that 6 months, how was your marijuana intake?
At that point, so after the attempted suicide, right, I stopped. Because then I said I need to change my life.
Okay.
So I changed my apartment. I just changed everything.
Yeah, so how exactly did you manage to stop, since it's something that you had been doing for some time?
It was hard. I will not lie. It was really hard. And also having to do it in secret was also the hardest thing, because when I'm around, I've known you 24 years and you didn't know this.
Yeah.
So I have to be a person who doesn't smoke. But it's something that I do so much. And it started with reducing the number of times I do it in a day and trying to substitute. And then I substituted it with buying heels.
Okay.
I'm really obsessed with shoes.
Yes, you are. I've seen your shoe rack. Makes sense.
Every time I'd be sad, I'd go to the mall and get a pair of heels, and then that high. But then also that was getting too obsessive. You've seen my shoe rack, it's not healthy. So I needed to find something to replace the marijuana, which I replaced with the heels, to replace the heels. So I started yoga.
Okay.
So the yoga, it worked for a few months, but I didn't have the commitment for it. And so I relapsed again. And
relapsed to the heels or to the marijuana?
I just relapsed to depression, to rotting.
Yeah.
So I was rotting away. I was not taking care of myself.
Were you getting any help?
At the time, no.
Okay.
And it was so bad that I just didn't see the meaning of being alive. At some point, I said a prayer to God and I said, you know what? Just take my life now. I tried it myself. It didn't work out.
Yeah.
Maybe if you do it, call me back, And I think after that prayer, I felt how sad that was, because you shouldn't get to a place where you're praying to die,
Yeah.
It was at that point that I said, I need help. And I opened up to my partner at the time and I said, okay, this is something I'm struggling with. This is something that I'm dealing with. And this is something that I have been dealing with for a very long time. And I need help. And he gave me grace. We tried to go to Chainama. And, but then still I had that thing of, how are people going to see me that I was locked in a mental institution, right? There's so much stigma around that. There's so much stigma around that. So I found a new therapist. We started doing the work. We started the medications. And it did work. It started to work. And then because I struggled so much, I decided there could be somebody who is walking this path that I'm walking. Let me speak about it. And that is how I began to speak about mental health. But then in a third person.
Yeah.
I spoke about it in the third person. I started the podcast.
Yeah.
And we had all these guests talking about different things. And eventually, I think one time, you and I actually had a conversation. And you're telling me that, Cece, you need to own your story. And you're telling me a story about you.
Oh, yeah.
We're actually having a podcast about you.
Yeah.
And you're like, you need to own your story because then nobody can use it against you. And then I was just like, you know what? I'm going to own my story. And I went on social media and just posted and said, okay, I'm dealing with this.
I saw that. It was just so beautiful and inspiring. I saw African Woman post about it on her blog. And I'm like...
I was so humbled and also really grateful for the grace and support that I got from my different communities, friends, and my partner who also had been very supportive throughout the journey. And now I'm trying to be a person that other people can see and say, okay, that person has suffered, is still suffering, is still struggling, because unfortunately it doesn't end.
Yeah.
It never goes away. But if we can have all these little things that help us slowly do better, live with it, and, know our triggers and all that, for me, it's a plus. Even if it's just one person who I impact, for me, it's a plus.
Wow. That's so inspiring. It's a beautiful story. I hate that you had to go through that, and I'm sorry you had to go through that, but I like how you have managed to get into the battlefield and fight and try to make a change in other people's life. And I've just realized just how a lot of the times we see people, young people, indulging in unhealthy habits. We see people indulging in alcohol, in smoking, the marijuana, tobacco, and different other vices. And we look at it from the outside and we judge. And it doesn't make sense for us because we look at them and we're wondering to say, but they know the effects of what they are doing, but why aren't they actually stopping? Like, for us, it's a button. We think it's a button that you can just snap and then the person should automatically snap out of it and stop. So it really just shows, you sharing your story shows how there's just so much that influences our behavior and our choice. And I'm looking at how you chose to indulge in marijuana at the time because you needed something. You desperately needed something, and that's what was available. And you did that for years and it helped you. So I'm wondering, do you have anything you would say to, like, maybe a parent or a family or friends who are looking at somebody indulging in something like marijuana or any unhealthy vice?
What you said is actually very true, because when you're looking from the outside, you don't know what a person is going through. Sometimes quite all right, it's for, this is the wave now. Yeah. Everybody's doing it, so let me do it as well. But then sometimes there's something deeper. And the problem is people, before you understand, you judge first, right? Yeah. And you'd be so quick to say, this is so bad for your health. Hey, you're going to die. Yeah. All that stuff. Yeah. And I think I have gotten to a place where I meet people with grace because I don't know what demons you're facing, what demons you're battling with. And I think we need to find ways to sensitize people without stigmatizing them. And I think this would play well with the behavioral science, because in the behavioral science, you have habits that counter the vices, right? In a way that is graceful, where you don't have to make a person feel bad than they already do. Yeah. Because when I stopped cutting myself, when I stopped self-harming, I then had to walk around with a rubber band. My therapist told me that instead of literally making yourself bleed, maybe try to...
So it snaps and...
Exactly. So it's not the best thing, but it's the next best thing.
Yeah.
You see? And even as they speak to me, they're not judging to say, but why are you cutting yourself? You're a big person. Yeah. Don't do that, because you never know what someone is struggling with. But if we could find, and I think also it starts with people being open with these conversations. Yeah. It starts with these conversations, which are so uncomfortable, being had.
And I'm so proud of you for sharing and starting this conversation with your story. Like it's you being vulnerable to the world, and hopefully we can tap into that and learn so much. So, yeah.
Thank you.
We're on the right path, I guess.
Yes, I think we're starting to get there. And I've seen that there's a lot of people now who are advocating for mental health. But then there's still people who are still stigmatizing, which is very shocking. But then also I have come to realize that people hide what's inside by, mocking other things. Because you'd find, I was also a person, I struggled with depression for over 10 years, right? Yeah. But I'd also be like, I would never see a shrink.
Yeah,
because
I get that.
It cost me zero to say, it is what it is, right?
It's the same thing with even Chainama. Like, people know to say, yeah, you can see a therapist there, but then the thought of, okay, I drop off and I walk to Chainama. How is everybody going to...
That's the thing. So I had to stop being a hypocrite first. So all of us have to stop being hypocrites first if we want to see the change, because we can't see change if we're not doing something ourselves.
Yeah.
You know that thing for, I'm starting with the man in the mirror? You can't tell your neighbor before you fix yourself. So if we're not having these conversations, if we're not spreading the awareness, if we're not educating people, because other people genuinely just don't understand.
True.
Others, it's really just negligence. You know what I mean? So if we're not starting these conversations, educating people, spreading awareness, then we're not going anywhere.
Wow. This has been a lovely conversation. It's just, I'm hoping even for the listeners, they realize just how much a lot of our emotions, a lot of things unseen really play a role in what we see on the outside, the behaviors we look at and judge, and the behaviors, the people we call junkies.
Yeah.
There's just so much more, and sometimes it's not just about the educating of the people, as I always say, to say you can't really keep telling somebody to say this is bad, because the help they need might not be them knowing the negative of what they're indulging in, but it might be much deeper than that. So I'm happy you brought this. It's been an insightful conversation. It's lovely. Thank you so much for sharing this story on Reclamation.
Thank you so much for having me here.
Yeah, so any last words?
It's funny because I tell other people
that, and then now you're like, what am I
I think meet people with grace, because you never know what people are dealing with and what people are constantly having to battle with. So no matter how you feel you would have acted differently in a situation, meet people with grace.
Wow. That's powerful. That's lovely. She says meet people with grace. I hope this week we will try to look at the people we've been looking at and judging, and try to extend some grace towards them, even as we form a picture of who we think they are or might be. That's a very powerful thing. Thank you so much for that, Chonga. Thank you so much,
I'm so happy
Cici.
for being here. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
So that was Cece. She shared her story of how mental health affected her behavior, how she ended up taking marijuana, and how that was an escape from the depression that she was living with and that she has been living with. And it's been a very insightful conversation. And I think it leaves us with so much to reflect on. So much. We all have people who have behaviors we don't really understand. We're trying to make sense of. We probably even shout at them and judge them for that and don't understand why they're doing it. But maybe this is the time to question if there might be some hidden force behind why they are doing what they are doing. It could also be with you as an individual sometimes. You might find yourself indulging in certain substances or certain behavior that you really want to get rid of, but haven't really understood why you do it in the first place. So this could be a moment to reflect on that. So yeah, that's the end of the episode. Thank you so much for listening. Please do subscribe, share it with somebody who might be inspired by this lovely story. Thank you for joining me till the very end. In the world of behavioral science, every ending is just the beginning of something new. Please remember to subscribe, leave a comment, and stay tuned for more adventures in behavioral science as we continue our journey towards a healthier, more informed decision making. Until then, stay curious, stay vigilant, stay healthy. This is Tabo Lukato Hadunka signing off from Reclamation.
Hey guys, welcome to the School of Magic Basic Intuition Class 101. I am so excited to bring this content to you. This is something I have been working on for the last couple of years. For those of you who don't know me or know my background, my name is Kat Hart. I am actually a fifth generation gypsy. I am Romanian, Hungarian, and Sicilian. Romanian on one side of my family and Hungarian on the other side. So it actually runs in both sides of my bloodlines. We have amazing family get-togethers, as you can imagine. I ran a successful practice as a spiritual advisor and teacher for many years, along with running spiritual retreats, teaching this type of content successfully over a long period of time. And just went through a lot of life changes, my parents passing away, my house burning down, just a whole bunch of stuff. And so everything got put on hold. However, I still was building my own spiritual muscle and my own intuition as well. And I also live stream on TikTok. I have done cards, I've done coaching, I've done advising, I have done personal one-on-one trainings along with classes, courses, and retreats. So I am bringing this to school, which I am so excited about. I am incredibly thrilled about this platform. This is something I've been waiting for a long time. So let's get into it. So first of all, what is basic intuition? Your intuition is something that we all have. It's something that is on the inside. But what we fail to miss sometimes is that you can only hear and tap into your intuition when you're feeling calm and receptive and open to it. So it's really important that if you want to go deeper into this practice, that you take time and you work it on honing your abilities in a calm and receptive manner. So it's hard to be in a frustrated state or be in an angry state and want to get an answer from the inside. It doesn't usually work that way. A lot of times it'll be convoluted, and we're going to discuss the different types of intuition as well. And also using your intuition when it seems like it goes against your logical reasoning. So when you have this gut feeling, when you have a gut feeling that you're supposed to do something, and like if you come to a stop sign and you don't know which way to go and you want to turn left or right and you kind of trust your gut and you go right, and the perfect parking spot or the perfect opportunity arises from that. I know this is a silly example, but this literally just happened to me a couple of days ago. I was in downtown Seattle and I was going to a production, a play, and I knew the parking was going to be ridiculous. It was downtown. It was a Friday night. I just thought, you know what? I'm going to find the perfect parking spot. I already know. I have this thing with the universe where I get VIP parking everywhere I go. Things just open up for me as soon as I pull up, and I just knew I would find the right spot. And so I drove to where the venue was, and it was just chaos. I mean, all of the lots were full. The parking areas were full. It was just absolute chaos. And something told me, my gut told me to drive through the light and go 1 block past the venue, which I did. And it was almost like I was going to be getting on the freeway. And I thought, gosh, there's nobody here. Like I'm going to be getting on the freeway. And again, I got to the next block. A light said, turn right. I followed my gut. I turned right. And immediately I saw a sign that said public parking. Now, just because of my prior Air Force training, I worked underground. I have this kind of whole thing with being underground. I also said I don't want to park underground because a lot of the parking structures in Seattle go down, and it literally makes my palms sweat. I just get anxiety. And I was like, I want parking that's nearby, and I want it to be above ground. So I was thinking street parking, but trusted my intuition. And literally, I pull into the parking area and it goes up. And the very first spot, literally right when I drive in, it was cheaper than anywhere that would have been in the surrounding area. It was above ground. It was a block and a half away from the venue. And there was only one other person that kind of had followed that same intuition and was literally parking across from me. There were so many parking spaces. It was ridiculous. But if I would have went back a block and a half, when I walked back towards the venue, which took me about maybe 4 minutes, it was chaos. People trying to find parking spots, people trying to wait, to get into these parking structures, going down underneath buildings and, trying to slide in these little tiny spots. But again, I trusted my gut. And so those little blips of intuition are there to guide us, to make our life easier. They're there to help us in every way possible. And so those are the things when we work on listening to, that it helps us along the way. Haven't you ever had where maybe you have $10 on the counter and you think, oh, I need to put that $10 in my purse, but you don't know why? You're like, well, why? I don't need this $10. I have my card or whatever. And then a little bit later, you realize, oh my gosh, I need exactly $10 cash. Or you feel guided to grab a pen and you don't know why, or your notebook, or a bottle of water, or whatever it is, an extra jacket. Maybe it's beautiful outside and something in your intuition when you're walking out the door tells you grab a sweatshirt or grab a raincoat or something like that. And out of the blue, you're at an event and the weather changes, or wherever you get to your destination, the weather is completely different. So those types of things are guidance to help us in living our best life. And haven't you done this before where you're like, oh, I should have listened. I should have listened to my intuition. I should have turned right. I knew I should have turned right. Or man, I should have made that phone call. I knew I should have made that phone call. Or man, I should have picked up that shell. I knew I should have picked up that shell. So many times where I've done readings or I've worked with people, I've gotten the coolest little intuition messages of purchasing something for somebody. And again, I'm not encouraging you to do it. I'm just telling you my story, but I have this really unique ability to buy gifts for people from people that have transitioned. So sometimes I'll buy, like, I remember one time I bought an ornament, a Christmas ornament, and I had sent it to a mom on behalf of her son who had transitioned through a car accident. And she called me sobbing when she got it. And she said, there's no way you could know this. She lived on the other side of the country. She said, but this is what my son used to do every year. He used to buy me Christmas ornaments. That was his thing. And so I have so many stories I could tell you like that over and over and over, where I just pick something up and I was like, this is for somebody. I'm not sure who it's for yet. Or sometimes I know exactly who it's for, but sometimes I don't even know who it's for. And I'm like, oh, I just need to grab this. And as soon as I run into the person, I'm like, this is for you. I knew this was for you, somebody. This is for you. So again, that's trusting your intuitive guidance. That's trusting your intuition. Now, there are ways that you can trust your guidance even more, and you can develop that. One really good way is to make sure that you're journaling. I write down thoughts. I write down ideas. I mean, even when I was building this course, I was writing down ideas. I was keeping, I mean, this is one of many books that I've had a lot of record keeping in to build these courses over the last couple of years. But also tracking your dreams is absolutely phenomenal. Doing visualization work. Doing energy work. One really easy way I've taught people how to hone their intuition and trust it more is taking, oh, I wish I had one here, but like taking like a 3x5 card. I'll use these as an example. So taking two cards, like a little 3x5 card that's blank on both sides, and you can write yes on one or no on the other, and you can flip them down, spin them around a little bit so you don't know which one's which, and ask a question. And then what you do is you put your hand over the card and you feel which one vibrates. You feel which one you're guided to pick. And so you can answer your questions that way. You can also, if you're trying to get the idea, you're trying to get something answered, like you have a question, like say you have an opportunity for 3 different jobs and you don't know which one to take. You feel stuck and maybe they're in 3 different locations, or you're looking to move and you don't know where to go. You write the 3 different options or 5 or whatever it is on the cards. And again, flip them down, shuffle them around so you don't know which one's which. And then you ask the question, which job is for my highest and best path? Which one's going to make me the happiest? And then you start putting your hand over each card and you see which card vibrates. And you know you made the right choice if when you flip it over, you're happy or you vibrate. You get that little tingle through your whole body, or maybe your hair stands up or you get goosebumps. I call them truth bumps, because for me, when I get in that alignment with truth, I'm telling you, my body heats up. Sometimes I get sweating, like I'll get goosebumps. My hair will stand up. I just get this inner knowing where this is right. And so that's one of the best ways for you to know that this is the right choice for you. Now, if you choose something and you're like you don't immediately have a yes, it's probably a no. You might be forcing your own will. So one other thing we want to talk about is making sure that you're not basically using your own personal biases or something from the past on, or wishful thinking. You don't want to put that into your intuition. So if you're hoping for a certain outcome, that's not letting your higher power in the universe bring you what's the highest and best for you. Because sometimes we want something so badly, but it may not be for our highest and best. A certain job or a certain relationship or whatever it may be, it doesn't support us in living our best life. And we know it somewhere inside. We know it's not for our highest and best, but we want it so bad that we override our intuition and we go in that path anyway, and we're not happy. We know there's still that void. We know there's still that kind of unease. We're off balance because we know we chose something that wasn't exactly right. Now, it doesn't mean you can't learn from it. It doesn't mean you can't learn a lesson from that job or that relationship or that experience or whatever happens, but it's never going to make you feel fulfilled. It's never going to give you exactly what it is you want and what it is you're looking for, because only the alignment with who you truly are is going to do that. And so that's why using your intuition is so vitally important. That's why developing your intuition in these ways is so vitally important. And so this is using energy work. This is actually using your energy of your body. Now there's other things like pendulums. Okay, so now these, I will go into more of these later. These are actually tools, like using cards, using stones, using pendulums, using singing bowls, that you can actually tap into certain frequencies and vibrations that you can get yeses or get more information or get confirmations from. And while we're talking about confirmations, so in module 2, I will be talking about tools. I'll be talking about using cards or using stones or using pendulums or using things like that, that are tools that are in addition to your own personal intuition. Now, that being said, you don't need any of those things. You can, in fact, it's better to not use them to start really honing your intuition, because then you're not relying on a tool in order to trust yourself. So I want to talk about confirmations. It is absolutely okay and preferred that you bounce these things off of somebody. It's okay to have an idea or have a feeling or get an intuitive response about something and want to get a confirmation from somebody. This is one of the reasons I'm developing these programs in this school platform, is because you now are going to be able to build a community. You guys can talk amongst yourselves. You can actually post questions with each other here in the community. You can post questions to myself or other instructors that I'll be bringing on here in the community. And you're going to have everything that you need to have your questions answered, get validated, get confirmations, and also know that what you're going through is not isolated to just you. You're not alone in these experiences. You're not alone in these brain evolutions and learning how to develop your intuition. There's people around the world that are doing these techniques and that are really using it to the best of their ability so they can have the life that they've always dreamed of, in order to really find their passion, live their purpose, do something to heal themselves or the world, or, there's so many beautiful things that you can do with your intuition. But the number one thing is to make yourself feel whole, to make yourself feel like you've filled the void, because it's not going to come from out there. There's no person, there's no thing, there's no amount of money, there's no job, there's no place, there's nothing else that's going to fill the void. Only you can do that. Only you can feel whatever's missing on the inside. Only you can use your intuition to guide you to those things that are going to help you to stay balanced. Another really good practice is to make sure that you're connecting with nature, because nature is very in tune with the frequency and vibration of intuition. If you walk barefoot, it's called either grounding, or it's called, oh my gosh, I just spaced. It's grounding, but there's another word for it. It'll come to me. It's up there in my brain. But you can actually walk, and what you're doing is you're trading electrons with the planet. So again, it's very scientific, but you're actually grounding energy into the Mother Earth, which Mother Earth is incredible at recycling energy. And the good thing is you can feel the frequency and the vibration of animals, trees, plants, flowers, living things, water, rocks, and stones. That's why each type of stone has a different frequency. Again, we'll get into that in module 2, but literally you can tap into these things. And when you have your skin against a tree, now, one thing I like to do is, I know this sounds kind of wonky, but ask permission. Remember, these are living things. So trees are living things. Grass and plants are living things. I mean, it's okay to have reverence for these beautiful living beings. They have proven that trees communicate, and trees have feelings, and trees actually grow and live in communities. Did you know trees can have life partners? And most of them do. Most of them have life partners. They literally grow together side by side. And if one tree dies or gets killed, the other tree will die also, because their partner's gone. So they have measurable feelings. So, and they also have a groundwork of roots and little tiny hairs that emit frequencies and vibrations that they communicate through. So when you are going in nature and you want to connect with nature and you want to listen to what nature has to tell you, be respectful and realize that we're all connected. I love that movie Avatar, because to me, that's the closest thing I've ever seen to everything I've ever felt on the inside. Just that connection with animals, that connection, how they would take their tail and they would combine with, the animal, or they would combine with the tree, and it would just wrap around. And those types of, that's intuition at its finest. Because we have these frequencies that are emitted off of our body, and they can be scientifically measured. They can measure our brain waves by putting little electrodes on our brains, right? They can measure what's coming off our brain. They can measure your heartbeat by putting an electrode on your chest and measuring your heartbeat. They can measure the heat that's coming off of your body. They can measure all these things because there's waves of energy that are coming off of your body all the time. That's why it's so important that you stay present and you know what you're thinking about, and you control your thoughts and your emotions, because as soon as you have a thought, it emits a frequency. It emits a wave of energy that precedes you. It goes out away from you, and it's going to attract more of what you're thinking about. So what you think about, you bring about. These are terms that have been around forever. What you focus on, you're going to bring towards you, and you're going to bring more of it. So if you're thinking about how hard things are, or how your finances suck, or how difficult your relationship is right now, you're literally going to attract more things that make it so. You're going to attract more things that collaborate with that thought and that frequency, because the universe, your higher power, is all about matching frequencies. It's magnetism. This entire planet and galaxy is based on magnetism. So you want to magnetize positive things. You want to work on this intuition. So what's the difference in a gut feeling or an intuitive knowing or an intuitive insight? Well, a gut feeling is kind of like I told you before about turning right or left, or picking up something. Other times, like an intuitive knowing, is like, as soon as I walked in for the Christmas ornament for the mom, like I had a knowing, there was something inside that led me. I was like, I have to go in the store. I have to buy this ornament for this woman. Like it was just a knowing. I had an absolute knowing that I needed to do this. And I didn't know why. That's the best part about trusting your intuition. You don't need to know the why. The why will show itself later. But when you follow your intuition and you're helping to bridge these gaps, you're actually making connections for other people as well. And you're helping them to believe. You're helping them to see that this is a tangible practice. This is something that is there for every single one of us. Whether you choose to use it or not, every single person on the planet has an intuition that they can tap into. Animals use an intuition. They've shown that animals that, like if there's a tidal wave that's coming in, or there's a water surge, or there's some danger, that they have an intuitive ability to go to higher ground. Or trees communicate with each other through this frequency and vibration. In Africa, there's a type of tree where if a giraffe starts eating its leaves, it'll literally send a frequency and a signal out to the other trees in the area to turn their leaves bitter, so all of the leaves from the entire grove don't get eaten. This is all scientific and documented stuff. That's the best part, is these are things that are real, that it can actually help us to grow and become stronger versions of ourselves. And intuitive insights are maybe when you're getting okay, I'll give you a great example. Every time I went over a bridge, I kept seeing a bridge fall. And it was like, what is going on? Like I would almost get, and even one time I got stopped on a drawbridge and my palms were sweating. I got so much anxiety, and I don't have anxiety about like bouts of anxiety or anything like that. But this was an anxiety attack. Like I was so fearful of being on this drawbridge that I literally wanted to go abandon my car and go run away. And I called one of my best friends and I was like, I'm freaking out right now. I keep seeing this bridge fall and I'm not sure what's going on. Well, maybe a week or so after that, there was a bridge portion, a section of a bridge that fell a truck hit one of the ribs of the top of the bridge. A big semi had hit it, and somehow it was one of the main supports, and it literally collapsed an entire section. Now, luckily, nobody died, but there were cars on that section. Can you imagine? And it fell a good, probably, I would say 30 feet. Or it fell into like the canal below. I mean, there was just a little bit of water. So again, nobody got hurt, but I can't even imagine being on that section of bridge when it fell. So that's an intuitive insight. When you see something or you have a dream about something and then it happens, that's an intuitive insight. So that's kind of the difference between those types of intuitions. So again, one thing I want to reiterate, that seeking confirmation and validation for these things are okay. You can do it in this community. You can talk to somebody that you trust. You can work with a spiritual advisor. I even have spiritual advisors that I work with. So I'm your spiritual advisor. You're getting to tap into me in this school, and you also get to message me, and you can email me, or like I said, the other instructors that are going to be coming in to teach. But also I have a wonderful woman that I'm going to be working with who is in my community. She's one of my spiritual sisters, and we're going to be teaching dream interpretation. And that is going to, I'm so excited about that course because I love to interpret dreams. I just think it is the coolest practice. And it's okay though to get validation from other spiritual advisors. Totally okay. In fact, and sometimes it's necessary in order, while you're building your intuition, it helps you validate. It gives you confirmation that, yeah, what you thought was so. So, and again, that builds your confidence and it builds your self-esteem in building your intuition. So these are just the basics in developing, having discernment, and understanding your own intuition. And again, one thing I want to remind you is that when you are working with your intuition, make sure that you are in a calm and receptive state. Make sure that you are open to receiving. And if it's something that you need to practice, just tell yourself constantly, I am present, I am open, and I'm receiving. I'm present, I'm open, and I'm receiving. And again, when you get the hit, when you get the correct validation, it should make you feel good. It should make you smile. It should bring you joy. It should give you some kind of physical, like alignment. It should give you some type of incredible feeling. Oh, I just came up with, so when you're walking, it's called earthing. When you're walking and you're barefoot on the ground, and it's called grounding, it's called earthing. And I love to go earthing. I love to walk barefoot. I do it every single day. I love connecting with Mother Earth. But this is a way that you can get a deeper knowing of yourself, build your inner wisdom, and really, really stay connected to your path. So I'm excited about this first module. I hope that you learned something valuable. Wait, module 2 is going to be even better. We're going to be discussing basic intuition tools and techniques. And I'm very excited for this. So I love you guys. Have a wonderful day. Practice your intuition. I'll see you next time in module 2. Hello, hello. Welcome to Module 2 of Basic Intuition 101. This is about using tools such as oracle cards and decks, stones, and even pendulums. So first of all, let's start with the oracle cards. So oracle cards are decks. People sometimes call them tarot cards. Everybody has different feelings about these and what they are, what they're used for, where they came from, if they're connected to something dark or anything like that. Now, I think that there's a lot of personal opinion in all of this. However, there's certain tools that I won't use. Like, for example, I've never used a Ouija board. I just personally, it's just not something I connect with. It is, to me, it's opening a portal to other dimensions and other realms. And I know that we can do that regularly on our own, but I don't want a tool that for me enhances the ability to open something that anything can come through. So that's just me. Now, my oldest deck I've had, you can see it's kind of beat up and the corners, I mean, I think my pup even chewed on it at one point, but the cards inside are still mean a lot to me. This is my angel deck. This is my oldest deck I've had for quite some time. I use it all the time for guidance and for wisdom. And I also have some other cool decks like the animal spirit guides. I've got the crystal spirits that delve into like all the crystals and the energy of the crystals. I've got many decks. I think I've got like 10 or 12 decks. And it's a tool. So all these are meant to do is enhance your own natural ability. Now, the first deck of oracle cards was actually published in England in 1775. So they've been around for hundreds of years. But where did the origin of the oracle actually come from? So in thousands of years ago, throughout time, people have gone to spiritual leaders called oracles to help them with divine messages, to interpret dreams. Sometimes they would cast stones, either regular stones or gems or even rune stones with messages on them. And depending on the way that they would land or the pattern they would form, or with certain messages written on the stones, would come up or be laying down, they would interpret the message that came from divine in order to help guide the person that was having the questions. And the nice thing about using these tools is, again, it's just validation, it's enhancement. So if you're using your intuition, you're in a meditation and you feel something and you want to know if this is your own divine guidance or if this is a wish, it's something that you really want to have happen, you can use a card and say, okay, is this a part of my path? Is this something that's a higher divine direction for me to go? But also you can use the pendulums as well. And we'll talk about that in a minute. But the cards are just additional tools. I hadn't used any kind of oracle decks, tarot decks, anything like that for most of my practice. When I was teaching intuition and was doing my retreats, I would always bring someone else in to do cards, do rune stones, things like that, just because I always used my own basic intuition and I really loved enhancing my own natural abilities. And so everybody likes the decks, though. Everybody really loves the decks and they like the validation from the decks. And how decks work is there's an energy that comes off and is associated with every single card. So I'm just going to pick one card here. Okay, so I've got the whale card, which is from my animal spirit deck. Now this is a water card with the water symbol up here. This is a strength card. This is about really like flowing through your life and finding your way. So there's all this message that's associated already with this card. So when you're shuffling the cards and you have somebody, like if you're doing it for yourself, obviously, and a good thing to do is to clear your deck, take your deck. And the way I was taught to do it was to take your deck and to actually knock on it and knock any energy out of it and just kind of energetically clear it. You can use sage, like a smoke clearing. You can do all types of ways to clear it. You can put them in the moonlight, natural moonlight. You can put them in salt. So there's lots of ways that you can cleanse your decks. Now, if you get a brand new deck, I think the first thing that you should do is definitely cleanse it. That way there's nobody else's energy or vibration or frequency on the deck. Okay. Now, if you're asking for yourself, you want to hold the deck and ask the question and say, may I have the best and clearest answer for me in this question? If you're doing it for somebody else, say my friend Michael. Okay. So if I'm pulling a card for Michael, I want to say, okay, may I please have the best and highest answer for Michael? Now, if you're on a live stream and you're doing this professionally, or you're doing this in front of somebody, you can either do it open, like say it, or you can do it privately and do it quietly. So either way, it's the intention that you're putting in the deck. So you're putting the intention of the person that you're reading in the deck. And so they vibrate with a frequency. So if it's you, you're vibrating with the deck. If it's somebody else, their frequency is vibrating with the deck. And so what happens is the cards pop up in the same frequency as the person being read. Therefore, the message, that's why it aligns with people so well most of the time, especially if the person doing the reading is in alignment. That's why the reading can be so very specific and can really help validate exactly something they've been thinking or exactly what they've been going through or anything like that, is because the message aligns with the frequency of the person. So hopefully that makes sense, where you're literally attracting the message to you of validation and saying, yeah, this is your path. Yes, you were correct in that circumstance. This card confirms it. And I'll get more into the actual specifics of Oracle decks and cards in a completely different module. I just wanted to touch on the basics of the cards in general. I mean, cards have been around for a really long time, and using oracles have been around for thousands of years. The Greeks actually used oracles. They would use animal entrails, and gross, I know, or livers, and they would read spots or something on a liver to do readings of divine, or they would dump out entrails, and how they would lay is how the reading would go. China would use bones. Ancient China, they would take a bone and they would write the question on the bone, and they would heat the bone up until it burst, until it exploded. And then however the bone laid, they would read the pattern of the bones, and they would give the message through that. So this type of divination, this type of reading has been around for a long time. And like I said, the oracle cards have been around since about published in England, first one, 1775. So that's kind of a little bit of the history of the cards, the oracle decks, and why they're fun to use. They're actually a fun tool. It can enhance your ability. It's kind of like a cheat. It's like a little cheat code. If you're a gamer, it's a little cheat code to be able to help. So rather than using your own guidance, your own intuition to read the person that you're working with or to read yourself, you're actually getting the message from the card. So they're vibrating with the card. You're kind of just the middleman. You're just reading the message that's on the card, but their energy is what chose the card. So a little bit of history on that. The next thing I want to talk about is stones. And so I'm going to actually talk about the top 5 stones that are used for spiritual practice. The number one, and I have a couple of them here. The number one is the amethyst. This is all about spirituality. This is all about meditation. These are amethysts. I've got another one here as well. So this enhances spiritual abilities. This can be a very calming stone. It helps to improve focus, and it's a good protection stone. So the amethyst is a very good stone. And so what's cool to use, I should back up just a little bit. What's neat to use about the stonework is amazing, because every single stone has its own frequency and vibration. And so what we're doing is we're finding a stone that vibrates with the frequency of what we're trying to enhance, or maybe absorb, or maybe protect, or feel a certain way. So the energy that comes off of stones can be calming. They can be help to achieve focus or clarity. They can help you bring truth. And so actually, this is really funny that I'm doing this. I was literally given this. This is a chakra braid. So it has all the stones in alignment with the chakras. And I was given this yesterday by a friend, and I absolutely love it. So you can have multiple energies at the same time. It's not going to convolute anything. However, if you're doing a focused practice, like you're actually working on creating focus, and you just want to hold the vibrational frequency of the amethyst, then I would say focus on one stone at a time. If you're looking for alignment, if you're looking for just general well-being and protection, and you're looking to enhance your intuition, something like this cord can actually make a big difference as well. All right, so let's go on to number 2. Number 2 is kyanite. So this is kyanite. This actually helps with telepathic communication. And the nice thing about the kyanite stone is this is one of the only stones that never requires energetic cleansing. Now, at the very end of the 5 stones, I'll tell you why cleaning the stone is really important. But the kyanite helps to align chakras. It helps with inner peace. It helps you to actually receive guidance. And so it can enhance bringing in intuition into your body. So this is kyanite. Okay, that's the number 2. Number 3 is labradorite. So labradorite is all about strengthening faith and trust. It actually is associated with the 3rd eye chakra, so it can help to really spark your intuition, your imagination, your creativity. This is also one of the absolute best stones for relieving anxiety and stress. I personally have a labradorite bracelet that I love to wear. I actually got it from a vendor in Seattle who made his own jewelry. And I love it. It's one of my favorite pieces. And I just really love the labradorite stone. I really vibrate with the frequency of this. This also helps to strengthen faith and trust. And so if you're working on trusting people again, or trusting yourself, labradorite can be very helpful in that. The 4th one is lapis lazuli. And this is another 3rd eye chakra stone. This is all about bringing out truth and awareness. This is also the stone of friendship. So this is a very cool stone to give to a friend if you want to give a gift to another spiritual person. The lapis is very much associated with the 3rd eye. A lot of times if somebody has like a chakra crown or stones, it's usually the lapis. Even though blue is the throat chakra, the lapis, or like I said, the labradorite, are associated with the 3rd eye. And this is all about bringing in self-awareness, increasing your intuition, really, again, bringing inner peace. So this is compatible with the labradorite, but this is a beautiful, strong stone associated with awakening your 3rd eye. I actually have one here. This is a beautiful lapis right here. Actually, I have another one right here too. This is a lapis as well. That's a smooth one. This is in its raw form. And honestly, I don't think there's any difference in frequency here. I do like raw stones. Some people like polished stones because they like to put them in between their fingers or put them in their pocket and they like to feel them. That's fine, but a natural stone is always going to be preferred over a lab created stone, because the lab created stone is not going to have that natural frequency of the planet in the stone. So it's going to vibrate at a much different frequency. So I would definitely suggest that you get your stones from a trusted spiritual store or somebody that you trust online to make sure and you know what? Feel it. If you can hold it in your hand and you can feel the frequency and the vibration of it and you're drawn to it, that's actually how I got this very next stone. Number 5 is the moonstone. So the moonstone is one of the absolute best to enhance intuition. This is a very soothing stone. This is all about new beginnings. This is really good for soothing emotions and soothing stress. This is really good in creating stability in your life. So again, these are phenomenal stones. And I have a really cool story about this moonstone. This is my favorite moonstone. This is one of my favorite stones that I own completely. I was having lunch with a friend in southern Washington. I think it was Olympia, if I'm not mistaken. And we were having lunch, and all of a sudden I literally turned around and I was like, I literally felt like a stone calling to me. And I look across the street, or I felt something calling to me. I'll say that because I didn't actually know there was a store there. And I look across the street and there's a stone store. And I was like, I'll be right back. I literally got up in the middle of lunch and I just ran over and immediately went directly to this moonstone. And I was like, that stone was literally calling to me from across the street. I could feel the frequency of it. And the owner said, I literally just got back from Bali yesterday with that stone. He's like, I have no doubt that it was meant for you, because it's like that. He's seen that happen time and time again. And it just literally called out to me. And this is one of my favorite stones. So that is the top 5 stones. I am actually going to go into a series on my social media in TikTok. I can do more stones here if you guys want. Make sure, let me know if you have questions about stones. Again, talk amongst yourselves, talk amongst yourselves. Have a little coffee talk, but put your stone in there, ask questions. And if you have any questions for me about certain stones, what they mean or anything, how they can affect you, how they can enhance you in any way, be sure to ask in the community and let me know. I'm more than happy to give you information and help guidance in any way that I can with these stones. Okay. So the last thing that we're going to deal with is the pendulums. This is really cool. Now, pendulums are literally one of the oldest forms of connecting with the spirit world. And it's also been called dowsing. So that's another term. You might have heard of dowsing rods with people that were looking for water. Dowsing rods were actually used in Vietnam to find tunnels, secret enemy tunnels, or to find landmines. They used pendulums in British intelligence to figure out where Hitler's next move was going to be. The Vatican has even used pendulums. And even though one of the popes, I want to say it was in the 1300s, had said that they couldn't be used anymore, they actually went back to some spiritual people and asked them to use pendulums. Now, pendulums work. Now, you can make your own pendulum, but this one was a gift that was given to me. And how pendulums work is you want to have something so you can have like usually a pendant of some sort that's on either a string or cord, a chain like this. And you want to always hold your pendulum with your writing hand, the hand that you write with. And you want to either put your elbow on a table or your knee, but you want to have it held very sturdy. You want it held in a very sturdy way. And what you want to do is you first want to know your pendulum. So you ask your pendulum, show me yes. And then the pendulum will move in a certain way, like circles, back and forth, front and back, anything like that. Then you say, show me no. And then it'll move in a different way. And so that trains you to know how your pendulum moves. So then you can start asking questions with your pendulum. A really cool thing too is back in the day, even with finding water, they used to use pendulums and dowsing to know where to plant crops and even find missing persons. So I don't know, I just thought that was really cool. So when you start getting really comfortable with your pendulum, you're going to be able to pick it up. And I know people that use these on a daily basis. I don't really use pendulums a whole lot. I like to trust my intuition. Again, this is just an additional tool. I don't think any of these things are meant to be used every single day as a complete not substitute for your own basic intuition. These are just tools, and these can help validate something. These can help to, again, clarify something for you. If you're feeling very confused about which direction to go, you can tap into a pendulum. Now, how you can make your own is you can take a string and put a ring on it, or you can even use a paper clip, something that's metal that will be hanging from a string, a cord, or like I said, like a chain. And again, one good thing to do is to make sure that you're cleansing. And I'm going to talk about cleansing the stones, and we might as well just talk about cleansing the pendulum. A really good way to cleanse a pendulum is either salt water, if its ability to be in salt water. Like I probably wouldn't put this metal one in salt water, but what I can do is I can use sage smoke. So cleansing smoke will actually help to clean the air out of the energy out of the pendulum. And if you think about it too, it's funny because I grew up as a Catholic, and they used a lot of incense and smoke in the church quite a bit. And I always loved it. But I never understood it till I was older. They were actually dispelling any negative energy with the incense. And so incense is actually used as a cleansing smoke in order to clear energy. And if you use sage, I've cleared houses before, that used to be one of my practices. I would actually get paid to go into people's homes and do clearings. the air smells clearer. It smells cleaner. You can feel when that energy is gone, especially when you do that spiritual cleansing. It's absolutely amazing. So again, you can make your own pendulum, and then again, practice. Say, show me yes, show me no, and practice. But again, keep your hand and your arm very stable. Rest your elbow either on your knee or a table, and keep it very steady while you're doing your pendulum. So those are the top 3 types of tools that are used regularly in a spiritual practice, whether you want to do it for yourself or you want to have a profession where you're doing this to help others. I hope you guys found this module incredibly useful and not only educational, but a little entertaining. You're learning a little bit of history about all of this. In module 3, we will discuss sound waves. We will discuss singing bowls, crystal bowls, bells, things like that. And so I'm very excited to bring you more information on this basic intuition classes in school. I hope that you're enjoying it. From Fairy Godmother Cat, I hope you have a fantastic day and use your intuition. Hello, welcome to module 3 of Basic Intuition with the School of Magic. I am so excited about today's module. This is about sound therapy and resonance used for healing and overall well-being. Today, we're going to cover understanding the power of sound, the different types of modalities used in sound therapy, and how to create your own practice by using sound therapy. But first, let me talk a little bit about the history of sound therapy. Sound therapy has been around from all the ages since the beginning of time. In ancient Greece, Apollo was the god of music and medicine, and ancient Greek philosophers claimed that music had the power to heal the soul and emotional and mental well-being. Ancient Egypt used sound therapy in all its temples, and it was a staple in its history. Even in biblical times, instruments and sound was used to vanquish evil spirits out of the soul. In World War II, even the army used music and sound therapy to heal its soldiers. So this type of therapy has been around throughout time. And Native Americans have used drumming, chanting, and dance to heal the sick. So every area around the world, every demographic around the world, and every geographical location around the world has evidence of literally using sound throughout time for healing, to promote well-being, and to basically balance everything from your emotional health to your mental health to even your organs inside of your body. They have shown that there is evidence scientifically that musicians actually have a different brain pattern than other people in order to produce the type of music that they do. And there are different frequencies that actually heal different parts of your body or create different responses in your body. So let's get into our lesson today. So sound therapy and resonance for alignment and healing is a powerful way to restore balance and to promote well-being in your body. So understanding how to use sound, basically it has a transformative effect on your emotions, your mental state, and your spiritual health. Different frequencies, depending on what you tune into and what type of modality that you're using, definitely can impact your energy centers, which are your chakras, and your overall health. Now, there is a healing frequency, 174 hertz, which is known globally as the healing frequency. It is the solfeggio frequency. That is overall well-being frequency that you can, in fact, I have it in the background right now. It's something that you can find on YouTube. You can find it on your radio stations. You can even tell your smart, I don't want to say her name right now. It starts with an A, but if I say it, it's going to stop. So you can ask to hear that frequency in music. When I'm regularly working on something and I feel distracted, I will play a frequency that aids in concentration. So the 174 hertz is something that actually can help with concentration, and it can really promote overall health and well-being. So it has the greatest potential for physical effects on the body also. So if you don't know where to start, the 174 hertz frequency is a really good place to start. And you can just practice using it, listening to it, going to sleep to it, meditating to it, or even just having it in the background while you're doing your schoolwork or your business work, or just while you're even watching TV. If you just want to improve your mental and your emotional health, it's a really good background noise. So it even can bring a sense of security to the organs inside of your body. So how do we actually create these different sounds? Well, there are different modalities that create different frequencies. Now, the earth has its own frequency, the frequency of the tone of Om. Om. That is the earth frequency. That is the standard frequency of the earth. So when people actually chant and do that frequency, they are working to align with the planet. They're actually working to align with the resonance of the planet. And since we're all made of the same things, we're made of the stars are made of the same things of the galaxy, and inside we're made of all the same things. It's good to balance and resonate with the earth. And if you can do some earthing, walking barefoot in nature, so you're trading electrons with the earth while you are doing your Om, you actually can feel an incredible sense of well-being, along with grounding your energy at the same time. So different ways that you can actually get frequencies in your body or use them in a practice is, first of all, there's bowls. There's singing bowls. There's metal bowls such as this one. This is a brass Tibetan bowl. So that is a certain frequency. And there are also crystal bowls that all come in different sizes, shapes, because they're tuned to different frequencies. So what I recommend is either seeking out the frequency, becoming familiar with the frequency that you want to attune to. So if it's healing for internal organs, if it's healing for emotional or mental well-being, if it's for concentration, if it's for meditation, discover which frequency that you want to find first. And then you can actually ask which bowls are tuned to those frequencies. Or you can literally just go into a metaphysical shop and you can play with the bowls and see which one actually resonates with you and makes you feel good. If it lifts your spirits, if it makes you smile, if it makes you get emotional, that's probably a good bowl for you. That's actually how I found this bowl. I was at a conference and they just had all these Tibetan hand-pounded bowls, and I played with them until I found this one. I also found these Tibetan bells, which I love. They just made their own little sound right there. It's just, there's something so calming about that sound to me. And bells have been used throughout the generations in different forms of religious or spiritual practices throughout the ages. And you always can hear bells in temples, in churches, just all around the world. And even like if I'm in a different city that I've never heard, but never been in before, and I hear bells chiming, I literally stop to listen. It literally does something. It makes me feel so connected, and it makes me feel just a sense of reverence. I just love bells. I don't know what it is. I've always loved bells. There are also tuning forks. Tuning forks can be used for healing. There are a lot of practitioners that actually use tuning forks for healing. I've seen even chiropractors and physical therapists use tuning forks for healing, along with people that do spiritual practices as well. There's also drumming. there's chanting, and there's vocal toning. So you can also use instruments and you can create different resonance. Even if you have a guitar and there's a certain chord that you like and you just strum that chord, it can have a very calming effect on your body. So you have to find what works for you. You have to decide what frequency it is that you want to tune to. And the musical effects of sound have, it's probably affected you your whole life without you even really realizing it. Because when you're in a joyful state, you tend to listen to the sound, the beat, the rhythm of the music. When you're in a sad state, you tend to listen to the words of the song, if there's words. So again, our state can be affected by what we're listening to. Like for me, if I'm sad, I don't really want to listen to sad songs. I want to listen to something joyful. And I remember somebody asking me one time, they were like, what kind of music makes you feel the best or pulls you out of a sad state? And for me, it's almost any kind of music, darn near any kind of joyful, upbeat music. The second it turns on, my vibrational state changes instantaneously. I can be really, really sad, but if I hear a song I really like, I can't help but smile. I can't help but my own frequency just immediately goes up. My vibration rises and it brings joy to the inside of my body. And I just start to feel better. So I like to use music to raise my emotional state and to improve my mental health and to just have overall well-being. Music for me and dance has just been something I've done my entire life to really improve how I feel in my own practice. So let's get into how do you create a practice with sound, with all these different modalities. The first thing that you want to do is make sure that you set a clear intention for your practice and your sound therapy. What is it that you want to do with this sound therapy? Do you want to have healing inside your body? Are you trying to heal an injury? Are you trying to heal a trauma? Are you trying to heal an organ, something that's going on in your body? Or are you just trying to calm your mind? Are you trying to get in a better emotional or mental state? Are you wanting to open your heart center and you want to bring more love into your life? Are you trying to align with your higher power and your guides, your ancestors, your angels, and then you're wanting to really expand your consciousness and your awareness? Having an intention for your sound therapy practice is one of the most important things that you can do to make sure that you're getting exactly what you need from this type of therapy in your life. So set a very clear intention for your practice. Then pick a modality that you like. Pick something, whether it's somebody else's music, whether it's your own tools, whether it's, again, the bells or it's drums or it's a guitar. It really doesn't matter what it is, because every single instrument, every single tool will have a different effect on you. You're just going to have to test them out and see which one you like the best. However, if you're just getting started and you don't know what to do, again, the 174 hertz frequency is a really good place to start, because again, it's known as the overall well-being frequency, and it can really help to just put you in a meditative state. It can help improve concentration, and it can even bring a sense of security and safety inside your body. So sound therapy can actually help release stagnant energy. If you're feeling stuck and you just don't know what to do, or if you have to study for a big test or a quiz, or whether it's work or school, it doesn't even matter. Maybe you're trying to write a book or a play, or you're trying to paint and get into that creative mode, and you're just feeling stuck, or you have writer's block. Sound therapy can actually release and liberate stagnant energy. So it's a really good practice to actually play some music, or maybe something that you really love. Maybe it's just your favorite song. That's okay. I actually really love to listen to Meghan Trainor, Better When You're Dancing. That song, I feel better when I'm dancing. I'm not the best singer, but I love that song. That song just cheers me up anytime. It doesn't matter where I am. If I hear it, I have a hard time focusing on anything else, because that song just immediately brings me into a state of joy, and it literally changes my mental frequency. And the cool thing is about sound therapy is it actually is proven that it does change your state of your brain. It literally vibrationally changes the frequency and the state of your brain. That's why it can help with emotional and mental issues, because it actually changes the state. It can bring balance into your life. It can actually really help heal your energy centers and align your chakras. It can promote relaxation, and it's really great for overall well-being. So do whatever you need to do to bring this practice into your life and into your spiritual tool belt, if you will, because sound therapy is something that you're using whether you know it or not. Just be careful that you're not allowing sound programming to happen, which happens when we're listening to, say, like the news media, and you fall asleep and your conscious mind falls asleep. You're allowing whatever sound is going on, and that's usually someone speaking, and that is a vocal resonance. It is programming you. There's a reason that TV is called programming, because it's actually programming you. A lot of times, if you fall asleep and you're listening to the news, or you're listening to something that isn't in the highest frequency, you're going to wake up feeling distraught, or you're going to wake up feeling anxiety or stress or anger. And a lot of times, if you can go to sleep listening to a higher frequency, or a 174 hertz, or whatever it is, if you can listen to a meditation, it's going to actually give you more restful sleep. It'll help your body to actually heal, because it gives your internal organs a sense of security, and you wake up in a much more positive state. So if you're really working on adjusting your mindset and your emotional health, and you want to improve the overall well-being of your life, make sure that you're adding sound therapy to your spiritual practice. So that's it for Module 3. I hope you enjoyed this short exercise and this information on sound therapy, and I will see you soon in Module 4. Have a wonderful day. All right, welcome to Module 4 of Basic Intuition 101, School of Magic. So today we're talking about clearing energy. This is such a good module, because there's so many different reasons to clear energy, from your stones, your decks of cards, or your home, even your physical body, how to protect your body or release stagnant energy, and protection around yourself. So let's start with having a new deck. So say you were to have a new deck, and usually it's really good if you're going to have an oracle deck, a tarot deck, anything like that. It's always good to get it as a gift. Now you can buy one for yourself. However, it's fun to trade them, and it is nice to give away as a gift also. So when you first get your gift, when you first get your deck, you're going to want to make sure that you clear energy off of the deck. And then anytime you use it for yourself or somebody else, you also want to clear the deck. So there's lots of different ways that you can do this. You can take the deck out of its box, and you can hold it, and you can actually knock all of the energy and literally visualize the energy just kind of dropping out of the deck completely and clearing the energy. You can actually do a meditation and intention, a visualization of clearing your deck. This actually helps to create a better bond with you and your deck, and you get to know your deck better. Plus, it helps you to get in the vibrational frequency of your deck. Another thing you can do is you can smudge your deck. You can take sage, you can take cedar, or you can do lavender and sweetgrass, and you can literally just light it and put the incense around the deck for about 30 seconds, and then just literally clear the energy of the deck. So every single time you use your deck, you're going to want to do some type of regular practice to clear the energy for your deck. So even, I mean, for me, when I'm doing guest readings, like on a live stream, and I'm pulling cards, I'm using multiple decks. If I'm using the same deck over and over and over, which I just did the other day, literally in between each one, I just gave it a quick little knock. I just basically watched the energy dispel out of it and used a clean deck for every single person. That way I'm getting a true reading, because the person you're giving the reading to, they're at a vibrational frequency that's attracting the message in the deck. So you want to make sure that you clear the energy of the previous person so they get an honest read and they attract the right message for them, because usually it's for a validation or some type of it's something they might already know, and they're just making sure that they're getting the same message. Or maybe it's helping to give them some guidance about what direction to go, or a yes or a no. So it's really important that you clear the energy of the previous person in order to get a clear reading on your deck. So let's touch into stones. Stonework is all of your stones or your gems that you use in your practice. Now, if you have stones that you wear on your body or you use in your practice every single day, you hold them in your hand, you hold them in your pocket, or again, you wear them as jewelry, those are stones that are going to have to be cleared a lot more often than if you have stones that are sitting up on your shelf. So those stones are vibrating at a specific frequency. And if you actually go into my TikTok, there is a series that is talking about the stones that I've been working on. And it talks about what the different frequencies of the stones are and what they can be used for, either healing certain energy centers of your body, attraction, basically absorbing negative energy or ions. And the cool thing about this is it's very scientific. Stones actually can vibrate at a specific frequency, and that frequency can be measured. So it's not just like a lot of woo-woo spiritual stuff. Stones are actually scientifically proven to vibrate at certain frequencies in order to help us. However, each stone, when you use the stone, especially if it's a darker stone like black tourmaline or something, where it's absorbing obsidian, it's absorbing, these are absorbing your energies. Those are stones that are going to need to be cleared more often as well, because once it changes in frequency, not only does it dull, but it basically changes the vibrational frequency of the stone. So you're not getting that pure support that you originally got when you purchased the stone or it was given to you as a gift. So there are many different ways that you can clear your stones and your gems. One of my favorite ones that I like to tell people is the new moon or the full moon. That's a very feminine energy. That's a beautiful vibrational frequency to put on your love stones specifically. But if you want to bring a little bit more nurturing and feminine energy into your life, it's a really good thing to put your stones on the windowsill in a full moon or on a new moon. Leave it there overnight and let it just absorb the beautiful moonlight and the vibrational, that lunar frequency that's coming from our beautiful moon. And it'll actually help to really clear your stones. And there's something really special about having moon energy all over your stones. You can also do this with water. If you want to put water next to your stones that you're clearing, or even like an amethyst, works really, really well. And it actually charges the water. And so then you can drink the water and you can get even more healing benefits. So moon water and charged water is a real thing. It's really good for you. Lunar or solar eclipses are another thing that you can use to clear your stones. So you can just look up when your next lunar eclipse or solar eclipse is. You put it out during that eclipse time. And again, it can clear the energy from your stones. So I'll roll right into sunlight. Using sunlight for stones is something that you can do, but only certain stones. You don't want to leave every stone in the sunlight because it can actually fade your gem. It can fade the color, but not every stone is really meant to be charged by the sun. So make sure that you look up if it's the best way to clear or charge your stone with the sunlight, because darker stones are usually better in sunlight than lighter color or sun colored stones. So stones that are yellow or orange, like carnelian, those aren't really the best to keep in sunlight, but darker stones have a tendency to do much better in sunlight for clearing and for charging. So salt water is another thing that can really help to clear the vibrational frequency of stones. Again, not every stone likes water or salt water specifically. So look up your stone and see which ones, if you're trying to charge or clear the energy, if it can stand salt water. Harder stones can usually stand salt water, but softer stones, kind of like malachite or selenite, you don't want to put those in salt water. They're a softer stone, and that salt water can actually damage your stone because they're more porous. So you can make your own. It doesn't have to be natural salt water. If you're not anywhere near an ocean where you have salt water, you can make your own salt water, no problem. It still has the same effect. You can even bury it in salt completely. But again, be careful about putting metal, like, so if it's a piece of jewelry, that the stone is in, if it's wrapped in metal or anything like that, you probably don't want to use salt water because it will have a reaction with the metal. So again, just use your own discernment on what stone you're clearing, what stone you're charging, and how it's actually, if it's wrapped or used in jewelry. Okay. Another thing that you can do is use larger stones. So you can use geodes or stone slabs to clear your stones. And the best thing is they heal each other. So if you have a geode, a beautiful like oval, round, or kind of a cradle type of geode, you can place your smaller stones inside the geode. Or if you have a slab stone, like say you have a piece of quartz or amethyst or something like that, you can actually place the smaller stones on top of the slab, and they will actually help to heal one another. And it does clear the smaller stones. Kind of a cool thing. So smudging is something that, like I was talking about with the decks, is something that can be used to clear stones. Now, if you are going to do some smudging, make sure you're near an open window or you're outdoors, because you want the negative energy that is being pulled off of the stone to have somewhere to go. So make sure that you have an access for that smoke to go out. So light your either your sage, again, cedar, and you can use lavender and lemongrass. There's lots of different herbs that you can use. Sage is the most common one. Light your sage and completely envelop your stone for about 30 seconds, and make sure the stone, the smoke gets all around the stone, and then just see basically the negative energy or ions being carried away with the smoke. Sage has actually been really proven scientifically to clear air, and we'll get more into that when we're talking about smudging your house to clear energy. But it works very well for stones. Another thing that you can use is sound. You can use, in module 3, we're talking about sound therapy and how it's so valuable for balancing energy and clearing energy and stagnant energy in the body. Does the same thing for your stones. And so you can use sound energy to actually clear your stones. One of the neat ways that you can do it is kind of the same thing with the decks I was talking about. You can also use visualization and meditation. And once again, the same with the decks. Using visualization and meditation to clear your stones gives you a tighter bond with your stones. It actually helps you to get to know your stone better. You would close your eyes, you would literally see the energy transferring and having it completely recharged and allowing the negative energy to float away from the stone. Again, a very strong practice to really just get to know your stones better if you're doing it as a regular part of your practice, or if you're specifically using stones for other people. It helps you to put your vibrational frequency and your healing frequencies on these stones. And so when you're placing stones on the person that you're working on, it can actually help to heal them a little bit quicker, and it already has your intention in it. So if you're intending for this healing stone, like say it's a rose quartz, and you're healing someone's broken heart, or you're bringing more love into their heart, or you're increasing their self-love, and you put that beautiful rose quartz, if you've already charged your stone with your love and your intention of incredible self-love into that stone, it's actually going to help transfer into the person that you're working with, and it makes your practice that much easier. Another really cool way to clear your stones is burying it in the ground. Mother Earth is incredibly healing, and that again, that transfer of ions and that transfer of energy can be very, very powerful for clearing your stones. So with burial, it's probably one of the longer ways to clear a stone. You're going to want to make sure you have a very safe and sacred place that you can bury your stone, somewhere that means a lot to you. Just don't go randomly in your backyard, dig a hole, throw it in there, and hope for the best. You really want a very special spot when you're going to bury your stone, and you can bury it directly. You don't have to put it in a bag or anything like that, but you're going to want to bury it for 24 hours up to 3 days. And that's going to actually help to really balance the energy, because that's where it came from. The stones came from Mother Earth. And so it's such a strong and beautiful practice to bury it back into Mother Earth and recharge that stone, clear the energy. And it's one of the most efficient ways to really bring it back to its original self. So that is the list for clearing stones and gems. The other thing that I want to touch on is clearing energy out of your home. If you're feeling stagnant energy, if you're moving into a new home, if you're feeling negative energy, bad juju, anything like that, a really good way to clear your home is using sage or smudging. So again, you can use other things such as cedar, lavender, and lemongrass, but I love sage because sage, again, has been scientifically proven to clear the air and change the ions. It actually can transfer the ions and bring, I mean, for me, I can smell a cleaner air after I smudge. I've smudged other people's homes for many, many years. It's been part of my practice. It was part of my business for many years, where I would actually go into people's homes. They would hire me to clear the energy, and I would teach people how to smudge their own homes. What you want to do is get a sage bundle, and you want to go ahead and light it, get a nice fan it, get a nice smoke going on it. And you want to walk around the house. And what you want to do is you want to smudge around every doorway, every window, and every opening. So I would even go over like the toilets. I would go over the registers where the air comes out. I would go around every single window and every single door frame, like literally follow the rectangle shape or the square shape of the window or the door. And just again, intention of clearing negative energy, having an open window and allowing that negative energy to have a place to escape to, and replacing it intentionally with love and light. And really, again, setting your intention is so vitally important when you're doing these practices. I know I've talked about this before, but I'm going to mention it again because it is really vitally important that you're setting an intention before you're doing any of this energy work. Seeing this love and this positive vibration coming in and transforming and allowing the negative energy or frequency to basically leave. And so again, smudging the entire house, it can take some time. You want to be intentional about it. It's not something you want to just rush through. You can, in fact, Native Americans use feathers of either like an eagle or a hawk to actually make the smoke go a little bit further, and it helps as part of their practice. I've seen a Native American smudging, and it was absolutely beautiful. It just was really a cool thing to witness. So it's something that you can do for your own home. You can do it anytime that you want. And again, it just absolutely liberates energy and releases any kind of stagnant energy. So the last thing we're going to touch on is clearing energy from your body and then actually placing protection around yourself. And this is imperative if you're working with other people. You absolutely have to do this practice, because otherwise you'll drain your life force and you can take on other people's ailments, which is the complete opposite of what you want to do in your spiritual practice. You want to be in the utmost health when you're healing other people. And I have come across so many healers that have taken on the healers' ailments. That is a big no. We don't want to do that. Of course, we don't want you to be hurt or injured or take on anybody else's illness or injury. We want to liberate that freedom. And the best way to do that is for you to be in the best health possible. Again, set your intention and protect yourself. So a really great way to clear your energy is just chakra aligning. Literally sit in a meditative practice. Be very intentional about clearing your energy, changing your vibrational frequency, raising your frequency and your vibration in order to allow love and light and everything good into your body. Seeing a light come from the heavens down through your crown chakra, going down through your body, all the way filling your every cell in your body with light, going down through your root chakra, wrapping around the core of Mother Earth, and then coming back up through your feet, and then even having it come out through your heart and emanating that beautiful love and light, and literally seeing that love and light fill your entire aura like a cloud, like a bubble, like a disco ball, something around you where it's literally protecting you, and it's creating a cloud of energy around you of pure love and light. And that meditative state is, again, very intentional about allowing, and since your biggest pores in your body are in your feet, or seeing negative energy coming out of your fingertips, your toes, but grounding it into Mother Earth. If you can stand outside and you can do some earthing while you're doing this, again, it's going to just increase the productivity of that transfer of energy. It's actually going to help it come faster and clear better. So another thing you can do is you can smudge yourself. You can do cord cutting. You can look up a technique that you really like. I like to get a flaming sword from Archangel Michael, and I go around and shave my entire body and imagine cords being cut all over. I go under my feet, I go under my arms, I go everywhere throughout my whole body. I give the sword back up to the heavens, and then I go and I smooth off anything, and I come back and I see those cords being released lovingly back to wherever they came from. I really have a do no harm policy, so I don't want anybody to be harmed when we're releasing them. We always want to release with love and with light. So again, this is a really good way to clear any stagnant energy, to release any cords that someone has corded you, or if you've corded anybody. Very appropriate from a parent to a child. But other than that, cording is something that should be cut regularly, so everybody is on their own energy wavelength. So again, creating this protection around you, super important. But I mean, really, you can use sound therapy, and you can use gem therapy to clear energy as well. Placing certain gems up and down your body along your chakra, your energy centers, or having somebody else place them on your body, or doing sound therapy for you. Or you can listen to something on, again, free on YouTube, on your radio station, that type of thing. You can actually play something while you're doing a meditation and allow that sound therapy to clear any stagnant energy. Very intentional. Set an intentional that you're clearing this energy from your body, any ailments, any weaknesses, and bringing strength into your body, bringing clarity into your body, bringing wholeness and wellness into your body. Again, letting it come out through your heart and surrounding you with love and light and protection. You always want to put protection around you, especially when you're working with other people in your practice. So that is module 4 for clearing energy. I hope you guys enjoyed this beautiful practice. I hope that you use it in your daily life, because it really will make a difference. And clear your stones, clear your space. It makes a big difference. You'll notice a huge shift in your energy once you do this. So we'll see you next time. Have a great night. Be blessed.